Welcome back, Crime Spies. Who's ready for another riveting day of testimony? While we wait for the live stream to start, please do the things that they say. You know, the likes, the follows, share, commenting below. They say that's supposed to help me grow my channel. At this point, I'm not sure if it's true or if it's total bullshit. Get comfortable, grab a beverage, depending on your part of the world, could be coffee, tea, cocktail. It will be starting soon. Thanks again for joining me. Please make sure to make your presence known in the chat. Welcome back, Crime Spies. What do you think of that new intro? It's probably a little too happy for a murder trial, so I might need to rethink that. That might be more appropriate for something happier. We're just, I was really kind of hoping, like, wouldn't it be perfect today if we had no technical difficulties like the court cam yesterday? Or not being able to find the live stream. And I thought, as I was watching that intro, I was like, oh, wouldn't that be something if it ended like right exactly at the same time? So anyway, I hope you're enjoying your Tuesday. We got some kind of chilly weather here. It's only like, it was like high 50s when I woke up this morning. Yikes. Just wanted to log in and make sure everybody is where they are supposed to be. Oh, we got some activity.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sounds like they're going to talk about something outside the presence of the jury. All right. Brace yourself, people, for day 3 of the Thomas Randolph, Tommy Randy retrial in Clark County, Nevada.
Yeah, we're just going to swear you in again because it's been overnight. Thank you, sir.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, this is the detective that was on the stand yesterday.
Clifford, Clifford, Mogg, Mogg.
Clifford Mogg.
Just want you to
thank you. Your Honor, we ended yesterday's proceedings. We hadn't played like the last 8 or so minutes of what's been admitted as states 314, so we're gonna, with the court's permission, finish that and then I'll resume questioning.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have his property? Yeah, I do. All right. I think what we do now is see if we can't go find this apartment that Mike lives at. They don't know at the gate. They don't know him at the gate? Okay. So yeah, if you can direct us over there, go see that, and then and get you back to your house, and we can see how long it's gonna be there, and you can make whatever arrangements you need to make, and we can give you a ride wherever you need to go if you need that. Are there any questions you have for us right now? What's going on? Obviously, we don't know yet what's happening back there at your house, but we'll call the guys and find out what's going on as we're on our way over there.
The cars and stuff will still be there, you won't be able to use them or what?
Won't be able to use them.
The car?
Oh, if everything's photographed and they're done processing your car, we can't see if we can get it to you.
Do
Do you have a place you can go for the night?
No, not really, just go to a hotel or something.
Because you're not gonna want to stay there.
I don't want to stay there ever again.
Is there other family here in town that?
My family, no, there's her daughter, I've got to get a hold of her, but
Is there calls that you need to make right now, maybe, to get a hold of her, or anything we can help you with?
no, I probably ought to do it myself.
Okay. Well, let's just go out here real quick and get a couple things done, and then we'll get you together, and we'll head over there and start getting some of this stuff done so that you can get your car and make whatever arrangements you want to make for tonight. And what we'll probably do is, we'll lock the house out and seal it tonight, and then, let you make arrangements then to get things moved out or whatever you need to do.
How long does all this take, I guess, to make funeral arrangements and stuff?
Well, what'll happen is, this evening, once we're done, or we're to a point where we're finished processing inside the house, and, your wife can be, removed from the house, and we'll get him out of there. They'll go to the coroner's office, and then, probably tomorrow morning, there'll be an autopsy of your wife. And then once the autopsy is completed, then the medical examiner will release your wife to the funeral home that picked her up this evening, and we'll be able to give you that information. Coroner will probably also be at the house, and they'll want to talk to you. But they'll be able to give you a little bit more detail about which funeral home is going to take your wife tonight to the coroner's office, and then how you can go about making arrangements for your wife tomorrow once the autopsy is completed.
Colleen's like 5 months pregnant right now.
Is she married? What's her husband do?
Sound down one of the casinos.
How long have they been married?
Quite a while.
Might be better to talk to him first.
That's what I gotta do.
But we can get you over to your house and at least get you your phone and see if we can get some of this stuff started for you. Any other questions you have right now? I'm just going out here and make a quick phone call, and then I'll get you, and we'll go up and find the apartments where Mike was staying, and I'll get you back over to the house.
If you can actually, the guard at the place probably can tell you the apartments.
Okay, and we'll try to do that once we get there. We'll just talk to him. We're not gonna go to the apartment with you. And then, I'll get you back over to your house. You said, your cell phone or your wife's cell phone, or one of the others inside the house?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I don't have mine, we took it, or,
Who? The officer?
I don't know, I've seen it somewhere, somebody had it.
Okay, it might be in a bag. There's a bag of, they said your property. I don't know what's in it. They wouldn't look at it. But it's in the car right downstairs.
So we'll give you all that stuff, and then if your phone's in there, you can make whatever calls we need to. We'll assist you however we can.
Yeah, I would need it, because it has all the phone numbers in it, because I don't know my guard or anything.
Okay.
Does Mike wear cowboy boots?
Sharon gave me some cowboy boots the other day.
Okay.
Her husband died's cowboy boots, or, I don't know if they're cowboy boots, or like dressy boots.
Okay. And if he were wearing dark brown gardening gloves, is that something he would have brought, or do you think that's something he might have found around your house? That's something you would have around your house?
There's a lot of gloves around my house, I don't know.
They're like cotton, they're just a cheap old cotton gardening gloves, or just pretty white fingers.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think ours are, I mean, we had them there before, but I don't think he would have got them there.
But what about this mask? Any idea, would he have brought that with him, or do you have a mask around your house?
I probably do have some masks in the, they're not like that though, they're more of like a motorcycle. I got them for Christmas one year that kind of slide. They're like, like DuPont or something would make, like, I want to say Kevlar, but that's not
Rubber X,
like what?
the X,
Yeah, like diving stuff, like diving gear.
well, different.
Yeah, it could be like that, yeah. Cause I got, this is somebody gave it to me for a Christmas present one year, that's a bike thing, but, and then I used to have it on the back of it, I had a, foot chest with, it had its own air hoses and stuff, and jacks and little portable heaters and stuff you'd have if you got stuff in Utah, whatever, in four-wheel drive. With extra clothes and stuff, there might be a mask in there, but it might be down to set over and stuff. And it would not be able to get it, it's been a long time.
All right, let's just set out here for a minute. You use the bathroom?
I do, actually, all right.
Detective Mogg, after that interview concluded, what did you do with Mr. Randolph?
So we allowed Mr. Randolph to use the bathroom. Then we took him to the Painted Desert residence area off of Van Road, and I believe it's Centennial, the 95 in that area. He pointed it out to us. We pulled up, spoke to the security guard at the gate, who told us that he was familiar with Michael Miller and where Mr. Miller's relatives lived in the complex. And that was as much as we did at Painted Desert that night, and then we took him back to the residence.
And the residence being the Rancho Santa Fe one?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there was discussion in the course of the interview where I think Mr. Randolph mentioned that it had taken like 20 or 30 minutes for officers to get inside the house.
Yes,
Are you familiar with the 911 in this case?
I am.
And what does that indicate to you in terms of timing?
So I listened to the 911 call and watched the timer on the call. If the call comes in at 8:45 p.m. approximately,
Just for the record, I'm going to object to this. It's not accurate. It is in 54 seconds. And if he's going to testify, I really think the 911 call should either be in so the jury can hear it, or that he can get the numbers accurate, because they keep saying 8:45, it is not 8:45.
What was the time?
8:44 and 54 seconds.
Okay, so six seconds short of 8:45.
That's correct.
Okay. And from your review of that call, can you hear on the call officers entering?
Yes,
And is it less than 30 minutes?
yes.
Now, after you had that interview with Mr. Randolph, were there things in the interview that struck you as an investigator,
Yes, there was.
such as?
So at the very beginning, when Mr. Randolph described how he had met Mr. Miller, that he was in a convenience store, that Mr. Miller was in front of him purchasing some beer, that Mr. Miller confides in him that the clerk is always IDing him or carding him when he purchases beer, and that he does this all the time and he's always getting carded, but today he forgot his ID. To me, I figured that if the clerk knew you enough to card you every time,
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking about what struck him as an investigator, not for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
He can absolutely testify to what he was thinking.
that if the clerk knew you enough to card you every time, that if they've carded you today and you're back in tomorrow, they may remember that you have been carded. Also, Mr. Miller didn't look anything like he was 21 years old. Then after that, when Mr. Randolph purchased or was going to purchase the beer for Mr. Miller said, "No, you keep that one. I want this one," and picked up a different beer. So then the purchase is made, Mr. Randolph and Mr. Miller leave, and then Mr. Randolph describes how he sees Mr. Miller walking down the street and decides that he's going to pick him up and give him a ride. And it just struck me as odd that this is a person you met less than 5 minutes ago, and you're giving him a ride home, and now you're going to sit in front of his house and talk to him for an hour. So after that, the next thing that I thought was odd was that Mr. Randolph told us that he had hired Mr. Miller to do some odd jobs around the house, and that he was always asking him for money, and he would loan him money, or he would do work in exchange for money, and that Mrs. Randolph was upset with the fact that he was always loaning him money. Mrs. Randolph even made mention that Mr. Miller or Mr. Randolph needed to find some male friends. I thought that was a little odd. Then Mr. Randolph mentions that Mr. Miller is probably not the best worker, but he continues to employ him anyway. Then the next thing that struck me as unusual was that Mr. Randolph was leaving town.
Hold on there, 1 second.
This is just becoming a narrative. It's not question and answer, it's just a narrative of what he thinks was on.
Well, I mean, it is a long answer, I'll say that, but it is what struck him about the interview as an investigator that caused him concern. So, I mean, I can break it up and say anything else every time, but
I will allow him to testify to what struck him as an investigator.
The next thing I thought that was odd was that Mr. Randolph and his wife purportedly were leaving the next day to go to Utah. And I believe he said that Mr. Miller was aware of that. Then he was with Mr. Miller approximately 3 hours before the incident happens.
So let me pause you there. You mentioned that according to Mr. Randolph, Mr. Miller was aware that Mr. and Mrs. Randolph were going to leave town.
I believe that's what he told me.
Why did that strike you as strange in terms of this case?
Because if somebody was going to leave town and you were aware of it, why would you break into their house this evening? Why wouldn't you wait until they were out of town when there was no chance that they would come home?
Did you, do you remember in the interview, Mr. Randolph talking about how he always carries a loaded weapon on his person?
I do.
But I believe he says in the interview that he just happened to not have it on him that night.
That's correct.
Was that like part of was that also an impression that you had with regard to the interview?
It was something I noted, but the fact that he was going to a casino, I mean, he did tell us that he was under the impression he could carry a gun anywhere because of reciprocal laws between carrying concealed weapons in Utah and Nevada. But it was something that I did note.
Now, in the interview, it looks like you actually sketch out a diagram of the layout of the Randolph residence.
I did.
And he points out various things he was doing or sort of how this interaction with Mr. Miller played out during the course of the interview.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sir, I'm showing you this been marked as state's proposed 214. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
This is a crime scene diagram drawn by our crime scene investigators.
Now, you sketched yours by hand during the interview, but does this exhibit fairly and accurately depict the layout of the Randolph residence?
It does.
State moves to admit 214.
No objection.
Perfect. 214 will be admitted.
Do I have to do two, Your Honor? Thank you. Okay. Detective Ma, can you see that on your monitor?
Yes.
Okay, can you just overall orient the members of the jury, like where the garage is, where the front door is, where the backyard of the house is?
So the garage is where the two vehicles are illustrated. That would be on the north side of the house. The master bedroom and the family room area, kitchen and all that is on the south side of the house. As soon as you enter the residence from the garage, there's a door there. Immediately to the left is a washer dryer. Then as you pass the washer dryer, the next room there is what I believe was an office. Then just down from that is another room that Mr. Randolph referred to as his drum room or his music room. Then at the end of the hallway on the south side of the residence is the master bedroom. Just north of the master bedroom, as you're coming back north in the hallway, on the right-hand side would be the bathroom. Then there's a hallway which leads into the living room area, the kitchen, and then there's another den family room on the north side of the house near the front door.
Okay.
And then the front door is located there in the living room.
Okay, so here's the front door, right?
Yes,
And then this is the garage area.
that's correct.
This is the location of Mrs. Randolph,
Yes,
and this is the master bedroom right here.
correct.
This is the drum room or the music room.
Yes,
That's a bathroom.
yes,
And then there's sort of an office type room here.
correct.
There's a door leading into the house, like from the garage into the house at that location.
Yes,
And then this is the location of Mr. Miller, right?
correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Randolph, did he describe how Mrs. Randolph entered the house?
He did.
Can you kind of orient us on the diagram how he described her entering the house?
So as they arrived home, he pulled into the driveway, which is on the north side of the garage. He opened up the garage. Mrs. Randolph was the passenger. She stepped out of the vehicle and went through the garage into the door that leads into the house and into the residence.
I think if you, there's a mouse there that might kind of give you a little bit of an arrow. Okay,
This is the driveway right here.
okay,
When Mr. Randolph arrived home with his wife, she was in the passenger seat, he was driving. He stopped in the driveway to allow her to get out because there wasn't enough room for her and him to exit the vehicle because of some shelving that was on the side of the garage. So he allows her to exit. She walks through the garage, through the open garage door, and then goes into the residence through this door right here.
okay. Now, Mr. Randolph follows, according to him, that same path into the house?
Yes,
Okay, and then he describes seeing a figure or something kind of move from one side of the hallway to the other.
correct.
Can you point that out on the diagram for the jurors, please?
So the way Mr. Randolph describes this is as he parks his vehicle, he gets out, he opens up the door leading into the house. As he stands about right here in the doorway area, the hallway is illuminated by a light that was right here on a table. And as he looked down the hallway, he stated that he believed he saw someone jump from the bathroom area here across the hallway toward the drum room. And then he told me that maybe it was just he saw someone peek around the corner of the drum room right here.
Okay. Now, where did Mr. Randolph describe shooting Mr. Miller on our diagram?
So after seeing the movement, Mr. Randolph says that he steps into this bedroom here and then described, and I later saw this shoe rack. It's a hanging rack that's in the closet right here, that he reached into that closet and stepped into the room as he saw a person coming down the hallway toward him. He reached into the closet, grabbed his Makarov 9mm pistol, which was loaded, and an extra clip of ammunition for the pistol. And as he stepped into the doorway here, he stated that he was confronted by this person whom at that point he said he didn't know who it was, and that this person had a mask on, and that the mask, they bumped into each other, and I believe he said the mask kind of partially moved up on his face.
And did he describe then at that time that he started firing at the intruder?
He said that they basically cleared a little bit of distance, so created a little bit of space between the two of them. And then he started to draw his pistol up and he began to fire at this person who was in his house. And he continued to fire as this person moved down the hallway here toward the garage door. Once the person went through the door, he continued firing while the person was in the garage on the floor.
Okay. In the hallway, on the walls, did you see any evidence of like secondary strikes or any ballistic evidence, anything to indicate to you that there was a shooting that occurred in the hallway?
I saw no bullet impacts in the walls of the hallway. The only cartridge case that I saw was on the floor near this doorway down here leading into the garage, and I believe that's marked with number 3.
Yeah, so it's inside, but it's right at the base of the doorway of the door that goes between the garage and the house.
That's correct.
Okay. Other than that, no cases, no strikes, nothing to indicate any kind of shooting occurred in that hallway?
Nothing that would indicate that a shooting occurred in the hallway based on my familiarization with semi-automatic handguns.
Okay. Did he, in the interview, describe to you, did he describe to you where he locates the gun that is used to kill Sharon?
He said that the gun, ultimately he finds the gun underneath Mr. or if he was just lying on top of it. But the one thing that was odd was he looked in a couple of bags.
It's beyond the scope of the question.
So I'll rephrase. Let me ask let me ask this question. There is in this first bedroom here, by Sharon Randolph, there's an item of evidence. Are you familiar with what that item was?
I am.
And what was there?
That's a 38 caliber snub nose revolver. It's got about a 2.5-inch barrel, I believe.
Okay. And according to Mr. Randolph, he locates that gun at some point when he's administering aid to Sharon?
That's correct.
Okay. So according to Mr. Randolph, the intruder abandoned that gun at some point.
Yes,
Okay. And then proceeded down the hallway.
yes,
Now, later in the interview, he describes discovering a gun in the vicinity of Mr. Miller.
yes,
And so there's a second gun as well, right?
correct.
And there's actually a third gun if you count the one that Mr. Randolph had.
Yes.
What does Mr. Randolph say he did with the gun more closely associated to the area of Mr. Miller?
So after he took the gun from the area of Mr. Miller, he carried that gun into the residence through the door. And then at this bedroom doorway here, he said he tossed it into the room. I believe he said he was aiming for the trash can, but it could have landed somewhere else. That pistol was found lying on top of some clothing, which was on top of a black suitcase in this room near the front part of this closet.
Okay. So according to Mr. Randolph, the intruder, Mr. Miller, was attempting to exit the residence in the direction of the garage. Would that be fair?
Yes.
From your observations of the residence, did it appear that there were other areas of the house where you could exit the residence?
Yes.
Where would those have been located?
The front door located right here, and then the back double doors over here.
Okay. I know you didn't have the scene responsibilities, but you mentioned, I think on yesterday, about there was ransacking or there was evidence of ransacking at the residence?
I didn't see evidence of ransacking in the hallway area or the living room area that I went into initially.
Okay.
I later walked through the scene.
Did you, in walking through the scene, did it appear that the house had been ransacked at all?
No.
What did you see in the master bedroom in terms of whether or not there had been any displacement, or how would you describe how that looked?
So when I first walked into the master bedroom, this is after I completed the interview with Mr. Randolph, I noticed that there was a couple of drawers pulled out of a dresser in the bedroom, and that I believe there was a bra just like hanging over the edge. But when I looked at the drawers were almost perfectly aligned, as if you were to pull them out just a few inches, not far out enough where you would be sticking your hand in there right then. It didn't appear that anything in the drawers was disturbed, and there was nothing lying on the floor. There was a cabinet, I believe, that was partially open, but again, I didn't see anything strewn around the room, pulled out of drawers, tossed on the floor. I found a jewelry box that had some jewelry still in the bottom of it, and I believe a piece or two in the top part that was sitting in a laundry basket. I just thought that was odd. And then as I went into the drum room, I saw the same thing in there. There were a couple drawers that were pulled open, but it didn't appear that anything within those drawers was disturbed. One of the cabinets on that dresser was open, and there was two items, I don't recall what they were, lying on the floor in front of that dresser. But it almost appeared to me that they had been placed there and not just thrown onto the floor.
Based on, I'll lay some foundation.
Okay.
Detective Mogg, prior to working homicide, where were you assigned at Metro?
So I was assigned as a patrol officer first, and during that time, I investigated numerous burglaries. Then I went to the career criminal section after that, and I was responsible for locating criminals. Then I was assigned to the robbery section. And when I was assigned to the robbery section, I was responsible for conducting investigations of home invasions, where people were home at the time, where force was used to make entry, and where items were searched for by suspects.
Okay. Based on that experience, Your Honor, I would ask that he be allowed to render an opinion about what he observed in this home in terms of the ransacking or lack of ransacking.
Your Honor, you can say what you observed, but not.
He can testify what he observed, but he can't give an opinion as to whether or not the home was ransacked.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as case proposed 105 through 117. Do those fairly and accurately depict how the master bedroom appeared that evening?
They do.
State moves to admit 105 to 117.
No objection.
Okay, 105 and 117 again.
Thank you. And just to orient on our diagram, this area is the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 105. Let me back that out a little. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is looking into the master bedroom from the hallway. The bed is located there where you see it. The door opens inward and to the left, and there are some drawers that were in a little box that was hanging on the wall, lying on the floor.
And this, I'm going to zoom in on this dresser. The dresser that we see, kind of more, well, I zoomed in on it in the photo. Those drawers appear to be pulled out a little bit.
Yes.
When you, in your career, when you have responded to other burglaries and home invasions, is that how a dresser typically appeared?
Judge, objection. I think this is vague, ambiguous, and calls for speculation.
He's noticed as an expert. He said he has responded to hundreds of burglaries and home invasions. I'm not sure what else.
Well, he can testify to what he saw in those photos, or whether or not the jury determines whether or not this is how this should be, or whether or not this is ransacked. That's a jury question that they can answer.
Okay, but I think the question I asked was, in other burglaries and home invasions, did the dresser drawers appear like this?
He can answer whether they appeared like that in other, he can't make a conclusion as to why that is.
Okay, so in other burglaries and home invasions that you've investigated, would the appearance of these drawers be consistent with what you had seen at those other crime scenes?
That was the first time I had seen drawers lined up that perfectly and not pulled out to the point where you could access the contents of the drawers or the contents being on the floor.
Now I'm gonna put on the overhead, this is states 108. What area of the master bedroom are we looking at here?
This is just inside the doorway.
Okay, and you mentioned that there were some drawers from a jewelry box or a jewelry thing hanging on the wall?
Yes,
And those appear to be on the floor.
that's correct.
This is states 109. Let me back up just a little bit. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is that box that I was talking about that was hanging on the wall next to the door.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 110. Different view of that same dresser that you were just speaking of.
Yes,
There's also a television in the middle of the photo for lack of better identification.
correct.
The cabinets below it don't appear to be open.
No,
This is states 111. What are we looking at in that photograph?
it's a bag with some clothing items in it that was sitting on the floor next to the television.
Bag obviously not dumped out.
No.
Drawers on the lower part of the dresser not pulled out.
Correct.
This is states 112. Another view of the master bedroom.
Yes,
The cabinet, well, let me zoom in. Do you see disturbance in sort of the headboard backing area of the bed?
yes, the cabinet door is open.
Okay. The drawers below it don't appear to be pulled out, is that fair?
They are not.
This is states 115. Let me zoom back out. Just another view of the bedroom, is that fair?
That's correct.
And you put on the overhead, states 117. Sort of the right side of the bed as you're facing the bed.
Yes, that was another drawer that was pulled out, but it didn't appear that anything in the drawer had been disturbed.
Now you said there was, I'm going to go back to states 214. Oops, I'm writing it the same way. Looking at 214, there is a bedroom kind of office area right as you enter the house to the left.
Yes,
Did that room appear disturbed to you?
I don't believe so. I really didn't pay a lot of attention to that room. I mainly focused on the other ones.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as states proposed 123 through 135. Ask you to just look through those and tell me if you recognize which room that is.
Yeah.
What room is that?
That's the office.
Okay. And the statement to admit, Your Honor, 123 to 135? Oh, I'm sorry.
No objection.
123 to 135 will be admitted.
Now, it was in this room that Mr. Randolph explained that he was able to recover a gun that he later used to shoot Mr. Miller.
That's correct.
And do you recall in the interview where it was that he said he got the gun from?
He described it as a shoe rack in the closet.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 123. Does that depict the area that he was speaking of?
It does.
And can you just kind of point to the jury where the shoe rack was hanging according to him?
Right here.
And so he explains that he recovers a gun from that area and that's what he ultimately uses to shoot Mr. Miller
And a clip.
and a clip. And then I think you testified earlier that he describes sort of like a physical bumping into each other in a doorway
Yes,
with Mr. Miller before he shoots him.
correct.
Is that doorway depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
And that doorway is to that long hallway between the garage and the master bedroom?
correct.
Now, were you aware of whether or not there was prescription medication in the residence?
I was aware there was.
Okay. Do you know if any of that appeared to be taken, or would that be a question for Detective O'Kelly?
That would probably be a question best addressed to him.
Okay. In the description of the encounter that Mr. Randolph gave you on the 9th of May, did he describe whether or not that door leading from the house to the garage was open or closed prior to the time he shot Mr. Miller?
During the initial interview with him, he described it as being closed, but then he opened it after he retrieved the pistol from Mr. Miller.
Did he talk to you about what hand Mr. Miller had his gun in, meaning the gun of Mr. Miller?
I believe he said the right.
Okay. In describing his actions that night, did he explain to you that he attempted to render aid or resuscitate Mrs. Randolph?
He did.
And he said he kind of flipped her over?
Correct, following the directions from the fire department operator.
Okay. When you were speaking with Mr. Randolph at homicide, did you notice whether or not his clothes appeared to be heavily bloodstained?
I did not.
Did you see any evidence of blood staining at all?
I don't recall seeing any. There may have been some small blood stains, but I don't recall seeing them.
Okay. At some point after the 9th, does yourself and other detectives ask Mr. Randolph to do what's called a walkthrough?
Yes,
Who arranged that?
I arranged it
And how did you do that?
by telephone with Mr. Randolph. I believe Detective O'Kelly and I may have also spoken to him that night about doing one, but then I followed up on the phone with him.
And I probably should have started with this question, but what is a walkthrough?
So a walkthrough is where we take a witness or a victim of a crime, and we basically have them on videotape and audio recording walk us through the sequence of events that led up to the incident and then things that happened following the incident.
And was there a particular time or day selected in order to do the walkthrough?
We arranged to do the walkthrough at approximately the same time as when the incident occurred. So I believe we scheduled it for somewhere around 8:30 at night.
To kind of mimic the time that the incident occurred at?
Yes.
Okay. And who from homicide came to the walkthrough?
So it was myself, Detective O'Kelly, Detective Wilson, who is Detective O'Kelly's partner, our Sergeant Albee, and then I believe we had Don I can't remember his last name. Our videographer from the police department was also there.
Okay, so there were some detectives from homicide, a homicide sergeant, and then a videographer who works for Metro.
Yes, and I believe a couple crime scene investigators showed up at some point.
Okay, the videographer is just someone that you call up to kind of assist with doing the walkthrough?
Yes, Don
That-
Bell.
Okay, see, you got the name. Did all the homicide detectives drive there and sort of get there ahead of Mr. Randolph?
I don't recall if we got there ahead of him or as he got there, but we all arrived there separately.
Okay, and then ultimately Mr. Randolph arrives?
Yes,
Do you remember how it was that he got there?
drove. I believe he was with his brother.
And so he arrives with his brother.
Yes,
Who greets them?
I do.
And do you introduce yourself to the brother, or, I mean, Mr. Randolph already knows you, but,
Yes, I would have introduced myself to him, and then I would have explained to Mr. Randolph what we were going to do.
okay. And the purpose was for him to kind of walk through within the house what happened, what his version of events was between himself and Mr. Miller that night.
Yes,
And that recording was ultimately sent to the DA's office and the defense.
it was.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 317, which is the walkthrough.
No
Any
objection.
objection to 317?
No objection.
Okay, 317, again,
Oh, sorry.
What we're gonna want you to do is just, I want you to give us your name, date of birth, social security number, your address here, and then explain to us what your understanding is of what we're gonna do here.
My name is Tom Randolph. It's my understanding we're doing a walkthrough of the house, kind of a reenactment of what happened last Thursday.
It's your desire to come out here and do this for us, right, so we can get an understanding of what was going on?
It's my desire, not my desire, but I'm cooperating with you.
Okay. And you came out here on your own free will, right?
Correct.
Okay?
The driveway about when I start to make the curve, about right. About there, we start opening the door up. I will stop because there's not enough room for both cars to get in there. We can't get both cars in and get both people out, so I stop the car. Sharon gets out. She had the steak and lobster from Charcoal Grill or something. So she gets out, closes the door. She goes on in, starts walking in. I give her a little bit of head start, get to the door. I start pulling in. By then, she's pretty much got in. I may not be able to get the car in at all because of the people moving the car when they clean, but I'll try.
She's already in the house.
She's going in the house about right now. As I start getting out, this is about how close it was that night, so that's probably.
This is what you do now.
The bag from Charcoal Steak or whatever, and it's really a bright red. And this hall light wasn't on at the time. So it's about like this, and I turned the light on myself as we got in. And I could see that red that red thing that was up underneath there, and I thought it was blood. I thought that was blood then. And I started getting nervous about backing off, and I actually came to the door, and I touched it, and then I stopped and put it back down, because I thought, no, I was gonna go get a neighbor, and I took something like that. About right here, when I was like this, I was trying to kind of get a view. I thought it just seemed like a shadow or something over this way. And I remembered that there's the 9mm right up here, because earlier I'd taken all my guns, put them in a suitcase, was gonna take them to Utah and switch the guns around. I reached right up here, got the gun, and as I got the gun, there's also an extra clip. There's a few up there, but I got the gun and the clip. Right, normally it would be right in here. Right in here. And I still, I was trying to be attentive to where's, what's going on out there. And like I said, and I'd already started to run, and then I just reached up just like that, grabbed it, stuck it in my pocket, came around just like that. About that time, he's right up on me. Just right up on me. We actually touched right about here. And he's short. He's short. And when I don't know if he gave me an elbow, but as we came around like that, I was kind of coming out. I was actually going to try to be slow, and look out, but it just happened too quickly. Came up and he kind of banged into me about right here. And then he went over to about right here, and somewhere along here, I bit my mouth or something, trying to say something like, what the fuck, or something. And he looked kind of like, I don't know if he was looking here to see if there was somebody else or what. And there was he had on a sweatshirt, and I don't remember if I seen the handle in the sweatshirt, if I seen the handle in his pants, but he was doing something, going for something down in here. And as we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I pushed him, boom, boom, boom. He started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times I shot him, but I just kept right going. Boom, boom, boom. And he's just laying there. Just laying there. And I look back because I'm trying to make sure everything's cool. Kind of stepping back like that. And about that time, I heard the really, really loud noise. And what had happened is, I guess he hit the refrigerator and help me here, the fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher fell down. I didn't know what it was, but it made a loud clunk. And I was kind of, like I said, I was kind of looking back because I don't hear well, and I can't tell depth perception, anything. And when I heard the noise, I was kind of, like I said, backing up and kind of trying to make sure there's nothing else going on. And when I heard that noise, it really did scare me. Like, and so the door didn't come down. It stayed just like it was open. And I actually got close. And I don't know if I shot him once, I shot him twice. And then started coming back down this way. He wasn't moving. Some noise. Come back down this way. Gonna be real, just, Sharon. She's not.
What are you doing when you're doing this?
Do what?
What are you doing now?
I'm just kind of trying to see if anything else is going on. Like there's anybody around. And I came here, and then I started going here, and Sharon's laying right here. And I think I turned this light on then, turned that light on. And I did not go in there. I don't know why. She was kind of in the way here, and I could see stuff all over there. Stuff, these boxes, there was some clothes, the drawers was open. But she was laying here and by then I could tell she was hurt really, really bad. I mean, the blood was just, then you could see thick blood. And came back over and I went to call 911. And I came back over and I didn't have my phone. And it keeps falling off of me. I come back through here and just kind of, just didn't know what to do, and just kind of looking around. And I dialed 911 and the phone didn't work. And I remember saying, fuck, what a time for Vonage to go out. And I stuck the phone in my pocket, and I thought about Sharon's cell phone. And I looked around, because sometimes she sits it on the purse, on the table, so I don't know how long she'd been, because I was for a minute letting the door come down, listening to the song, looked on the table, came back out. Come through here, I tried actually about right here, I'll take it back about right here. I tried 911 again, and it was busy. When I called 911, it was busy. So I said, good, it's not Vonage. And I got back over here, where I could kind of see everything. And I called 911 again, and that's when whoever said 911 said, slow down, you're breathing too hard, slow down, whatever. And what's the emergency? And I don't remember for sure what I told them, something about my wife been shot. This guy's tried to rip me off, I shot him. I think she said, did you shoot your wife or something? I don't remember what all was said. You guys will have to get the tape that I don't remember. But just said that she'd been shot really bad. We needed paramedics out here. Had to hurry. She told me not to hang up the phone. Asked about the guns. I think she asked about, was there guns in the house? I said, yeah, there was guns in the house. And I think then that's when she said, I'm gonna, don't hang up. She told me 2 or 3 times not to hang up, but she told me don't hang up, but she said something about she's gonna put a paramedic or a medical person or somebody on the phone now and listen to them. And so,
Did she ask you what your address was?
yeah, I'm sure she did. So I told her the address. I think maybe that's when she told me to slow down. I was too excited or something.
What address did you give?
Well, I'm assuming I gave her this 16517 Rancho Santa Fe Drive. But, I may have said it wrong. I don't remember what it does. I do remember once she told me to settle down. I was too excited or something. And anyway, the paramedic got on the phone and he says, so what's happened with your wife, or describe your wife or whatever, something to that effect. And I said, well, she's been shot. She's bleeding a lot she's on her belly. She's bleeding a lot underneath her head. I don't remember exactly, but I described basically whatever was going on with her. And that's what I remember. She was bleeding under her head, and that's what I said. And I told him I had taken a pulse and I couldn't get a pulse. And he said, you've already taken one. And I said, yeah. And I believe that's what happened. He asked me, and I said, yes. And he says, okay, now listen close. This isn't going to be, he was basically telling me it was going to be yucky. I don't remember the words he used, but he said that we needed to take care of Sharon or she was going to die. And it wasn't going to be pleasant, is maybe what he said. And I said, that's okay, I can do it. Let's just do what we got to do. And so he told me to roll her over, and I went over and I guess I had this phone still. So that's what he said, keep the phone by you. And I went over, and it seems like he told me to lay the phone down now and roll her over. So he said, we keep the phone by me, don't hang up. But I got down like this to, now this is the back part, and it was bad then, but it's really bad tonight, so it may not be exactly like that. But I laid the phone down, something like that. I said, Sharon, I'm trying to get her to respond in some way. And told her that she wasn't responding, and he said, you're gonna have to roll her over and do the chest compressions. And I says, okay, and so I tried to roll her over several times, and I couldn't get her over. She just was it was just too much weight for me. It was hurting me. I remember running and trying to get her over, and I told the guy, I got him back on the phone, I told him, it seems like I told him, I can't get her over. I said, because she's just too big. And then I says, wow, this is really freaking me out. I says, I don't think I can do this. I says, the other guy is just down the hall, and he's got a gun, and he shot my wife. He tried to shoot me, or I think he said shoot me, but he might have said fight with me. Tried to shoot me, and he's just laying in the garage. For all I know, he could get up any time and shoot me again. And the guy says, okay, let's take care of that. He says, get up. He says, you got your gun? I said, yeah. And he says, okay, get your gun, get up very slowly, walk toward the man. I think he told me not to hang up. And I know when I started to get up, I pushed like that, because I remember it left the blood thing somewhere right here, trying to balance myself to get up. And I got up, got around Sharon. Excuse me, and I had it either in my pocket, in my belt loop, something. I took the gun, kept looking back. I'll tell you what, too, about this time, and I did not tell you that, but about this time, I got anointed, and I went in the shower, and I just went like that, and backed off, except it didn't do that. It went back in. It just kind of went, because I started thinking there was somebody in the shower. And that I didn't put in the report. I remembered that later and was going to call you, but I didn't. And go back down the hall, and the guy's talking. I turn on the light because it had went off. And he's laying right here. The hood, I don't think the car was this far up. I think the car was a little bit further back, but he was laying. Yeah, it was definitely further. I park all the way over. When I park, all the way over against the edge, because if you don't, you can't get out. And my car will stop right there, so I can get out where those buckets, that JVC thing is. That's as far as my front end will go, and then I can get out after that. Sharon pulls in about where she's at, and we can get in. Just had a little more room that way. And that night, the car was a little bit further back. The truck was a little further, I think, this way, and maybe a little further back. But anyway, he's laying right here, and he had on a sweatshirt, and I think he still had on the gloves, as far as I remember. But I do remember the ski mask was right up here by one of his hands, sort of, or by up here somewhere. And there was sacks like this. And he got in the car, there was sacks that was in the trunk. That because he said he had a date. And my briefcase was in the trunk. It was one of the last things I did before I leave was get my briefcase out of the trunk and throw it in the back of Sharon's car. I always lift the seat up, stick the bag underneath the seat, and then close the seat down so nobody can see it. Because I'm paranoid somebody will steal my bag with my medicine and my money in it. And I'm talking to the guy, and I said, I don't see the gun. I says, there's some bags of stuff here. I says, there's my bag. I says, I'm in the bags, and he's got one of my bags, and it's the bag that is in there on the living room table. That, I think it's a Walmart bag. And he says, well, find the gun. It has to be in there. And I remember reaching into the bag and feeling around, and I stuck my finger. And I didn't feel a gun in there. Like I said, this was a little further back because I went around over here, and I was still keeping a pretty good eye on him. I walked around back in here and had room to get through there, looking for the gun. And that's when I seen the fire extinguisher up under the tire and realized, I mean, the funniest things pop into your head. But I realized I just shot this guy 2 times because the fire extinguisher fell down. But that's just how it happened. And I went over here looking to see if I could see the gun, and about that time, the timer went off on the garage door, and it just went black in here, and it just scared the living hell out of me. So I got back about right here, and just kind of stepped real big, because I knew he was over there, and turned the door back on, turned back around, told him I couldn't find it. He told me it has to be there. If he had a gun, it has to be there. Carefully roll him over and see if it's there, or something about rolling him over. And I just put my foot on him and up on the shoulder and kind of pushed on him, and he kind of tilted that way. And when he did, then he kind of went like this, and I reached down right here. Let's see if he was laying this way. It would have been this hand. It would have been this hand, because he was laying. He was laying something like this on his head, and when I pushed him over, then his hand dropped down, and it was right here under this hand. He wasn't holding it, but it was his hand was right by it. He was holding it, I'm assuming, but he wasn't holding it then. And I picked it up by the wood parliament, and brought it in here, told the guy I got the gun. He said, throw it, put it somewhere in another room where it's safe, and lock the door. So I locked the door, said, this is a lot faster. This all is just going really fast. And I remember seeing, I'm assuming it's these things. And this has been moved, because I don't even remember if this was in there or not. I know it wasn't over there, I'm sure. But it was either here or laying on here. I think it was on here. And I threw the gun. I got just about to right here. And I just threw the gun like that. I don't remember if it stayed up on the top, if it fell down in the garbage can, but I was done with it for then. I went back down in here to my wife, got back to where I was at, told him everything was cool, got back down here, and shook Sharon again, talked for a minute, and I said, she's still not moving, but she's bleeding really, really bad. And he says, that's why you got her, she's gonna die if you don't do this now. So I'm not gonna be unpleasant. He says, now put down the phone and roll her over, and then talk to me. So I remember from CPR and stuff that you gotta do the counter weights or whatever, so it seems like I lifted this arm, kind of lifted her up and pulled this arm under and one of these knees sort of over, and kind of, I just had to jerk her. There wasn't, it wasn't like a gentle, loving thing by any means. It was like, and about the third time it jerked enough that she got up and died of a heart defect. It was pretty gross, but just really thick, blobby stuff coming out of the mouth. And I don't know if it was blood, I don't know if it was some type of matter. And I remember the box was under here and it was slick, and I tried to push the box like that back, trying to get the leverage. And there was the another gun laying right here. And I picked it up, and I don't know why for sure that I was gonna check it to see if it was loaded. And I don't know why, because I know guns better than this. I don't know revolver that much, but I pushed the revolver, the button of the cylinder drops open, And I'm thinking more like a safety button or something. But anyway, I just pushed it and I could see that the cylinder was starting to come open. So I just closed it back and just threw it back, just dropped it right there. And started doing the chest compulsions, compressions. Got him on the phone, told him what was going on. I reached across like this, took her pulse one more time, no pulse, and pulled her blouse up, and I went up from the sternum or whatever is the way I was taught to do it. And I went up to where the sternum is and then put you go up one fist up and then one fist over it. And I know the whole time I'm probably crying and yelling, Sharon, God damn it, fuck, Sharon, fuck, talk to me, something like that. And I'm doing the correct chest compressions, and then I kind of thought, maybe I'm not doing these right, I'm kind of doing them like a wild man. So then I started 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, and I'm really just getting tired, and every time I pushed on them, blood just oozed out. And I did that for, it doesn't seem like it was very long, maybe 10, 20 compressions on my own, and then maybe 15 where I was counting 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. And I told the guy, I says, I got a bad back, bad neck, and I says, I just don't got too much left in me. And he says, the police are here, go let them in the front door. Just go let them in the front door. I went and let the police in the front door. Yeah, I don't remember what I did with the phone. I just came right in here. And what's weird about the door, and this I do not remember for sure, but it seems like when I undid the door that I did it all right. I looked to make sure the buzzer was off, and then I realized it was too dark, so I turned all these lights on and turn them off again to make sure I had all the right ones, because one of them works the floodlight, one of them works this light, and one of them works the porch light. But anyway, I turned them on and off again, make sure I had them right, and I unlocked the doors, got to, and by then the cops are yelling, put your hands up, whatever, and I think they must have had some type of lights or something, maybe just car lights, but it was really bright in here. And I did the same thing on this, but it was like I locked the door instead of unlocking it. So then I had to go back and do it again to come out. And that's the only thing really weird I remember, is that I thought that I had unlocked the door, and it seems like I locked them and then unlocked them. And that don't make any sense to me, because they should have just been unlocked. I mean, I should have just unlocked them once rather than, and I may have only done it once, it may just be my mind. But in my mind, it seems weird to me, it seems like I locked them rather than unlocked them. And then I just went outside and cops grabbed me and just took me down, took my money, took my clip, took my gun, took my little pill bottle thing, took my keys, took everything I had in my pocket. They didn't check my shoes, didn't check,
That's probably.
I was just gonna say, because this camera's starting to tweak me, I wasn't planning on camping out in there, I was just getting them and go.
Gone into the room and you took the gun from the shoe rack that's hanging in the closet.
And a clip.
And a clip, and you put the clip in your pocket. And then when you were coming, you started to come out.
I did come out.
Okay, you are actually all the way out.
About right here.
Okay, so you're in the doorway.
And he's coming right by.
Okay, and he started towards you. How far back into the room do you think that you went?
Well, I went to right here to the door. No, when I came in here like this, decided, okay, I thought I'd seen something right there. I just went just like that. Got it, tucked it in there, came back right about that, it was where he is.
Standing right in here.
Not even closer, over the big, up here,
Okay.
okay, and then he kind of comes in twice.
You mean like I'm facing you now?
He's more like going out, but he's looking, he's looking at him.
The courtroom disconnected, and Sharon, we're gonna need to.
Okay.
No, when I came in here like this, decided, okay, I thought I'd seen something right there. And it went just like that. Got it, stuck it in there, and came back right about that, about right there. He's about right where he is.
Okay, so he's standing right in here.
And even closer, about where, about here.
Okay.
Okay, and then he just kind of comes in twice, come out.
Facing you like I'm facing you now?
He's more like going out, but he's looking, he's looking at me. He's looking at me.
But he's making his motion north towards the door.
And I don't know if he's making his toward the door or more toward just coming around this way. I'm just saying he wasn't back that far. He was about right here.
Okay, he's out here and he's going towards the garage door.
I don't know that he's going toward the garage door. He's just going to right here, because as far as I know, because that's where we met.
Just if you could, not me doing it, if you could explain his actions for me, you could just kind of show what you remember him doing.
He just came up, just coming up right up here, well, he's just about right here. And I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he's doing, because I just turned around and got this and turned around and right there he was.
Well,
There he
not
was.
what was in his head, what was he physically doing? What were his movements that you remember?
Just about, well, that was about it. He's just walking like this, and he knew, I think he knew I went in there. I don't know if he seen me go in there or what, but what he
What
did,
did you see him do? You could just repeat his movements.
it's like that, just kind of,
So he stepped into the doorway and squared off on you?
yeah,
Okay.
more of a, about there. Yeah, maybe about right there. He was looking for first, I thought he was looking at something, but I guess he was just looking through me.
Because you guys are just a few inches away from each other.
Just a few inches away, and he's going, I had just come down with the gun, and I didn't see my gun, I had the gun. And he's doing for something, I don't know what he's doing. He's either getting a gun or gonna fuck me, because he's doing something with his pants.
He's facing this way, and he's got both hands or just one?
Think just one, but I don't know for sure.
It's stamped in your memory, and I'm sure that you're never gonna forget it.
I think it was his hand, he was hitting it in, because I was thinking I could probably hit him. I think it was his hand here he was digging with. Well, he had both hands down, because one hand
Hands, and it looks like his left hand was digging.
was like this hand.
Okay.
And then came up with, and cut the other hand up like a defensive move almost.
He did?
Yeah, and well, he was just getting it up. I don't know if he was gonna push me or what.
What's he saying?
I don't know that anything was said. There was something said like fuck you or oh fuck or fuck this, because I remember saying fuck a few times. Fucking come in my house or something like that or something. I just, just
Did he say
shit.
anything to you?
I don't remember. I don't think he did. I don't think he
So
did.
he steps up in here, and then he turns and he squares off against you, and then what do you do?
He just felt like that. That's it. Then he moves on down here.
He didn't turn in on you?
Nope, he didn't come in on me. He just, well, maybe a little bit on me, but not like we was gonna fight. He was more, and you know what happened, when we came in like this, you sort of like this, when we came out like this, I don't know if he was, because he's looking through his stuff, and then with this hand came up, and I thought he was gonna push me, but I think what he did is did the mask, because somehow it seems like maybe his mask came up a little bit.
Alright, so he lifts his own right arm and takes.
I don't know that for sure, I'm just trying to just come around, but I remember we may have just touched here a little tiny bit.
Where was he in relation to you when you fired the first time?
Maybe right there.
So now is he going?
No, he's turning toward me still, he's still,
Shuffling, how's he doing?
nope, he's still trying to dig, he's still digging out. He's just like this, just digging out, and I'm kind of coming, I'm just coming at him, I'm gonna shoot him. I mean, there's no kind of, he's keeping an eye on me, see where I'm going.
Okay, so now he's gotten over to here, and he's still squared off against you?
Pretty close, I think. I just started shooting, yeah. I just started shooting, I don't know if I fired the first shot, I just shot.
Straight up, squared on you?
Don't know, I think he's still facing me, he might have been a little more. No, I don't think so. I think then I may have already shot him when he put the gun up, but he's more maybe kind of like that. Seems like it was like that, because it was just like, it was close. It was pretty close. Might have been a little further back,
Against the wall?
yeah. And then he was headed toward the door. And that was it.
Alright, so show me his movement from the time that he came up here, back here, where you first see him, show me what you saw him do. Oh, back here. The door was closed though, right?
No, door would be open. I closed the door after they told me to go get the gun and close the door.
Well, this is before all that's happening though, because you're still confronting him.
Right. And I had the door, when I came in and seen Sharon,
Oh, you-
I have the door.
This is the carpet?
Yeah, I stood here from this Sharon, called at her a couple of times, and I actually started, like I told you, I pushed the garage and then stopped because I was actually gonna go get the neighbors. And I thought, you chicken shit, go see what's wrong with your wife, and I closed the door back down, and then it just like that,
Okay.
came up here and about right here, I just thought, oh, this ain't cool, and started going in to get the gun. And like I said, just as I started to go in here, I don't know if he went in, if he came out, if he jumped across, and just out of the corner of my eye, but I think he was hiding. I think he was in that bedroom, and he just stuck his eye out enough, and I could just see him in the drum room, yeah, I think so, just enough that I could see him, and just out of the corner of my eye. And that's what I just got scared, and I said, fuck it, I know there's a gun in there, and I thought, I just grabbed it and turned around, and he was coming down. I think he was running, I think he was probably gonna run away, and yeah, and right around in here somewhere, we actually kind of bumped into each other, just for a split second.
Okay, but if he's running towards that open door.
Well, I don't know, he was going toward the door as much as maybe he was coming toward me.
So show me what you saw from the moment you could see him, after you get the gun.
I almost ran into him,
Right.
Yeah, he's coming down here and it's like he was looking to see if I was in there for sure. I don't know if he was like thinking maybe I'm just standing here waiting to pop him if he goes by. But he is kind of like just like this, and I was right up on him. Right up on him.
Until you see him.
Actually, I came forward a little bit because we made contact, but that's when I bit the side of my mouth. I thought I hit the door or something, but it was just from contact. I might even have maybe I might have pushed this mask up because I'm taller when we came in here.
Well, you're pushing it down, let me short.
Pardon me?
You'd be pushing it down, not up, right?
Well, I'd be pushing kind of sideways. I wasn't like knocking it off or anything with my hands. I think just body movement.
Right, Tom, so
And
if you-
I'm thinking maybe it clogged his vision.
You've gone into the room, you retrieved the gun, you're coming back out, show me his movement from the time you see him until the time he goes down. Repeat that for me, you actually do that movement.
Okay, I'm coming out about the same time too, and about right here, we hit. And he's coming down just like
You first
this.
see him, he's there, he squares off on you.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay,
Kind of.
and then what happens? With
Um,
him, just his movement, not yours.
Like kind of like that, and I was already shooting.
Okay,
I was already shooting.
So when you first fire, he's right in this area.
Yeah,
Still facing.
probably, maybe a little more that way, maybe a little more this way,
Okay.
because I kind of just,
Where do you think you hit him?
probably, maybe in the arm or the chest. Unfortunately, I didn't think I hit him because he just kept going.
Okay, so after you fired the first time, does he stay squared off on you?
No,
Does he
no,
turn and go?
No, he's going,
Okay.
and I'm shooting the whole time. Seems like maybe about right here, he actually gets turned away from me.
Okay, so you fire the first time, and you step. Go ahead and repeat his movements for me, whatever you remember.
Where we're doing something here, and I don't know if I hit him, I don't know if that's when he got his gun out, if he just said, fuck it, I'm running, I don't know what the deal was. It seems like I shot him again, maybe like about right here, and then he started turning like this toward the door. And I shot. I may have emptied the gun, I don't know.
How many times do you think you fired before you got to the door?
As many times as I could, I don't know.
How many times do you think?
I think the gun holds 8, and if it had one in the chamber,
That's 9.
it's 9, and I don't remember it staying open, so it had to be 8 or less.
Okay.
But
So then what happens after he's now he's squared off against you, you fire the first
I
round.
fired once or twice, fired again.
And as he's going out the door, you fire again.
I'm firing and firing.
Okay, and then
He,
down right outside.
yeah, he is, by then I'm here, and he's down, laying, falling or laying down, I don't
How does
know.
he land, face first?
I think he does, because well, maybe on the shoulder, but kind of his head turned down.
From somewhere on his right side, Deshaun?
Kind of like, kind of under his hand, but like that, but laying down. Because the car was through the back and he's small.
Did you flip him over?
I pushed him over here with my foot,
Alright, so he's mostly on the right side and you pushed him further over?
right, to find the gun when the guy told me to. But I shot him before that again.
Okay.
I was standing right around, probably about right here. And this is all almost the same continuous motion. I'd already shot him and was coming up and he was down and kind of, doing whatever you do as you go down. And about that time, it's kind of scary. About that time, I had stopped shooting for a minute because I thought that's it, he's done. And about that time that the light went off, it was up. And there was the door. That fire extinguisher sits over here. I think the fan sits up. Anyway, this fire extinguisher, when I remember seeing it, was under my car, like that. But my car was further down. But the fire extinguisher fell, and that's what the noise was.
Fired 2 more times from the threshold?
One or twice, I can't
Oh,
remember.
okay.
Once or twice, and I was still in here.
So
And
he's laying head that way.
Almost head and body kind of this way, and his legs over here, one hand there, and that's
So
about it.
mostly on his-
No, wait, his hand would have been up underneath here, so he was kind of laying like this, and laying like this, at first. And when the noise came down, I shot 1 or 2 times, along here.
Okay. So you
It may have been once, it may have been
Where'd you
twice,
hit him then?
pardon me.
Where'd you hit him?
I shot him in the head, shot him in the head.
In the head?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
In the head or up in the back here, somewhere through here.
Were you saying about that? Were you saying?
I think so. I somewhere around in here.
So you could see his head at that point? You
I
could see his
did.
face? How was his head in relation to the floor? Was it facing down at the floor? Was it facing up towards you? Was it facing out to the side, to the west?
It's kind of facing this way. It's kind of down.
More or less down.
Yeah.
So you probably hit him.
And I don't think, let me think here.
You probably hit him in the back of the head? Did you tell it was Mike yet?
I knew it was Mike, because of his chin. But I don't know if he had his mask on then. It seems like he still had his mask on then. It happened really fast, I don't know, but it
Was that
seems
the
like.
mask on when you were?
Yeah, he had his mask on there for sure. But I know when I came out, his mask was over here, I think. I don't know. I ain't gonna say that either, because that may have been some of the shit he got out of the house that was there. I don't know. I don't know. So I really don't know. I was scared.
When you're back here, and you squared off on, you still have his mask on?
Yeah. But I think when we ran into each other, I think maybe it tilted a little bit. And I think that's what he was trying to do with his other arm, was be able to see. Because he was kind of acting like he didn't know what he was doing. And I just think that's scared. But then I started thinking he may not have been able to actually see out of where he did see. Just out of the eye holes or whatever.
Okay, and then when you went between him now turning and you continuing to shoot and him going to the ground, he still got his mask on.
I think so. Because
You couldn't tell who he was yet.
I don't.
When he's facing you here in the hallway, if he had his mask on, you didn't know it was Mike, right?
Oh, yeah. I was still shot him. It wouldn't matter a bit. But, I really don't know.
So then, after that, after he goes down, you're standing there, the fire extinguisher falls, and you shoot him
It's kind of a reflex, we will,
in the head.
I think, yeah, just kind of the bigger area up in there, because he was kind of crunched up. And I walked around in there and tried to stay out of the blood and stuff, because the guy told me to find the gun.
He didn't have anything in his hands, right?
In his hands?
Right, did he have anything in his hands here?
No, he was going for something in his hands.
Oh,
It is, I don't know if he was going in his,
The pocket?
yeah, that he had on sweatshirts with pockets. I don't know if it was one of those that go all the way through, if it's one that just had two pockets that zippers up.
He wasn't carrying anything.
No, he didn't have anything in his hands. He was going for something either in his pant loops, in his pocket, down in his pants, something, you know.
So
I wasn't really paying attention to what he was grabbing at. I was paying attention to killing him.
But so the bag and stuff, that was already out here. The bag of jewelry and everything was already out here on the ground.
Yes.
With the grocery bag that had his clothes in it.
I guess it had his clothes in, but I don't know if that was.
Earlier in the day, you saw him.
Yeah, earlier in the day, yes. He had date. He said he had date. He had date because he wanted to borrow more money again.
And when you dropped him off on Rancho, was he wearing that sweatshirt? Remember him wearing the sweatshirt and the pants with the bleach stains on them and the cowboy boots that your wife gave to him?
No,
He wasn't wearing those? That's what he was wearing?
I can tell you, he'll tell you what he was wearing is the guy had, the Kawasaki place that sells motorcycles and, ski-doos, because they spend a lot of time with us.
The guy? Oh,
The salesman.
Oh, while you guys were there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Spend a lot of time with us. I shot at him a bunch of times. I don't know how many times I hit him or what, but it was pretty close.
Okay. Yeah, especially these first ones, right?
Yeah.
You don't have it tucked in, you have it stuck forward, you're probably inches away, right?
I think, it seems like on the first one, I kind of almost stood back a little bit, but I'm just not sure.
On, your wife, when you came back over here, and you knelt down beside her here, you had to lift her up and pull her arm up underneath her to get her to flip over.
Yeah, sort of.
So you're kind of grabbing her, you're reaching, getting her right arm underneath her and then flipping her under.
I think I was lifting more by her shirt and her leg, like the material in her leg to get her up. And I only got her up and then I kind of just balanced against her and then pulled again. I mean, I jerked. It wasn't a lift of any kind.
Where
It
was
was
her hand released?
right there, right there.
Where?
Right there.
Okay, so just like maybe 5 or 6 inches inside?
Yeah,
You didn't pull her this way?
no. But she's just too
Did
heavy.
you ever lift her up and then drop her?
No,
There was a point where you stood strapped over the top of her, you lifted her up and then dropped her back down?
no,
Okay. I mean, trying to jump
no,
her over,
no,
or trying to lift her up.
no.
And when you first came in the door and you saw her, was there any movement? Did you see her moving at all?
I think it did, like maybe like her body, like funny heart rates, but I mean funny. And I thought she'd hurt her hip. She'd been playing with her hip had been catching. She wears these patches on her hip and she'd been playing with her hip caught. And I thought maybe and I'll tell you what else too. She'll have 6 or 7 pair of shoes out. Just, it's like she booby traps the place. And that's what I thought. Maybe she had tripped over her own shoes and fallen.
These carpets that you keep in each room, how are they normally? Do you keep them like that? Are they usually squared off like when you step into the room?
I do, but Sharon that moves them. I don't do them the way she does.
Why does she move them? You know? I mean, would you expect that this thing to be turned and squared off to the entrance way to the room?
I put them. I put them like that because I figure it's so they don't catch here and so some of the dirt catches out here, but she pushes them back just like that. It's flat. And this one always goes, they always do. I don't know why, but they always do. Every single one of them does.
Do you ever buy anything out of that?
Oh, yeah, the carpet's not new.
And this, the 38 revolver, you keep where? Can you show that?
This was down. Matter of fact, I don't know who closed this.
When you came in, it was down.
This was down today. I want to ask my brother if he closed that. That kind of tweaks me a little bit too. Or maybe Mike or Colleen did it when they was in here, but I didn't think they got in this far. But that's where it stays. And the reason he knew it was here is because you see this, Sharon had part of her disability is due to she can't see well. And one of the times we was fighting and I decided I was leaving, she says, fuck it, I'll just paint the house and get a renter. And apparently she just went gung-ho and decided to paint that day. And there's 2 or 3 places here and over here and over here, and there's some in the other room that don't match. And Mike was needing some money, and I said, Mike, I just don't, can't loan you no more, I don't have anything else for you for a while. And he said, how about if I could paint, man, I could paint these off, and I could be done in 15, 20 minutes. And he went up there like this to show me, and I didn't have these 2 in at the time, I just had the one in. And when he was showing me, it pushed over and went on an angle and popped open. Oh, now I know where you keep that one. But he didn't really work anyway, because we went shooting or tried to go shooting a couple of times.
So you already know where it was.
Yeah, I don't think he was stupid. And I don't know about the doors, if he did that, if the cops did that, I don't know who did that. I mean, I know we put them up there a little nicer, but it wasn't like that when we went through. Or we getting close to done, my back starting to hurt.
From the time you parked the car, and all this happened pretty quickly. Did you open up the door, you called to Sharon to see what was going on, she doesn't move, and you stepped in, and then you got near the door, you saw some movement, so you ducked in and grabbed the gun, and then as soon as you get back out, he's right adjacent to the door already, and you square off and have a confrontation, you shoot, boom, 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 he goes to the ground, fire extinguisher falls, and you end up firing over several times. And then after that, you come back over and check on Sharon, and clear the rest of the house.
I cleared the rest of the house, sort of,
Did a quick check to make sure there wasn't.
not like you got, not like LP, but, Metro did. My God, if she'd been shot in the toe, she bled to death.
So,
I don't understand that still. Took them forever to come from
okay, so
here.
then you come over here and you kneel down beside her and you check on her and you go call 911? Or did you act right after you get done with the shooting, did you call 911?
As soon as I got them, as soon as he was down, I came and checked on her and checked her pulse, tried to move her, and then I could see that the blood was really, really bad. And went and called 911, I tried to, and that's when I thought the bondage was down, because it goes down a lot.
How long do you think it took you to get up with the bondage whole?
I was checking, before I did the bondage, before I checked her, I was kind of checking these rooms out a little bit for her to see if there was anybody else in them. And
That's before you called 911?
yeah, and that was maybe 30, 40 seconds, maybe a minute.
Okay.
And
If you want to get out to her quick, so you want to get her
yes,
quick.
I've
How long do you think it took you to get a hold of bondage?
I didn't get a hold of mine, I got a hold of 911.
Get through on bondage?
2 minutes, because it was busy, and then it rang through, and then she got me.
Okay.
But,
So all told, how long do you think it took from the time you opened the door to you being on 911? You had mentioned before that you thought it was a lot quicker than obviously walking through.
2-3 minutes maybe.
2-3 minutes, well.
Because I wasn't too concerned about the kids' room, because I could see all of it. And I'm thinking that the green light was on, because it seems like I could see the light coming through behind the door on the couch.
So you check the thing as you're going to get the phone.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, is I'm gonna get the phone, there's nothing in the living room, once I come around the corner, there's no place to hide in the living room. When I went in the other living room places, and that's where I sleep, is my back is on that couch, and there's a green floodlight that comes on at 8:30, and I think I'm seeing that green floodlight, and if there had been anybody hanging up there, I mean, stand up in that corner with them, I ain't able to see the light, so I didn't think I went in there. I think I just maybe pulled the door, pushed the door to see if it,
2-3 minutes stop.
yeah. And a lot of that was just waiting for them to answer, waiting for them to react to it.
And if that out of the way, you're talking about a minute. Well, you took the bondage problem and getting through the 911, we're talking about how long? It's quick. Did you tell me
2 minutes maybe, 2 minutes.
2 minutes from the time you opened the door to the time you're trying to call 911?
Might have been a little longer than that, because I checked Sharon, I tried to start doing Sharon. As soon as I knew Mike was down, there was nobody else in this immediate area. And then it dawned on me that I don't care how good CPR she's hurt, because, yeah, when I tried to turn her over, just blood just oozed out. And then I did the 911 thing. And that took a couple of minutes, but it wasn't very long. It wasn't very long.
We have, senior crime scene analyst here, Brandon Fail. And what we're wanting to do is these spots are more pronounced on the walls now because it's been a little bit of time. They spread out a little bit.
Do you want to break down your room?
He has a bridge.
Well, I see they have not fixed the fan sound. Thank you for joining me. I think they're getting pretty close to taking their morning break. We are on day 2 of the Tommy Randy retrial. Crime Spies' eyes are burning like fire. I have a very bad allergy to ragweed, and it shows. That's what happens mid-August-ish until the first frost. We have the worst, we have the shortest, I should say,
During this
summers.
recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to go on break.
Text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not
Breaky, breaky.
participate in news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research such as consulting dictionary, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make
Oh,
any
lunch break.
investigation, testify,
Yeah, because they're starting at 10:30 in the morning. I'm kind of curious if it's because he apparently has a hard time staying awake.
12:30, we will be in recess until 1:45. All rise for the jury.
I always just pause here just to see if they're going to have any sort of out of the jury earshot conversations. For those of you who are just joining, please make sure to like, follow, share, comment below. I made a couple of little videos over the weekend as like little reminders. I just have to get them put up on here. Yeah, so Crime Spies' eyes burn like fire with allergies. Okay, I think nope, they got nothing here. They got nothing, people. They got nothing. So I think what we're going to go ahead and do, there's not a whole lot to recap, really. Here, let's just try this. Let's try this new thing I did yesterday afternoon. Better on Friday than I do today. So just a quick little recap. Today is day 3, 1, 2, 3 of the Thomas Randolph retrial in Clark County, Nevada. He has already been convicted once of the deaths of Sharon, his 6th wife, and also his handyman/friend, Michael Miller. He received 2 death sentences with those 2 convictions in 2017. However, in 2021, the Supreme Court of Nevada overturned those 2 convictions due to the fact that prior bad acts should never have been brought into the first trial. So he's been granted a retrial, which is what we're watching. For those of you who are new to Crime Spies, last Tuesday, so a week ago today, we did a live stream of the 3-part documentary, or the 3 episodes of Dateline from 2021 that covers the whole entire case. So if you go on my Rumble channel only, not on my YouTube channel, if you go on my Rumble channel, you'll be able to see that. It's pretty much the same thumbnail. It's just in pink. The top says watch and chat. I tried to do it sort of covertly, just because I had actually sent out a tweet asking Dateline why that episode was not available. And they were kind enough to actually respond to my tweet, which just about blew me over. So there's that. Then I'm trying to decide what we should do for the lunch break. So we have an hour to kill. So it's about 2:30 Central Standard Time, 12:30 Mountain Time. So it's like an hour. What should we do? What should we do? Okay, so just to recap briefly, today's day 3. The detective Clifford Mogg of the Las Vegas Police Department. He was one of the officers that showed up responding to the 911 call on the night of May 8th, 2008. He also was the one that interrogated Thomas Randolph that evening, along with, I think his name is Detective Murphy. We haven't heard from him yet. So far, previously in testimony, we have heard from the daughter, the only child of Sharon, Colleen. We heard from her husband, Michael. We heard yesterday from a couple of Sharon's friends. And I'll tell you that Alice Wolf, she's got some chutzpah, that one. We also heard from a neighbor. We also heard from the guy who works for a company called Lumen. Lumen is the company that services the Las Vegas 911 call center because Tommy Randy, he claims that there was no Vonage service. So for those of you who use voice over IP services, I don't even know if Vonage is still around. I think at one time we had Vonage. Then we had Uma. Now we don't. Now we just don't have any. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We heard from a neighbor who overheard three shots in a row, then a pause, and a shot, and then a pause, and then another shot. And I think another pause and another shot. I forget if it was 2 or 3 afterwards. We heard from him. And Detective Mogg finished out yesterday also. Resumed today, and he's been on the stand ever since. We finished the interrogation video that was started yesterday afternoon. Then a little bit of testimony, and now we're watching the walkthrough video, which MB Inc., I don't know if you're watching right now, MB Inc. tried to get the raw footage of that as well, and was unsuccessful in obtaining it. So it's on here now. All right. I just wanted to see what to do for the... Normally I like to start these live streams on a delay so we can skippity-doo through all of the breaks. I've been a little leery to do that on this trial only because it starts kind of late to begin with. But I'm actually surprised. I looked at a couple other people on YouTube that are live streaming this trial, and they're not getting much of an audience on this trial either. I don't understand why, because I find it super interesting. I also, the other day, in the description box below is a video I think I played on Friday from Law&Crime. Jesse Weber was interviewing, I want to say her last name is like Matley. And she's been following the case for 8 years. She said she believes it's a 50-50 chance of him getting acquitted. Now, for those of you who have been watching this whole entire time, Tommy Randy, he's quite the character. I know after, I think it was wife number 3 that died from that post-operative, post-heart surgery. He sued that hospital for malpractice and won. His second wife, who died by self-inflicted gunshot wound, he was actually tried and acquitted for that. And after he was acquitted, I believe he also sued and was awarded money for that. So he's been in prison since either late 2008 or 2009. I thought it was like 14 years. Somebody the other day said 15 years. So 14, 15 years he's been in prison for this particular case. It took from 2008-9, it took 8 years to bring him to trial the first time. And he was in prison the whole entire time. And he foreshadowed, if you watch that Dateline documentary series, yeah, in 3 years, it's no big deal if I get sentenced to death because in 3 years it's going to get overturned and I'm going to get acquitted. And then he's all smiles. Ugh. So, I don't know. The whole reason they tried to introduce the prior bad acts in the first trial, which, according to people in the legal profession, that's like, rule number 101 when you go to law school is don't introduce any prior bad acts. And they did. The judge let it in, and that's the catalyst that overturned the first trial convictions. So there's that. Let's just see what Pluto TV has on right now. Yeah, they have some commentary. So maybe let's just watch a little Pluto TV for a time. And I'll put up a banner, come back in about an hour, and we will resume. Again, consider
You just don't know what a jury is going to think about this particular piece of evidence. But it definitely is a bizarre comment to make about both of your wives who have passed away.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it does give you heartburn because you don't ever know what a jury's going to do anyway. Nima, if you are defending Randolph, how do you handle this video that is rambling and long in his own words? How do you cross-examine that if you can?
Well, it's not easy because you have your client who's now put himself in a position. He locked himself into this story, right? So the question is this story going to be supported by the evidence, the forensics? Let's not forget, I mean, Shadi killed his friend, his handyman, and there's well over 100 phone calls between them. This wasn't a stranger. And this friend came in and shot your wife. The story doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, I know the jurors aren't going to hear about the other prior bad acts unless he takes the stand, which I don't think he will, and opens that door. And I mean, he's really playing with house money. I mean, this is a Vegas case. He got a death sentence overturned, so he's only looking at life in this case. But I think this is going to be a very, very difficult case to defend. But really, he's older. He's basically gotten his life saved. So I think the defense has already won in this case, Ashley.
Oh, this case, it is something else. I certainly have been riveted. Excellent attorneys on both sides of this case, in my opinion, by the way, watching them. They both know what they're doing. I also want to say to you both, Nima, of course, we always enjoy having you as a frequent guest on Court TV. Ted, welcome to Court TV. We know it's your first time joining us. Gentlemen, you're going to stand by because up next, we're going to see more of the walkthrough video. But does the defendant start to change his story about his encounter with the alleged intruder? Let us know what you think. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
A man married 6 times. 4 of his wives died under mysterious circumstances.
Eccentric widower Thomas Randolph,
Charged with the murders of his wife and the man he allegedly paid to kill her.
a 2017 conviction overturned.
Plan between Mr. Miller and Mr. Randolph was to kill Sharon.
Now he faces a jury once again.
The Widower Murder Trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
I want to ask you to.
Okay, so maybe what we will do is just, since they're covering some commentary on this trial, maybe that's what we'll do for the lunch break today, is listen to some of this. Like I said before we tuned into Pluto TV, God, can you imagine if he gets acquitted? I mean, this is the 3rd day of testimony. Oh, and I was also going to say the defense attorneys are doing an absolutely fantastic job. For those of you who watched the Taylor Schabusiness trial a few weeks ago, the defense attorney in that case also did an absolutely remarkable job considering what his client did. He tried everything. There's actually a really good interview that he did with, it's either like News Nation or Court TV or Law&Crime a couple weeks ago. He tried hard. The first trial that we on Crime Spies covered was Letitia Stouck trial. And the attorney in that case, one of the defense attorneys in that case, Will Cook, he didn't try hardly at all. The only thing he accomplished was messing up his hairdo every day out of frustration. I mean, he'd bang his head on the table like, oh, what am I doing? So that was kind of crazy. Yeah, I think that's a good plan. We'll just do that for a little while here. Also, I'm trying to upload from this morning for those of you in the politics side. Glenn Beck has a 1 hour, the first hour of his TV show every day, I should say, is on YouTube. And he does it live. And this morning he started off by talking about Trump's indictment number 4. So I did a screen record of it before it went offline. And we're trying to upload that also on my Rumble channel. Was very interesting perspective. What else? I think Poppy's behind me. She might come up here and say hello. Oh, and another thing. What was her name now? That mother of 5 that was found in, was it Massachusetts? Rachel Moran. This morning, before this trial started, 2 videos. I'm gonna go find their links and put them in the comments or maybe the description. For those of you who are interested in what's going on with that case. Oh, here we go.
12 minutes. That's why police didn't arrive in 20 minutes till after
So
you
this guy
heard the
testified
shot.
yesterday. He
So
was the neighbor.
the delay. What do you think he was doing?
He was trying to clean up, cover his tracks. That's what he was doing, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know, but that's what I think. My own personal opinion.
That guy there was
Welcome
Mark
back to Court
Bartlett. He
TV Live. I'm
testified
Ashley Wilcott. Thank you
yesterday.
for joining us. Former death row inmate Thomas Randolph is back in court today for day 3 of his double murder trial. Randolph was convicted in 2017 for the fatal shootings of his 6th wife and an alleged hitman 9 years earlier. As we know, that conviction was overturned due to jurors hearing about his prior bad acts. Now prosecutors are trying this case once again. We want to get you back into court. Now, remember, the jury is seeing the walkthrough video of the defendant. He did this shortly after the murders. He had the investigator with him. It was Detective Clifford Mogg, who's now retired, but he's the one who was doing this interview of Randolph. So he's on the stand. Let's go back to see more of the video.
No, I just, when I came in here like this, decided, okay, I thought I'd seen something right there. And it's not just like that. I just started in there and came back right about that, about what I did. He's about right where he is.
Okay, so you saying that right in the area?
And even closer, about where they about here.
Okay.
Okay, and then he just kind of comes in twice. He's more like going out, but he's looking at him. Okay, he's looking at me.
But he's making his motion work towards the door.
I don't know if he's making his toward the door or more toward just coming around this way. I'm just saying he wasn't that far. He was about right here.
And he's not here, and he's going towards the garage door.
I don't know if he's going towards the garage door. He's just going to right here. Because as far as I know, it's actually going there.
Just if you could, not me doing it, if you could explain his actions for me, you could kind of show what you remember him doing.
He just came up this coming up right up here. Well, he's just about right here. And I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he's doing because I just turned around and got this and turned around, right there he was. There he was.
What was in his head? What was he physically doing? What were his movements that you remember?
Just about. Well, that was about it. He just walking like this, and he knew. I think he knew I went in there. I don't know if he seen me go in there or what. But when he gave
see you do, you could just repeat his movements.
It's like that. It's kind of
So he stepped in the doorway and squared off on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
More of a, not there, it's not there. Yeah, maybe about right there. He was looking for first, I thought he was looking at something, but I guess he was just looking through me.
You're just a few inches away from each other.
Just a few inches away, and he's going, I had just come down with the gun, and he didn't see my gun, I had a gun. And he's doing for something, I don't know what it is. He's either getting a gun or something, because they're giving him something with his hands.
He's facing this way, he's got both hands or just one?
Just one, but I don't know for sure.
It's stamped in your memory, and I'm sure you can never forget it.
I think it was this hand, he was digging in, because I was thinking I could probably hit him. I think it was his hand here, he was digging with. Well, he had both hands down, because one hand,
Hands, and it looks like one hand was digging.
was like this hand.
Okay.
And then came up with, kind of cut the other hand up like a defensive move almost.
He did?
Yeah, well, he was just getting it up, I don't know if he was gonna push me or what.
What was he saying?
I don't know that anything was said, there was. I don't remember, I don't think he did, I don't think he
So
did.
he steps up in here, and then he turns and he squares off against you, and then what do you do?
He just looked, just probably, that's it, then he moves on down here, moves on down here.
He didn't come in on you?
No, he didn't come in on me, he just, well, maybe a little bit on me, but not like we was gonna fight. He was more, and you know what happened, when we came in like this, you sort of like this, when we came out like this, I don't know if he was, because he's looking for his stuff, and then with this hand came up, and I thought he was gonna push me, but I think what he did is do the mask, because somehow it seems like maybe his mask came up a little bit.
So he lifts his own right arm and takes.
I don't know that for sure. I'm just trying to just come around. We may have just touched here a little tiny bit.
Where was he in relation to you when you fired the first time?
Maybe right there.
So is he going?
No, he's turned toward me still. He's still.
Shotgun, how's he doing?
No, he's still trying to dig. He's still digging out. He's just like this, just digging out. And I'm kind of coming. I'm just coming at him. I'm going to shoot him. There's no.
We're in here and he squared off on you. How did he get there?
He's seeing me, then he just turned around, just kind of, no, he wasn't running, he was back the whole time. You know, keeping an eye on me. He's keeping an eye on me, see where I'm going.
Okay, so now he's gotten over to here and he's still squared off against you?
Pretty close, like that. I just started shooting, yeah. I just started to shoot, I don't know if I fired the first shot, I just shot.
Squared on you?
Don't know. I think he's still facing me. He might have been a little more. No, I don't think so. I think then I may have already shot him when he put the gun up, but he's more maybe kind of like that. It seems like it was like that, because it was just like, it was close. It was pretty close. Might have been a little further back. Yeah. And then he was headed toward the door. And that was it.
All right, so show me his movement from the time he came up here, he's back here. Where you first see him, show me what you saw him do. Back here. The door was closed, though, right?
No, but we don't. I closed the door after they told me to go get the gun and close the door.
So this is before all that's happened, though, because you're still confirmed.
Right. And I had the door, when I came in and seen Sharon, I had the door. Yeah, I did, I stood here from this Sharon. Called at her a couple of times, and I actually started, like I told you, I pushed the garage and then stopped it, because I was actually able to get the name. back down, and I did it just like that.
Okay.
Came up here and about right here, I just thought, oh, this ain't cool, and started going in to get the gun. And like I said, just as I started to go in here, I don't know if he went in, if he came out, if he jumped across, because it just had a corner of my eye, but I think he was hiding. I think he was in that bedroom, and he just stuck his eye out enough that I could just see him in the drum. Yeah, I think so, just enough that I could see him, and just out of the corner of my eye. And that's what I just found. And we, yeah, and right around in here somewhere, we actually kind of bumped into each other just for a split second.
Okay, but if he's running towards that open door.
Well, I don't know, he was going toward the door as much as maybe he was coming toward me.
So show me what you saw from the moment you could see him after you get the gun.
I was ready to see him.
Well, you don't want to turn away from this. I still stand by. I think that the defendant got himself in trouble by giving all of this scenario because we know there's some contradictions. In fact, up next at one point, hear how the defendant says he tried to stay out of the blood, plus what he says about making that 911 call. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I started hearing these stories about murder.
Go deep inside the dark world of true crime.
We knew that what we were doing had consequences, but we just didn't care.
Vice on Court TV, tonight at 7/6 Central.
Tonight on Closing Arguments.
Okay, so the court is on lunch break. I have a ticker going on the bottom. They'll be resuming at 1:40 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is 4:40 p.m. Eastern Time here in Central Time Zone, 3:40 p.m. So Court TV looks like they're replaying clips from the morning. I'm just going to let that run just so as not to confuse those who might be joining us. Crime Spies does not feel very well. I've got some significant problems with my eyes today. So I really don't want to be on camera. But it is what it is. Hope you're having a good day. I was mentioning prior to Court TV coming back from commercial that if you are following the I think it's Rachel Moran case, she went missing on August 5th. So just a few, 10 days ago or so? Yeah, 10 days ago she went missing. Her body was found in a tunnel at some park trail. For those of you who are on the YouTube side, Gazella, Grizzly True Crime, I absolutely love her. Not only do I love her personality, she's just so smart. She used to be a pilot for South African Airlines. How amazing is that? Now she lives in the Netherlands with her husband, Mr. Grizzly, and their cat, Fury. I asked her a few weeks ago how she keeps her lipstick on all like the whole entire time. Turns out she uses this Maybelline Stay Matte vinyl ink. I forgot the color, Royal, I think something. And Saturday when we went to Ed Sheeran, Lily's lipstick was a matte finish. And I'm like, holy crap, what are you wearing? That's like stays on. I have to reapply all the time. And she's like, oh, it's this Maybelline Stay Matte ink. So it turns out it's basically the same exact thing that Gazella wears, just in the matte finish. So I sent out a tweet saying, you really need to sponsor Gazella because I'm going to go buy that in bulk. I just haven't gotten a chance to get out and get some. And my daughter, she's got a gigantic TikTok following. I think she's got like 1 million followers or something crazy. She needs to join me for one of these live streams before school starts. So that's just kind of a random thing for you to ponder. What else is going on? So, I was saying, so Gazella, I think she's done a couple, 2, 3. So I'm going to post the link to the one she posted this morning about this Rachel Marin, about her missing. And then there's this really interesting guy on.
Let's get you back to the widower murder retrial for Thomas Randolph, facing a jury once again for the 2008 murders of his 6th wife and a hitman that he allegedly hired to kill her. And it was his handyman. On the stand now, we have Detective Clifford Mogg. He's retired now. However, he was the one that interviewed Randolph shortly after the murders. The state is continuing to play the walkthrough video done by the defendant as he explains and describes what happened.
Okay, I just want to finish up by saying I'll put the links in the description below of Gazella's one from today, and then you can look back on the playlist. But there's this guy, I forget what his first name is. His last name is kind of long, starts with a G, and he was interviewed by some news program, and he's like, yeah, I just had this feeling like she was in a tunnel somewhere, and then says that like he was there during when they found her body, and I don't know if it was him or his daughter and her boyfriend found Rachel's body in the tunnel. Something's goofy with that guy. I said it to MB Inc. He covered, I think on his YouTube channel, he's got like that 2-minute clip of this guy who decided he was going to make himself famous and talk about it. And I put on his thing, I think this was like early Saturday. I put on his, like, something's goofy with this guy. And then, like, the next day I watched something that Gazella had posted, a video she had posted. And she's kind of getting the same impression. Everybody's pointing fingers at the boyfriend because she had just changed her boyfriend status to in a relationship like 4 days beforehand. And then she's dead. Then I found this other guy on YouTube. I mean, he's got a pretty good following. I mean, I'm almost at 100 over there, so I'm almost in the big time, really. He's got a pretty good following. I'm not sure why people don't follow him more, but he had a live stream this morning walking the trail, and when I was watching Gazella's live stream, well, I watched it after it was over, but her video from this morning, and she's like, if any of you, are boots on the ground, please message me. So I posted a comment like, this JLR investigates guy, he's there right now. So those two, I just bit my tongue. Those two I would suggest watching if that's a trial that you're following. So, all right. Well, like I said, we've got about 45 minutes yet of lunch, and Court TV is just playing clips from this morning.
I think the gun holds 8, they had one in the chamber. That's 9. It's 9, and I don't remember it staying open, so it had to be 8 or less.
Okay, but so then what happens after he's now he's squared off against you, you fired the first round.
I fired once or twice, fired again.
And as he's going out the door.
On fire and firing.
Okay, and then.
He's, by then I'm here, he's down, laying, falling or laying down, I don't know.
See that face first?
I think he does, because maybe on the shoulder, but kind of his head turned down.
Somewhere on his right side, Sean?
Kind of like. Kind of under his hand, but like that, but laying down. Because the car was to the back and he's small. Did you flip him over?
Still with us, Ted Spalding and Nima Rahmani. Ted, let me start with you. Final thoughts as we're watching this walkthrough video of the defendant telling his version of what happened.
It's the same thoughts as before. Stop talking. one of my biggest thoughts when I was seeing this last portion was, first and foremost, kudos to the detective. He was asking fantastic questions, going back through it multiple times. I don't know if the viewer saw, but his testimony changed. What he was telling the detective, this gentleman is going into the room, confronting him almost, to then at the end there, it looked like he was scooting to try to get out the door with his hand in the pocket the whole time. So there was an inconsistency there. This is why you should never go through all these things as a defendant or a potential suspect at this point. Some other things that I saw interesting, I don't know if others have picked up on. I do some personal injury work, and I've noticed he keeps talking about his back. And if you hear him, he's constantly groaning every time he bends down. He moved the mat toward the door and did this real loud groan. I don't know if the defense is going to try to use that later to explain why he was acting the way he was with his wife when he was trying to move her over to resuscitate her, and why he couldn't do it. But I just find all of that very odd and over dramatic by him, with all of these groans when he's bending down or touching and moving a simple rug or something.
And
very bizarre, this whole thing.
It is, but Ted, it goes to the point that the defense, I think, is going to try to say he was taking medication because of that problem. And so it ties in nicely, perhaps, for the defense, but we'll see. Thank you again, Ted, for joining us this hour. Nima Rahmani sticking around to continue with all your great expertise. And up next, always happy to say, Michael Ayala is joining me. We're going to get to that part of the defendant talking about calling 911, something that allegedly took him 12 minutes to do. Stay tuned.
This is Morgan. They never really thought about their credit scores until they had 8 roommates. Whew, that's crowded. So Morgan used Credit Karma to help them improve their scores and started saving for a down payment. Then they moved back in with their original roommates until they could afford their own place. Thanks, Mom. That's how Morgan finally found the perfect home with the perfect little roommate to match. Intuit Credit Karma. Download the free money app where your hard work.
All right, Crime Spies. I'm trying to upload this thing I made yesterday. It's not working. So we were talking about that Rachel, mother of 5, who was found dead. Well, she went missing on the 5th of August, and she was found, I believe, the next day. So there's that case. I'm going to put the link in the bottom. I didn't know this commercial was going to happen so fast. The other thing I wanted to mention that I thought was important, this morning, I saw another clip from Nikki, forget the last name. She's a former prostitute out of New York or New Jersey. There's an interview with Anjanette Levy of Law&Crime. It's like close to 20 minutes, I think. And she had a date with Rex. I'm not entirely sure if I picked up on when it was. You have got to listen to her interview. I'm not a big fan of that Anjanette Levy, but that was really interesting. So she talks about how, when she would work, she'd have all these ads here and there. And then prior to any, getting together with someone, she would, meet them at a public place. So they met at this, seafood place. She was allergic to shellfish. And then you got to listen to it. She got some super weird vibes. She's so smart. Now she's a hairdresser. But I had posted, I think it was last week on Twitter, and tagged the usuals, like Peter from Tragos Law, the lawyer Not sure if I tagged Larry, the DUI guy, plus. I know I tagged Ian Runkle. I think he hates me now or something. He's ignoring me. I'm not sure entirely who else I had tagged. Oh, I did want to tag that Steve Gosney. Oh, do I love him. He's really good. But I just said, I think there needs to be a really strong conversation about these women that work in that kind of adult industry, illegal adult industry. And they need to have like some blanket immunity because they're not coming forward to the police reporting these people that they're running into because of the fact that they don't themselves want to get convicted of practicing an illegal profession. So think of all the people, serial killers that probably could be caught if they felt comfortable enough, going to the police.
Here today, giving you your front row seat to justice. Court is on a break in the widower murder retrial, but we're catching you up on testimony. The jury has been watching that walkthrough video of Thomas Randolph taken in 2008 after the deaths of his wife, Sharon, and handyman Mike Miller.
Randolph is charged in their murders, accused of trying to cover it up by claiming it was a botched robbery. But first, his conviction was overturned the first time he was at trial. But I want to get you back into court now, where the jury is seeing the walkthrough of the video of the defendant. On the stand is, remember, the detective Clifford Moog. Now, he's the one that interviewed Randolph, and this was a little bit after the one he did while in custody.
Right.
Took him back to the place, and actually, he testified earlier, he took him back and had this scheduled for around the exact time that it happened.
Which is brilliant.
Which
The
is really
detective's
brilliant.
pretty good, yeah.
He's definitely knows what he's doing. All right, let's get back into the courtroom.
Right to find the gun the guy told me to. But I shot him before that again. Okay. I was standing right around, probably about right here. Okay. And this is almost the same continuous motion. I already shot him and was coming up and he was down and kind of, doing whatever you do as you go down. And about that time, that's kind of scary. About that time, I had stopped shooting for a minute because I thought that's it, he's done. And about that time, with the light went off, it was up. And there was the door. Fire extinguishers that's over here. I think it's anyway, this fire extinguisher, when I was sitting, it was under my car, like that. But my car was further down. The fire extinguisher fell, and that's what the noise was.
And then fired a few more times from the truck.
One or twice I can't hear them. Once or twice, and I was still in here.
So he's laying head that way.
Almost head and body kind of this way, his legs over here, one hand there. And that's what I was. No, wait, his hand would have been up underneath here. So he was kind of laying like this, at first. And when the noise came down, I shot one or two times along here.
Okay.
Maybe once, maybe twice. Pardon me?
Where'd you get him?
I shot him in the head. Shot him in the head. I think so, yeah.
Okay.
In the head or in the back here, so must have here.
You saying about that?
I think so. I somewhere around in here.
So you can see his head at that point? You can see his face? How was his head in relation to the floor? Was it facing down to the floor, or was it facing down towards you? Was it facing out to the side, to the west?
It's kind of facing this way. It's down.
More or less down.
Yeah.
So you probably have,
And I don't think everything here.
it's probably in the back of the head. Did you tell it was Mike then?
I knew it was Mike, his chin. But I don't know if he had his mask on him. It seems like he still had his mask on him. It happened really fast. I don't know. It's coming year between year. He had his mask on there for sure. But I know when I came out, his mask was over here, I think. I don't know. I ain't gonna say anything, because that may have been so much shit he got out of the house. It was there. I don't know. I don't know. So I really don't know. I was scared.
When you're back here, and you squared off on, you still had his mask on?
Yeah, but it was, I think when we ran into each other, I think maybe it tilted a little bit, and I think that's what he was trying to do, is his other arm was able to see. Because he was kind of acting like he didn't know what he was doing. And I just figured that's scared, because I started thinking he may not be able to actually see out of where he did see. Just out of the eyeballs or whatever.
Okay, and then when he went, between him now turning and you continuing to shoot and him going to the ground, he still got his mask on.
I think so. I think so.
You couldn't tell who he was.
I didn't.
When he's facing you here in the hallway, if he had his mask off, you didn't know it was Mike, right?
Oh, yeah. I was still shouting. It wasn't very bit. But, I really don't know. I really don't know.
So then, after that, after he goes down, standing here, the fire extinguisher falls and you shoot him.
Yeah, kind of a reflex. We will. I think, yeah, just kind of the bigger area up in there, because he was kind of punched up. And I walked around in there and tried to stay out of the blood and stuff, because the guy told me find the gun.
He didn't have anything in his hands, right?
In his hands?
Right. Did he have anything in his hands here?
No, he was going for something in his hands. I don't know if he was going in his
pocket.
Yeah, that he had on sweatshirts with pockets. I don't know if it was one of those that go all the way through, if it's one that just had two pockets that zippers up.
He wasn't carrying anything.
No, he didn't have anything in his hands. He was going for something either in his pant loops, in his pocket, down in his pants, something, you know.
So
I wasn't really paying attention to what he was grabbing at. I was paying attention to killing him.
Okay. But so the bag and stuff, that was already out here. The bag is jewelry and everything was already out here on the ground.
Yes.
But the grocery bag that has clothes in it.
I guess it has clothes in it. I don't know if that
Earlier in the day you saw him.
Yeah, earlier in the day, yes. He had that date. He said that date because he wanted to borrow more money again.
And when you dropped him off on Rancho, was he wearing that sweatshirt? Remember him wearing the sweatshirt and the pants with the bleach stains on them and the cowboy boots that your wife gave him?
No,
He wasn't wearing those? That's not what he wearing?
I can tell you, he'll tell you what he was wearing is the guy he had, the cows and duplexes, those motorcycles and skis, because they spend a lot of time with us.
The guy,
The salesman.
oh, during one of the guys there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spend a lot of time with us. I shot at him a bunch of times. I don't know how many times I hit him or what, but it was pretty close.
Okay. Yeah, especially these first ones, right?
Yeah.
You don't have it tucked in, you have it stuck forward, you're probably inches away, right?
I think it seems like on the first one, I kind of almost stood back a little bit, but I'm just not sure.
On your wife, when you came back over here and you knelt down beside her here, you had to lift her up and pull an arm up underneath her to get her to look over.
Yeah, sort of.
So you're kind of grabbing her, you're reaching to get your right arm underneath her and then pushing around it.
I think I was lifting more by her shirt and her leg, like the material in her leg to get her up. And I only got her up and then I kind of just balanced against her and pulled again on that shirt. It wasn't It wasn't a lift of any kind. It was for hand release. Right there, right here.
Okay, so just like maybe 5 or 6 inches inside?
Yeah.
You didn't pull this one?
No. But she's just too heavy.
Did you ever lift her up and then drop her?
No.
There was a point where you stood a strap over the top of her and lifted her up and then dropped her back in?
No.
Okay. Were you trying to
No.
And when you first came in the door and you saw her, was that you moving? Did you see her moving out?
I think it did, like her body, like funny heart rates, but funny. And I thought she'd hurt her hip. She'd been playing with her hip has been catching. She wears these patches on her hip, and she'd been playing with her hip caught. And I thought maybe and I'll tell you what else too. It drives me crazy, and I'd love for her to do it right now. But she will leave 6 or 7 pair of shoes out. I don't know how many times I've hurt my back getting up in the middle of the night trying to be quiet because I don't sleep at nights. And all of a sudden it's she booby traps the place. And that's what I thought. Maybe she had tripped over her own shoes and fallen.
These carpets that you keep in each room, how are they going with it? Do you keep them like that? Or do you usually square it off when you step into the room?
I do, but Sharon that moves them. I don't do them the way she does.
Why does she move them? Do you know? I mean, would you expect that this thing to be turned and squared off to the entrance of the room?
I put them. I put them like that because I figure it's so they don't catch here and so some of the dirt catches out here, but she pushes them back just like that. It's flat. And this one always goes, they always do. I don't know why, but they always do. Every single one of them does.
Do your body hang on that?
Under the carpet's on you.
Okay. And this, the 38 revolver you keep wearing, can you show that?
All right, we're going to step aside, take a break. And Judge, in so many ways, you're watching him talk to the police. And we've seen it so many times. You just feel like he's digging his own grave in many ways. And again, I don't know if he's innocent or guilty. Again, that's what this trial is about. But there's inconsistencies. And I think on some level, there's always going to be slight inconsistencies if you tell a story 4 and 5 times.
I agree with you, but everybody says it is only if you're lying that you really cannot remember the details, and there are a lot of inconsistencies.
All right, fair enough. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the defendant tells the reporter what he had to do before he called police. An important part of the case because the timeline as to from when the shots and when the police were called, very big thing in this case. So important testimony coming up. Keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Argument, surrounding the murder of a Maryland mother of 5.
Oh, this is that one I was talking
Rachel
about.
Warren was reported missing. 1 day later, her body found on a hiking trail. We'll bring you the very latest in the investigation. And 4 University of Idaho students tragically killed. Now their alleged killer is awaiting trial. We'll preview what to expect for Friday's hearing.
Closing arguments tonight at
I gotta write
8/7
that down
Central,
prior to hearing
only
about
on
that.
Court.
All right, so for those of you who are wondering what's going on, the court is taking a lunch break. Crime Spies normally streams these trials on a couple-hour delay. This one has a late start to begin with. And we are on day 3. It looks like Law&Crime's feed is very reliable. A couple of days ago, or it was yesterday, I think they wanted me to pay for it. And I was like, why do I have to pay-per-view for something? So I had mentioned also, I'm very confused why this is not getting more attention. Seems like I normally don't have a big giant audience anyway, but some of the, more popular live streamers of trials, like Shaming of Jay. I know he's been covering this trial, and he normally gets a couple thousand views every day, and he's only getting like 400 or 500 views of this trial. So go figure. Beginning tomorrow, going till the end until closing arguments of this trial, I'm going to start on a 2-hour delay so we don't have to sit and wait through these breaks. It appears that there is no morning break because they don't start until 10:30 Pacific time. So we just have the lunch break and the afternoon break, but I think that's what we're going to do. I am not feeling the greatest today. I've got some significant allergies to ragweed. My eyes are burning like fire. So I did post, if you go on the Rumble channel, let me just show you real quick. If you go on the Rumble channel, here is what we're watching right now. And in the description box, prior to the last, or during the last Court TV break, I talked about, I think it was 4 videos. So underneath in the description box, just click more, see more. There's like a very beginning part. Let me move myself. Okay, there's a beginning part, and then there's a link to the Dateline episode that we played last Tuesday. It's about 5 hours, about 4 hours of content and about an hour of me talking. Then there's a Bustle article that lists all 6 wives. Then here's some more links if you missed it and just want to watch the prosecuting opening statements, defense opening statements, the walkthrough with police, which actually is in testimony today. That's kind of what we're watching. And then the video I played last Friday that was earlier in the week, interviewing that gal who's followed the case for about 8 years, and her comments at the end, what she thinks. She claims that, based on the evidence of this particular trial, because remember the prior bad acts was brought into the last trial, which caused the conviction, which was overturned. She thinks there's a 50-50 chance he's going to get acquitted. He's been in jail for 15 years. Can you imagine the lawsuit he's going to have? And then I just added these right here, videos I mentioned during the lunch break. The Rachel Marin, here is Gazella's link to her live stream from this morning, going over some new evidence. And she is so fantastic about putting all of her videos in a playlist. So that this is the most recent one, but then you can just click on the playlist that corresponds to this, and you can see she's also done a couple excellent ones prior to this. This Rachel went missing 10 days ago today and was found 9 days ago today. And then the JLR investigates. He was live streaming this morning from the trail that she was found off of. And Grisella. Oh, actually, that's kind of good. Gazella and Grizzly. Grisella. There you go. Grisella was asking for boots on the ground, so I did share with her this link on Twitter. So for those of you, I find this guy, he's been all over the place. And then here is that 2-minute interview that MB Inc. had posted last week. That guy, his last name starts with a G, very long name. It's only about 2 minutes long, but him interviewing with some news outlet, saying, yeah, I just kept thinking about it, and I thought she was going to be finding some tunnel. You got to watch that. It's 2 minutes. So that's from MB Inc. And then this is the last thing I talked about during the last court break. I saw it this morning. I'm not sure if it was posted yesterday or today. This Nikki Brass, she's a former prostitute out of the Long Island serial killer kind of neck of the woods. And you have got to watch this. I'm actually, what I should maybe do is send this to, I might send another like retweet of this, because as I had mentioned last week, I said, you know, these gals that are in an illegal profession, you know, they don't go to the police because they risk thinking that, you know, they're themselves going to get arrested because they're breaking the law. You know what I mean? So I think we need to have a strong conversation about giving them some kind of immunity if they do come forward. It's just like I was talking to the kids the other day about that baby that the gal, I don't know if it was in the Carolinas, she was 19 years old, and she birthed a baby in the bathroom after going to the emergency room, and threw it in the garbage can and then put like another like garbage can liner over the top of it. The baby was autopsied to have error in the lungs. And I was just talking to the kids about it when we were waiting to get to the concert over the weekend. And I said, you know, there are laws that say if you birth a baby in the woods, in the street, in your house, at the park, no matter where, and you do not want that baby, you can walk into the emergency room of any hospital. I know for a fact here in Minnesota, but I believe it's a nationwide law. And you could just hand that baby over to the people at the emergency room, no questions asked, and say, I don't want this baby. So I was talking about that. And, you know, if there's a law like that, that people can't get prosecuted for saying, I don't want this baby at the hospital, can't there be something similar for people that work in you know, a legal profession? Think of all the serial killers they'd probably catch way sooner. Or think about all the serial killers that commit serial killings targeting, you know, that kind of industry, because they know that the girls are too scared to go and report them. You've got to watch this interview. You have to. It's really good. Maybe I should add that to like Cocktails and Crime this week on the crime side. And then I haven't uploaded yet on my Rumble channel. It's like 12 minutes or so from this morning's Glenn Beck, him talking about the Trump indictment number 4 bullshit. So there's that. All right. Well, they're back in court here, or not back in court yet. We've got about 15 minutes before the court is going to be back with the afternoon session of the Tommy Randy Day 3 retrial. So we're just watching some court TV, which has had very brief commentary. I was kind of hoping they'd have more, you know, experts on talking about this case, because as I said last week, I sent out a tweet tagging several people that I follow on social media who are attorneys that have, you know, significant followings in the true crime world, asking them what their opinion is about the defense team that Thomas Randolph has, because they're not playing games. They got the gloves off. They're doing everything they can. This guy's been in prison for 15 years. I'd really like to hear their expert opinion.
So how long do you think it took you to get hold of mine?
I didn't get hold of mine. I got a hold of mine.
Get through our bond.
2 minutes because it was busy and then it rang through and she got me.
Okay. So all told, how long do you think it took from the time you opened the door to you being on 911? You didn't answer before, you thought it was a lot quicker than obviously walking.
2-3 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. Because I wasn't too concerned about the kids' room because I could see all of it. And I'm thinking that the green light was on because it seems like I could see the rocket coming through on the door on the couch, and he was like, okay, you're going here. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is we're going to get the phone. There's nothing in the living room. Once I come around the corner, there's no place to hide in the living room. Where they're running the other living room place is, and that's where I sleep, because my back is on that couch. And there's a green floodlight that comes on at 8:30. And I think I'm seeing that green floodlight, and if there had been anybody hanging up there, I mean, standing up in that corner would have been able to see the light. So I don't even think I went in there. I think they just maybe pulled the door, pushed the door to see if it 15 minutes stopped. Yeah. And a lot of that was just waiting for them to answer, waiting for them to react to it.
And that when you were talking about that. You get that lives problem and getting through that, and we're talking about how long it's great. Did you go
2 minutes, maybe 2 minutes.
2 minutes from the time you open the door to the time you're trying to call my mom?
Might have been a little longer than that, because I checked Sharon. I tried to start doing Sharon. As soon as I knew Mike was down, there was nobody else in this immediate area. And then it dawned on me that I don't care how good CPR she's hurt, because when I tried to turn her over, his blood just oozed out. And then I did the 911 thing. And that took a couple of minutes, but it wasn't very long. It wasn't very long.
Do we have senior crime senior analyst here, Brandon there, and what we're wanting to do is these spots are more pronounced on the walls now because it's been a little bit of time. They spread out a little bit.
Do you want to break down here?
Can you up, Rach?
All right, so that was the walkthrough tape basically in its entirety. Just after this, there's a bit of a break, and then they go to lunch. So we'll move on now and bring in our guest still with us, former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. Nima, as I watch this again, we consistently lament the fact that he's even talking to them, but let's move past that. He is talking. There are inconsistencies, but I'll be honest with you, what I'm more concerned about, or what I would be more concerned about if I was representing him, is his demeanor. His demeanor strikes me as very odd. There doesn't seem to be very much emotion. And especially since later on, I'm going to argue that that emotion could affect or be the reason why there are inconsistencies.
Well, I agree, Michael. Here's a defendant who comes across as not likable and not credible. I mean, his wife was just killed, and he's talking to the investigating officer like, someone broke into his car. So there's no emotion, there's no sadness, and that's something that jurors are going to pick up on. And then, we've talked about the rambling statement, the inconsistency, the credibility. Let's talk about the key fact that I see. You have someone who was supposedly wearing a mask, and he's shot in the head, but there's no bullet holes in that mask. So the defense is going to have to argue that he somehow took off this mask. Story doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And obviously there's that gap in time from the time that the shooting happened to him calling 911. So lots of problems with this story. And I don't know how the defense is going to explain it away.
And to me, I think absolutely it means this defendant will not testify. That would be a bad idea because you already have these inconsistencies and it would give the state a chance to cross-examine. But Nima, let me get your thoughts because he is fairly actively involved in this litigation. As you can see from all the information he brings in, he seems like he's paying attention. He had a lot to say on that video walkthrough. Do you think that this defendant might say, no, I'm going to clarify. Let me get up on that stand?
Well, traditionally, Ashley, if you ask me, I'd say there's no way Randolph is getting anywhere near the stand. But a lot's changed over the past few years, So we've covered these trials on Court TV, and we've been surprised, and we've seen defendants take the stand when they shouldn't have taken the stand. They've gotten absolutely annihilated on cross-examination. It's a prosecutor's dream, but again, it's definitely a shift over time. So I don't think he will, but I wouldn't be surprised if he takes control of this case and decides, hey, I want to swing for the fences and see if I can convince these jurors that I was actually acting in self-defense.
Hey, he's been a very high maintenance defendant. He's been through 9 or 10 attorneys. I've lost count. A couple of his attorneys have said he knows as much about the case as we do. So he clearly is someone who is very much involved in his defense. And what we've seen time and time again, Nima, you say it's a prosecutor's dream, but we've seen time and time again where prosecutors struggle with cross-examination. They don't do a great job. And I think maybe that could be a reason why we're seeing more and more defendants make that choice, but also when they get on the stand, not necessarily be terribly hurt by it.
Well, I agree, Michael. And prosecutors, for better or worse, they don't get that many opportunities to cross-examine witnesses. That's what defense attorneys do every single day. And they cross-examine very good witnesses, experienced law enforcement officers, expert witnesses for the state. So defense attorneys are outstanding at poking holes in the state's case. And prosecutors, sometimes they might go months without cross-examining a witness, and they're not prepared, then they're not going to do a good job. So I agree that art is something that defense attorneys are certainly better versed at.
All right. So speaking of lamenting, you mentioned that. I lament the olden days when I was in court and would use demonstrative aids, because all I can think in this is you've got a police interview, and here's what he said. Maybe 3 bullet points of what's then inconsistent and important to your theory of the case from
like
this walkthrough. I'd like to hold it up because, yes, something like that. Exactly my point. Because then you have these inconsistencies at closing, jury. You heard it from his own mouth 2 different times. And then if you're preparing cross and he does choose to testify, you question those things. You're going to get more inconsistencies. You make that list. But Nima, I do feel like a lot of the ability to spoon feed jurors, not because they're not smart, but because they're listening to a lot of information coming at them. Really, if you spoon feed it, sometimes I think it can benefit your case, whether you're the prosecution or the defense. But we don't see that happen very often.
I really do like demonstratives. I like to physically handle the evidence in court, whether it's the drugs, whether it's the gun. I think that goes a long way. I mean, a lot of it is just these prosecutors, they're younger. They've grown up in an era of technology where, they're used to PowerPoints, for instance. That's not something that you saw, 20 years ago, where prosecutors would get up there and fire up a presentation. But now it seems to be like every single case. I mean, this is the way technology has changed. Before, you'd have none of this technology. Then you kind of move to Elmos and overhead projectors. And now you're relying on laptops where a lot of this information comes in, and you're using technology and not that physical evidence that you might have had many years ago.
Yeah, and as far as spoon feeding to the jury, it's interesting. There's a Denzel Washington movie, one of my favorite actors, by the way.
Imagine.
Yes, and I think it was the Pelican Brief, where he's trying a case and he's telling each witness as he asks them a question, explain it to me like I'm a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's, you got to break it down. It's very simple for jurors. You don't want to give them something too complicated, and the cases can't be too complicated.
Right, because for anybody, it gets overwhelming. You get lost in the minutia, and you can fix that if you spoon feed it. All right, we are digressing. Coming up next, a sneak peek of Court TV's next live trial. A Black FedEx worker chased down and shot by a father and son while he was out delivering packages. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
A delivery driver shot at while working.
They shot several times into that van trying to kill Mr. Gibson.
Now, a father and son stand trial for attempted murder.
The FedEx driver shooting trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
These are the cases that captivated the world.
Couldn't keep my life straight. They were killed by their own children.
Court TV Legendary Trials. Go to courttv.com/legendary trials to find out how to watch.
Admit it. You used my Old Spice body wash.
Of course. I'm not letting hotel soap near my skin. Right.
Now I'm gonna be ashy.
It's the lavender and mint for me. Get that.
Savannah, if you don't get your moisturized hands off my body wash.
No, he did.
When you're facing down debt, where do you turn? There are plenty of lenders, plenty of personal loans, but are they right for you? Credit Karma's technology shows curated personal loans with outstanding chances of approval from up to 25 trusted lenders. And members save over 15% on average on interest rates when they compare on Credit Karma. Boom. Apply through Intuit Credit Karma now.
At DriveTime.com, we've been hard at work, and we finally did it.
Did you make it so I can finally see my real payments and shop at thousands of cars with no hit to my credit?
Wait, yes! You can go to DriveTime.com and get approved
With no credit hit. Shop for cars and customize your own payments with no credit hit.
Look, there's a slidey thingy. I'm changing my own payments. I feel strong!
Shop for cars with no credit hit.
Grandma, they did it! DriveTime finally did it!
Shop for cars online with no credit hit at DriveTime.com.
This is a mountain of entertainment.
Hold on to your saddles.
This is Wall Street Wolves.
Let's get to it.
And Special Ops Lioness.
You need to remember what you're fighting for.
This is Tricked Out Rides. And your rider dies. This is the South Side, the Enterprise, and the End Zone.
Wide open touchdown!
This is a mountain of entertainment. Get the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan. Paramount Plus. Stream now.
The biggest names in Hollywood are on the nines.
What's Mr. Rogers' first name?
Unfortunately, Ginger. 9 times the celebrities. 9 times the prizes. 9 times the laughter.
General MacArthur said, I shall return. Where did he want to return to?
The Olive Garden. Be there.
I just got laid.
He's dirty.
Or be square.
Nothing worse than an old lady doing sex jokes.
Meets Hollywood Squares on Pluto TV.
That's the secret of comedy.
What happened at work?
Wait, I forgot. We don't talk about that.
I don't want you to worry about me. We do what we were put here to do. Keep everyone safe.
Get with the state police and find this lunatic.
FBI, we need to talk.
All right, folks. We now have a name, we now have a target. Let's get to work.
Put your weapon down.
I'm not going without a fight.
Check the yard.
We let her down once and I will not do it again.
Every crime scene has secrets. Did you have anything to do with Jennifer's disappearance?
Every victim has an untold story. He was an FBI agent.
And within every mystery lies the truth. This isn't a hardened criminal. This is a soccer mom.
And sometimes the truth hides where you least expect it. This was a murder. This wasn't any accident. This is, as they say, a game changer.
The original true crime series.
On Dateline 24/7.
Tab 2.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott with Michael Ayala, and we are switching gears now to Mississippi, where jury selection is underway in the case against a father and son who allegedly shot at a black FedEx driver who was out delivering packages.
Brandon and Gregory Case face several charges after authorities say they chased and then fired shots at DeMontario Gibson in January of 2020. Court TV's Ted Rowlands takes a look at this case.
Shot several times with that van trying to kill Mr. Gibson. And he had done nothing wrong. He was simply black while working.
DeMontario Gibson was working as a FedEx driver in Brookhaven, Mississippi in January of 2022. He had just dropped off a package on Junior Trail and resumed his route when he says he was being followed closely by a man honking his horn. Then things took a frightening turn.
I drive down about 2 or 3 houses. There's another guy standing in the middle of the road pointing a gun in my vehicle. And he's mouthing the word stop. And he's doing like this. He's like, stop, stop. So I just started shaking my head like, no, I'm not going to stop. And I duck behind the steering wheel and I swerve around him as well. As I swerve around him, he starts firing shots at the back of my vehicle. And I'm hearing all the shots here, so I'm just ducking.
Gibson was wearing a FedEx uniform, but his van was unmarked and rented by FedEx from Hertz.
I'm like, they shooting at me. And she like, they shooting at you. I'm like, yes, they shooting at me.
Police identified the men as Gregory and Brandon Case, father and son. Both have been charged with attempted murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and shooting into a motor vehicle. They have pled not guilty and maintained their innocence.
On the heels of the death of Ahmaud Arbery, we could have had the same situation here.
Gibson's attorney is recalling the case of Ahmaud Arbery. The 25-year-old was jogging in a South Georgia neighborhood when he was chased by 3 white men and shot to death in February of 2020.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty.
Father and son Gregory and Travis McMichael and Roddy Bryan were all convicted of murder in both state and federal courts. Gibson and his attorneys are urging federal authorities to prosecute this incident as a hate crime.
We've also informed the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, and they have flagged the case.
I can definitely see the similarities, and that's why I feel it's my responsibility to speak up, because Ahmaud Arbery didn't survive to speak up for himself, so I want to take that upon myself to do that for me and him as well.
Once court is seated, the jury, both sides, will give opening statements, which we will bring you here on Court TV. Joining us now is Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft with all of the details on this. Kelly, always great to have you. Any idea as to whether or not federal charges will be filed in this case?
Well, hi there, Judge Ashley and Michael. As of right now, the father and son are not facing federal charges in this case, although from our understanding, the Justice Department has not determined whether to pursue federal charges just at this point. But if a federal case does move forward, it would follow the state trial and would be centered around any alleged racial bias. So was this a hate crime? First, there has to be a violent crime. So in this case, these men are facing attempted murder, conspiracy, and shooting into a motor vehicle. So were these crimes committed because of the victim's race? Were there any indications, whether it was on social media or in the workplace, where a history of racism could be established? The Justice Department has said regarding previous cases that hate crimes have no place in this country. But again, in this case, the men have not been charged in federal court, so we will have to see if anything happens there.
All right, Kelly, we also know that the victim in this case has filed a civil suit. So what do we know about that?
Well, Michael, Gibson's attorney has said that he does plan to sue in state court. This was after the $5 million federal case he brought against FedEx, the city of Brookhaven, Mississippi. The police chief and the father and son was dismissed. That was just last week. And that suit had alleged, in part, that FedEx acted based on racial discrimination, saying that a white man would not have been sent out on the job the very next day had 2 blacks attacked him on the job. The U.S. district judge in that case found that Gibson's attorney failed to prove FedEx discriminated against Gibson because of his race, but did say the father and son's conduct was deplorable. We're going to have to see what happens in that case as well, Michael.
All right, Kelly Craft, thank you so much for joining us. Truly appreciate it. We'll keep an eye on that case and your coverage of it as well. All right, let's bring back in our guest still with us, Nima Rahmani. Nima, I'd love to get your thoughts on this particular case. Again, particularly the aspect of it being a hate crime. I know you have experience on the federal level. When you start talking about a hate crime, I believe this young man says that racial epithets were said towards him, but that's not enough, right?
Well, it has to be the motivation for the crime. And, you know, there's 2 issues here. The first is it a hate crime, and is a federal filing appropriate? The Department of Justice has a long-standing policy. It's called the Pettit policy, where even though they're a dual sovereign, which means they can prosecute even though the state is, they don't do so unless there's a substantial federal interest that isn't vindicated. Now, so for years, we don't see these types of successive prosecutions. We, of course, saw it in Rodney King. We saw it with Derek Chauvin, we covered here on Court TV, and, of course, the McMichaels who killed Ahmaud Arbery. But usually when there's a state prosecution, the feds don't pile on again unless there's something that isn't vindicated in that state case.
Well, and in this case, you know, the thing that I've missed, and I did some research, I've read read what's available, and I haven't yet heard any alleged reason why they did this from their perspective. And so I feel like often defense attorneys or attorneys representing them as spokesmen or spokeswomen do come out and say, hey, this is what really happened. This is why they did it. It had nothing to do with the color of his skin, but rather ABC. But Nima, I haven't heard anything like that in this case, and I feel like that's a little unusual.
Well, we haven't heard anything from the defense here, so we don't know what happened. Obviously, look, whenever you have two white men chasing a young black man, I mean, that's the first thought, that it's based on race. I mean, there's been countless cases like this, especially you have an individual, I know the van wasn't marked, but he's wearing a FedEx uniform. So everyone knows what a FedEx driver is. This isn't someone that anyone would reasonably think is doing something unlawful, again, unless you believe that he's, wearing that uniform to commit a crime, essentially a fake uniform. So I don't know what the defense is going to do here. There's really no explanation to shoot into a vehicle where someone is driving away, but defense lawyers, they're going to try to come up with something, some sort of story here.
And I have to say, pre-COVID, I would always notice if there was a vehicle pulling up, marked or not, and if they had a uniform on. But after COVID, it was so normal to see all kinds of vehicles with delivery man because they were using whatever they could. I felt like because of that, I don't really worry if there's a vehicle. If somebody has a uniform on, then I think, yeah, that's what they're doing. So I think the timing of this, to me, also bothers me.
It's interesting. People were taking advantage of that at the time. We were in Maryland, and a lot of people were dressing up in various governmental uniforms, coming to people's houses like they're going to read the meters and committing crimes. So that's not something that is uncommon.
Oh, thank you
so
for
that's
making
interesting.
me a little paranoid.
But Nima, let me ask you this. It snuck out, a little bit of a narrative has snuck out on behalf of the defendants in this case that they kind of did this to a lot of different people. I don't know what was motivated, whether it was maybe some porch pirates had been stealing some packages they were supposed to be getting, or maybe like the McMichaels, they wanted to police their own neighborhood. I don't know. But apparently this was not the first time they had done this. I think that is not necessarily important in terms of the charges at hand. But when we talk about a hate crime, given if the other victims, so to speak, weren't people of color, that would be important in terms of determining whether this was a hate crime, would it not?
Sure, if they're going after other folks who aren't people of color, if you're going after white kids as well as black kids, I say kids and this is a young man, that would certainly be helpful in defending the hate crime element and to prove that it wasn't motivated by race. But then again, you're not supposed to be using deadly force to protect property. I don't care if it's a package. I don't care if it's a vehicle or in Ahmaud Arbery's case, whatever was happening at that construction site. I mean, deadly force is supposed to be used if you are in reasonable fear of death or serious bodily injury. That's the only time you can shoot to kill someone or shoot even if you miss. So I don't think there's any property-related defense there, even though there may be a defense to the hate crime enhancement.
Yeah, of course. And the other thing that I think, as far as the civil suit is concerned, apparently once this crime was brought to the attention of the authorities, it took 10 months for an indictment to come down. It was about 3 months or so in the McMichael case, and there was a lot of, in the Ahmaud Arbery case, there were a lot of changes in DAs, a lot of issues there that still took 3 months. Here it took 10 months. So that's something else that they'll have to dig into as well. All right, Nima, stand by. We're going to take a break. When we come back, hopefully the widower murder retrial will be back from break, and we'll get you into that courtroom. But keep here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the mysterious details surrounding the murder of a Maryland mother of 5. Earlier this month, Rachel Morin was reported missing. 1 day later, her body found on a hiking trail. We'll bring you the very latest in the investigation. And 4 University of Idaho students tragically killed. Now their alleged killer is awaiting trial. We'll preview what to expect for Friday's hearing.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
This is Morgan. They never really thought about their credit scores.
Okay, I'm hearing laughter and commotion in the courtroom. They were supposed to be back 11 minutes ago. They are not. They have one job, as Dan Bongino says. Crime Spies here is having some severe allergies. My eyes are burning like fire. and gritty. I was talking to somebody on Twitter who's experiencing fatigue. My grandmother, my mother's mother, was a nutritionist. And here are some things to look out for if you suffer from fatigue. For starters, here in Minnesota, for those who are allergic to ragweed, allergies can be a significant cause of fatigue. Number one. Also, vitamin D can assist with fatigue. Now, also the recommended daily allowance that you read about on the bottle, if you think about it, maybe they're purposely telling you to only take so much. But in the wintertime here, because our winters are so long, I take about 10,000 IUs. Jury's coming in. I take about 10,000 IUs of vitamin D in the winter and about half that in the summer. So about 5,000 in the summertime. Then also, oh shoot, I left it out in the hallway. Vitamin B12 is another one. It's very important for energy. I always buy mine from, my vitamin D and my vitamin B12 are both from bulk supplements. They come in a powder. The D is kind of sticky, but the B12 is like a pink powder. It kind of tastes like a sweet tart, more on like the sweet side, and you put it under your tongue, sublingual, and let it dissolve. Three of my 4 children, all 4 of my kids did activities like dance. I had Lily, she was cross country. My son was in track for most of middle school and all of high school, except for when the Rona hit. Ellie did track for a while. So the B12, the little powder, I'd stick a little dab underneath their tongue.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so this is Detective Clifford Hogg, still under direct examination by the prosecution.
This Rancho Santa Fe residence with his brother.
I believe so.
Okay, and then homicide detectives left whenever they left.
Yes.
I think you alluded to this, but there was possibly some further processing of the residents with the crime scene analyst that night.
There was.
I want to sort of shift gears here. How many witnesses and victims do you think you've interviewed over the course of your career? Estimate.
I don't have a clue. Probably thousands.
Has any of those people ever reported receiving a busy signal on 911?
Judge, I object to this. I object. He's not qualified to give a discussion about that, to provide an answer or an opinion about 911.
It's not an opinion. I'm just asking about his experience as interviewing victims and witnesses.
Well, I mean, he can testify to his experience as a police officer, but we had the lumens person here yesterday in regards to the 911. I'm going to sustain that objection.
Have you ever had anyone report hearing a busy signal?
No.
In the residence, did you take note of where there appeared to be like landline phones in the residence?
I did.
And can you give us the approximate locations of those?
There was one in the kitchen dining room area, I believe. There was one in the master bedroom. And I believe there was one in the office area.
Okay, the place where he got the gun, that little room right to the left when you go in through the garage?
That's correct.
Okay. During actually I should say this. On the first night, were you called upon to move a vehicle out of the garage?
I was.
Which vehicle was that?
The Hyundai, I believe it's a Santa Fe, the SUV that Mr. Randolph was driving.
And what was the reason why that vehicle needed to be moved on the 8th through the 9th?
I believe they needed to do some more processing in there and photographs and that, and they asked me if I would back it out.
When you backed out the vehicle, did you notice whether or not music was playing loud?
I didn't notice that it was overly loud.
Okay. During Mr. Randolph's interview, he indicated that from the dinner at the charcoal room, that he and Sharon Randolph went to a gas station before they proceeded home.
That's correct.
Did you do anything in order to verify or secure the sort of the timing information on that?
I did. On May 13th, I went to the Funny's gas station, met with management. They provided me surveillance video of their gas pumps. I reviewed that video.
Okay. How did you know what video to ask for? Like, how did you track it to the transaction?
We looked for a timeline and then also for Mr. Randolph's vehicle arriving.
Okay. And did you verify it with like a particular transaction at a particular pump?
Yes,
Okay. And that video was collected by you?
it was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit and publish 315.
Objection to 315?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 315 go to your honor.
Does that appear to be the Randolph vehicle at the pump?
I believe that's his vehicle at the pumps.
So on the right-hand side of the frame of the sort of surveillance, there appears to be a lighter colored SUV that just pulled up.
That's correct.
That's the Randolph vehicle.
Yes.
Your Honor, if we could just get clarification for the record, I think he's wrongfully identified the vehicle. Is that how you?
It's this vehicle, the lighter colored one. The other one wasn't wearing the correct clothing.
right now it appears to be pulling away. Detective, did you drive the distance from the that gas station to the Randolph residence?
I did.
And how long did that take you?
Approximately 3 minutes, depending on the light cycle. It's just under a mile.
And you drove kind of the most direct route there would be, I would assume.
I did. I pulled out the gas station, drove northbound on Rancho to Rainbow, north on Rainbow to Rancho Santa Fe to Mr. Randolph's residence.
At some point after the, well, during the course of this investigation, were there times that Mr. Randolph would call you on the phone?
Yes,
Do you remember him calling you and giving you some information about Sharon Randolph and gambling?
I do.
What was that conversation?
I believe it was May 12th that Mr. Randolph called me. I don't recall if it was on my cell phone or my desk phone. He had my card. But he told me that his wife, Sharon, had spent approximately $40,000 gambling in a 2-year period.
Do you remember him calling you to report other alleged missing items?
I do.
And what was the approximate time and content of that conversation?
So that would have been June 4th, the day after the walkthrough. Mr. Randolph called me to indicate that he was missing a couple of handguns, some jewelry, and some silverware. He kind of indicated that Mr. Miller may have been involved in those thefts.
And did he actually do a subsequent call a little bit later, sort of retracting that?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
On June 23rd, Mr. Randolph called me to say that he needed to move on from his wife's death and that he no longer believed that those items were stolen and didn't believe Mr. Miller was involved in that.
Did he ever call you to inquire about life insurance?
He did. On June 27th, he contacted me via telephone and told me that, well, he asked me if the case was still open and then told me that the insurance company won't pay out until the case is closed or since the case is still open.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, Mr. Orm.
Detective, I want to ask you about the initial responding to this scene. When you respond to a scene like this is a double homicide. There are a lot of law enforcement personnel that respond. Fair?
That's correct.
In fact, before you got there, there would have been patrol officers that arrived.
Absolutely.
There would have been, what are violent crime detectives?
So those are detectives who they have a general specialty. They'll respond to shootings, aggravated assault, batteries, things like that. And they're there to gather the information. And if the person does not pass away, then they basically handle the case.
So in this case, violent crime detectives would have been present before you showed up, before homicide showed up.
I believe they were called by patrol.
Okay. So approximately how many law enforcement personnel, first responders would have entered into that crime scene? And when I say that, I mean into the garage, into the house. How many, before you did your walkthrough, how many do you think?
Normally it is, excuse me, it would be 4-ish responding officers who would go into the residence and clear the scene to make sure that it's safe for medical personnel to go in, because they won't go in until police officers have cleared the residence. So probably 4, in the area of 4 initially would have went in. And then after that, a couple of paramedics would have gone into the residence. Then once the victims are determined to be deceased, then normally everybody backs out and they secure the scene.
And when you say victims, you would agree with me, Mr. Miller's a murderer, correct?
I would agree at this point, yes.
Now, I realize that it's been a while, and so I'm going to ask you if you can actually give us a number for how many law enforcement personnel. I realize that you're sitting there, this is going to be difficult for you. Do you think if I showed you a copy of the officer's report listing all of those officers and personnel, that would help you refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach on page 2 of the officer's report? Detective Maw. Well, okay. Thought maybe you had it.
I do.
You do. If you could just sort of count to yourself, and maybe we could do this while I'm up here. How many officers at the top responded?
So it looks like there's 10 officers, 2 sergeants, and a lieutenant.
Okay, so that would be 13.
Correct.
Okay. And then you have canine officers.
That's correct.
And appear to be 3.
3.
C detectives. When you say C detectives, major crime detectives?
That's correct. Those would be major crime detectives.
3?
Yes.
Homicide detectives?
6.
Could you turn the page? Crime scene analysts?
3.
Coroner's investigators?
2.
Mortuary personnel?
2.
Paramedics?
They have 1 listed.
And it's actually written in there, entered the garage.
Correct.
Ambulance?
2.
Okay, so fair to say, detective, that there were quite a few law enforcement personnel that entered that home at some time or another.
No, that's not accurate.
Okay, tell me why.
Because there's only a certain number of officers who would have entered the residence. The rest of the officers are on the log because they arrived, whether they secured the outside of the residence, blocked off the streets, sat with Mr. Randolph, whether they even had any part in anything other than just arriving on the scene. Their names would have been put down there.
Some people are just protecting the scene, making sure people don't enter. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So leads me to another point. You said that some of them may be interacting with Mr. Randolph. Do you remember saying that right now?
Yes.
In fact, prior to you arriving, there would have been officers that actually questioned Mr. Randolph just to find out what's going on in there, that type of thing.
I would assume so. I wasn't present for that, so I don't know for sure.
Using the protocol that you're familiar with, do you think major crime detectives, they would have at least done a cursory interview of Mr. Randolph to find out what had occurred inside?
I know they would have obtained information in order to brief us. Where they got that information from, I don't know.
Well, is it fair to say that at some of these more important scenes, that on the front of a patrol car, they'd actually use sort of a magic marker and write on the hood what was going on?
At times they do, yes.
Was that done here?
I don't recall.
Okay. But at some point when you arrived, you're briefed on what's sort of occurred and what you're dealing with, right?
That's correct.
And you were briefed, is
Yes.
that right? And you learned that Mr. Randolph was the individual inside who said he'd shot Mr. Miller.
That's correct.
So it's fair to say that at the time you're being briefed, there's people who've already obtained this information from Mr. Randolph.
I would assume they got some from him. Whether they got some from other witnesses in the area, I don't know.
Before I sort of leave this, Mr. Randolph was wearing clothing that day, we can see it. Was that impounded by you?
Was not. After I returned back to the scene with Mr. Randolph, I told the scene detective, Detective O'Kelly, and the crime scene investigator that we needed to photograph him and take a look at his clothes. That wasn't done.
And it was not done?
It was not.
I want to talk to you about, first of all, Mr. Randolph's statement on May 8th going into May 9th. And when I say that, you can see that we're in the very late hours of May 8th going into the 9th. Correct. Mr. Randolph told you that he believed the man he shot was a man named Michael Miller.
That's correct.
And you, in fact, confirmed that the man he shot was named Michael Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Randolph told you that he met Michael Miller approximately 5 months beforehand at a convenience store.
Approximately, yes.
And you learned that he had known him for that period of time, approximately.
Yes.
Mr. Randolph told you that he had hired Mr. Miller to do sort of odd jobs, sort of handyman type jobs.
That's correct.
And you learned that Mr. Miller, in fact, did some handyman jobs around the Randolph home, correct?
Yes, according to Mr. Randolph.
Okay. Mr. Randolph told you in the interview that, in fact, Mr. Miller had at one time gone to Colleen's home, that's Sharon's daughter, and had actually done some type of handyman job one time. He told
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Okay. Mr. Randolph told you that Mr. Miller didn't have a car, but normally rode a bike.
Correct.
And before I segment away from there was a bag of clothing recovered near Mr. Miller. Do you remember this?
I do.
And in fact, the pants were laid out, and do you remember something distinctive sort of on the side of the pants? Do you remember this?
I recall the clothing in a bag, that there was a shirt. The other bag had a towel and a black bag, but I don't recall much other than that.
Let me see if it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, there you go. That there appeared to be sort of a ripping or tearing on these pants that were consistent with what law enforcement thought was riding a bike from a bike chain. Do you remember this?
So I don't recall that. Detective O'Kelly is the one that actually conducted the scene investigation.
Okay. Mr. Randolph told you that Mr. Miller had found a key at some point, and Mr. Randolph told him, "Give me my key back." Correct?
I know that he said he found a key. I don't remember if he said, "Give me the key back," or he gave the key back.
Yes, I would agree with you. It was too strong a statement. At some point, he indicated that he received the key back from Mr. Miller.
I believe that's what he said.
He told you he trusted Mr. Miller, didn't he?
Yes.
He told you he had paid Mr. Miller and lent him money, didn't he?
That's correct.
And you learned that to be true, or to be accurate.
It's accurate.
Mr. Randolph told you that Mr. Miller, he had been driving on May 8th with Mr. Miller, and he was going to go to the bank, but he'd missed the turn. Didn't he tell you that?
That's correct.
He told you that he and Mr. Miller had gone to look at jet skis, the Kawasaki jet ski place on Rancho, didn't he?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph told you he had been with Mr. Miller on May 8th before the incident, didn't he?
Correct.
He told you, Mr. Randolph, on May 8th, that he and Sharon had gone to the charcoal room, correct?
Yes.
And in order to verify that, because you wanted to verify that, you went to see if you could find video of the Randolphs at the Santa Fe?
I did not go to the Santa Fe. I don't know if another detective did.
You've seen video of the Randolphs leaving the Santa Fe, have you not?
I have not.
You have not?
No.
Okay. Mr. Randolph told you after he went to the charcoal room, he went to Funny's gas. Well, after he left the Santa Fe, they went to Funny's convenience store gas station.
That's correct.
So law enforcement went and obtained video from Funny's.
I did that.
And in fact, you saw the vehicle and you told the jury that's the vehicle.
That's correct.
Now, before I move any farther from that, Detective, in the hundreds of homicides you've handled, it's fair to say that you have had to obtain video from 7-Elevens, convenience stores, gas stations, casinos, lots of different sort of establishments.
That's correct.
And fair to say that not all the time is the video calibrated. The time is not calibrated.
That's correct.
And when I say that, I know you know what I'm asking you, but if we could just get clarification. In other words, just because you go to a 7-Eleven on Rancho and Charleston and get a video and it says 7:55, doesn't really mean if we get our Apple Watch out, that was the exact time.
That's correct. We always try to obtain the accurate time. We either use our cell phones or our watches against the time that is depicted on the video.
Would it be fair to say in this case with Funnies, there'd be no way to do it? In other words, you go get the video, that's the time that it says it is, right? The time we saw.
No, I actually would have looked at the live feed to look at the time that I picked the video up to make sure that it wasn't, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour ahead of time.
How far was it off?
I don't recall. I would have made note if there was a difference in time between the live feed and the actual time on my watch.
But you said you didn't recall.
I don't recall what the time was. Obviously on here, the time was 8:24 p.m. approximately. When I picked up the video is when I would have looked at the monitor and my phone or my watch.
Okay. So do you note in any report the accuracy of the timing of the video?
I did not.
Mr. Randolph said that he drove home and that he had to let Sharon out of the vehicle because it was too tight a fit into that garage for both of them to get out.
That's correct.
And when you observed that, you could sort of see what he was saying. Fair to say?
Yes.
He told you he let her out and that then he slowly went in, sort of following her to make sure she could get in the door. That's what he said.
Correct.
And you talked, without saying what they said, to a man named, there was a neighbor who observed the timing of this, named Mr. Bartlett, across the street.
I believe one of my partners talked to him.
Okay. And he was actually on the phone. Do you remember that was something that you obtained with phone records? Maybe not you, but law enforcement did?
I believe so.
And you wanted to obtain that because it was important to the timeline, correct?
Yes.
Very important, right?
Correct.
Based on what Mr. Bartlett was saying he observed, you wanted to get those phone records so you could correlate what he had seen and heard against the phone records, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
Do you remember what time the phone call between Mr. Bartlett and his friend, what time it started?
I do not.
Do you know what time it ended?
I do not.
Mr. Randolph told you that when he went into the house, he observed Sharon at the end of the hall and tried to describe sort of where her head was.
Yes.
He said it was a little bit into the master bedroom, didn't he?
Correct.
When we saw that walkthrough, it appeared that carpet had been removed sort of where her head was. Did you see that?
There was quite a large blood stain there, and I believe that's why the carpet was removed.
Okay, and would that be done by hazmat?
Whatever company the insurance company hired to do that.
Okay, so at the time you're doing the walkthrough, we know that there have been people in there cleaning up, cutting out carpet, making sure that this place is acceptable for people to go live in. Fair?
That's correct.
Mr. Randolph told you that he saw something that spooked him. Something spooked him. It could have been, he even called it floaty. Something he saw spooked him. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes.
Do you remember him saying that he then got a gun from the bedroom where he was near?
I do.
And he tells you that as he comes out, he bumps in to Mr. Miller, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, he sort of pushes him away to get space, right?
Yes.
And then he shoots him multiple times.
That's correct.
He doesn't know how many times, does he?
I believe at one point I seem to recall him telling me that the pistol was loaded with 9 and he didn't remember the slide locking to the rear, so 8 or less.
So he told you he'd actually shot 8 or less, right?
I believe so, yes.
And Mr. Miller was shot 5 times, right?
I didn't attend autopsy.
Okay. So you just don't know how many times he was shot.
That's correct.
Okay. But he clearly told you, Mr. Randolph, I shot Mr. Miller. I shot that man, didn't he?
Yes.
He told you at one time that the mask, he says actually multiple times, he says to you and to Detective O'Kelly that something happened with the man's mask, sort of it pushed up, and he then describes maybe he couldn't see very well in it. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes.
And then he's asked, was the mask still on Mr. Miller when he was laying in the garage? And he specifically said, no, it was laying to the side. Do you remember him saying that?
That's correct.
And that's what the pictures show. It was laying to the side.
Yes.
Mr. Randolph says that he actually shot shots inside the garage. Didn't he tell you that?
Correct.
And in fact, you found cartridges in that garage, didn't you?
Yes.
He said that he had shot in the garage and he had shot Mr. Miller, he believed, in the head. Do you remember him saying that?
That's correct.
Did you see Mr. Miller's body?
Only a cursory view of him. I didn't look close.
You wouldn't dispute that Mr. Miller was shot, would you?
I would not.
He told you that he had called 911, and in fact, he did call 911, didn't he?
Yes.
He told you that there was no doubt in his mind that Miller was going to shoot him. Do you remember him saying that?
I believe he said something to that effect.
He tells you several times, he uses the word, I'm basically deaf, or words to that effect. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember when he said, I didn't hear a first shot, I didn't hear this, I had music up and I'm basically kind of deaf? Do you remember him saying that?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when he was talking in the walkthrough and he talked about how he thought maybe Sharon had fallen over shoes?
Yes.
Do you remember when he said, I wish that could have happened right now? Do you remember her saying that?
I do.
Like in a loving way. Like I wish.
Objection calls for speculation. You can't speculate us here now, Mr. Randolph. I think you can tell us what he heard.
Okay. During the walkthrough, page 42, he's talking about how it drove him crazy how she would leave these shoes out, right? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask you, do you remember him saying, it drives me crazy, and I'd love for her to do it right now?
I remember that.
Do you remember in that first video, in the first interview, there were a couple times where Mr. Randolph pauses and doesn't answer your questions right away?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Randolph saying that he thought Mr. Miller was ripping them off and he was referring to the night of the incident?
I don't know if he was only referring to the night of the incident or he was speaking about other times.
Do you remember in the first interview when at the very end you're asking you and Detective Hardy where he's going to go? Essentially, where are we going to take you? We're done. It's sort of late in the it's the early morning hours of the 9th. What are we going to do with you? And he says, I don't want to stay there ever again, referring to the house. Do you remember?
Yes,
Do you remember when he asked you about funeral arrangements?
I do.
Now, during the interview, you asked him about gloves. Do you remember? You wanted to know, I think it's Detective Hardy who says, hey, there's some gloves. Do you have any gloves like that? Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Okay. And he sort of says, yeah, we have gloves around the house. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things you do as an experienced homicide detective is you request forensic science, forensic testing on items, right?
Correct.
Like gloves, masks, things like that.
Yes.
After the first interview, he took you and showed you where Mr. Miller lived?
That's correct.
And is in fact true? Is that, or did you learn that that's where Mr. Miller lived?
It was.
One thing I don't mean to nitpick, that it's not a snub nose 38. Have you seen it recently?
I just, a brief glance at it. Now that I recall, it had a 4-inch barrel.
Okay. He told you that the gun, he found this 22 underneath Mr. Miller's body.
Yes.
And that he had thrown it into this room essentially so that he could be safe, and that this is also what he was being instructed to do in 911.
I don't recall the 911 operator telling him to throw it into a room. I recall Mr. Randolph proposing that he go look for the gun, and then the 911 operator, the fire department operator said, okay, go do that. Then Mr. Miller said, well, I picked up my gun. I have my gun, I think is what he said. And then he goes out and he's not speaking on the phone.
Detective Mogg, you said Mr. Miller, you meant
Mr. Randolph.
And so when you're saying that Mr. Randolph does that, would you let the 911 audio speak for itself, would you?
I would.
Do you recall in a prior proceedings calling the jewelry costume jewelry?
I believe so.
Have you looked at that jewelry recently?
Recently?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
You're not, without being sarcastic, you're not a jeweler. You have no idea, right?
I am not. I only have to buy it.
Okay. And some of that's pretty valuable jewelry depending on your financial situation. Would you agree with that?
Some of
the jewelry that was laid out. Have you ever seen a picture of it laid out?
I have not.
They're coins. Do you remember coins? What looked like gold or silver coins?
I saw what was in the bag and what was in a jewelry box, and it appeared, not high-end jewelry to me, just something that I would call costume jewelry.
Okay. You told us that you went into this house and you did not see it as ransacked. Do you recall that?
I do.
Let me move backwards. I'm going to put on the screen what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 168.
Mr. I want to give you that question. We vote in front of the machine. In front. There you go.
Thank you, Judge.
There we go.
To do it again.
Hold on just one second. So those TVs, you hit the remote, make sure they're on. I think the TV's just turned down. They're coming back on. Take them off and you stay on your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see, Detective, I'm going to show you. Can you see that quite well? Okay.
I can see the picture, yes.
Do you see the coins that I'm talking about at the top left-hand side of it? Do you see that? It's about 4 coins in a row.
See the circular things. I can't tell you what they are.
Okay. Do you know if there's a solid gold antique watch in there?
I do not.
But that somebody says they're missing their solid gold antique watch. You would agree that that may be valuable.
Well, obviously, a solid gold watch would be valuable.
If Colleen had told the jury that, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute it, would you?
I wouldn't have any reason to dispute if somebody said a solid gold watch.
Do you see a lot of gold depicted in that video?
I see a lot of gold metal.
Right, and you just don't know if. Okay, we can pick out anything there, and you wouldn't be able to tell me whether it was fake gold, 14 karat gold, 18 karat gold, would you?
I would not.
But there's a lot of jewelry there. Would you agree, whether you want to call it costume or what? There's a lot of jewelry there.
There's quite a bit, correct.
You're familiar with handguns, aren't you?
I am.
If somebody wanted a 38 Smith & Wesson 6-shot revolver, that's going to cost several $100s, more than $500 today.
Ooh, I don't know what the current value of a revolver is. I don't believe it would cost more than $500.
From Smith & Wesson, I bet it cost more. It wouldn't be less than $700, would it? You're just not sure, are you?
No, I couldn't tell you how much it was, but I don't believe it would be that much.
Be real easy to look up, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. We wouldn't have to dispute it. We could just simply.
That's correct.
Okay. There's 2 of them, right? There were 2 of them that were involved. 2 Smith & Wesson revolvers, one a 22 and one a 38, were involved in this case, right?
Correct.
Now, you were saying that you didn't see ransacking, right?
That's correct.
Of course I told you. If I showed you, Smith & Wesson has a website, doesn't it? You can buy a gun online.
I believe so.
Okay. If I showed you the current price of one of these things, would that help?
Object, this crime occurred in 2000.
He said today it wouldn't cost that much.
Then I object as to relevance.
I wonder how that's relevant to
Okay,
Mr. Owens.
that's fine.
That objection is sustained.
You saw pictures in that house of drawers open, didn't you?
Yes.
You saw pictures of jewelry boxes on the floor.
I saw empty drawers from a wall-mounted box.
You saw, how many drawers did you see disturbed in that house total?
8.
Mr. Randolph told you Mr. Miller had been in that house and had done work in that house, right?
That's correct.
He said that he had painted this area where the gun, this sort of, for lack of a better word, a gun compartment was, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there's some, like, for lack of a better term, sort of a paint differential that looks like there's being a change of paint.
That's correct.
It's not very articulate, but you understand what I mean.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go through some of these drawers open. Now, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 117. That appears to be the master bedroom, doesn't it?
Yes, it is.
So there's one drawer open, isn't it?
Correct.
You could put your hand in there and pull something out, couldn't you?
If you zoom in on it,
Could you put your hand in there and get something out?
Sure.
You could be looking for money in there, couldn't you?
You could.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. Still the master, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. And there, you see there's jewelry boxes or some type of boxes on the floor, right?
Yes, there's the 3 drawers from the wall-mounted box, and then there's another jewelry box, for lack of a better term.
How did that bed look before the Randolphs left to go to the charcoal room?
I have no idea.
You don't know. You just don't know, do you?
No.
I'm showing you 106, State's Exhibit 106. What's that flower object down there?
A door weight?
Okay. And then there's 3 other boxes, right?
Those were the 3 boxes that you saw from the other picture.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's being marked as 110, or admitted as 110. You see those drawers open?
Yes.
You see some type of clothing is sort of.
I think you have to move it over.
You gotta zoom. Can you zoom out or something?
I can.
So you can see when they go. Okay.
See that? Clothing on the side of the drawer?
I do.
Fair to say, Detective, that Mr. Randolph and Mrs. Randolph came home, and you wouldn't dispute Mr. Miller was in there, right?
No.
In your experience as a police officer, burglars get caught. Sometimes they get caught, don't they?
Yes.
Sometimes when you're in robbery, let's say, some bank robbers get away. Fair? They leave the bank and they get away.
That's correct.
Some have shootouts in the bank.
Yes.
Some get caught right in the bank, don't they?
That's correct.
So some people get caught right in the act, or caught right at that time, right?
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 115. You see that sort of cabinet door in the center of the picture is kind of open behind the bed. Do you see what
Yes.
I'm showing you what's being marked and admitted as 116. See that in the bathroom, it appears some drawers are ajar, for lack of a better term.
This is one of the things that I thought was odd.
Okay, I didn't ask you that. I said they're ajar, isn't it?
Yes.
You see in 123 some slippers sort of in the way of the door, don't you?
I don't think they're in the way of the door.
That's a poor question. You see them right there, the pink slippers.
Correct.
Not placed in the closet, but just sort of out, right?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's being admitted as 124. You see this sort of console. Do you see that it looks like the door is just slightly ajar?
Yes.
Showing you what's being marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 129. That's the gun, isn't it?
That's correct.
That's the gun he said he was trying to throw into a garbage can.
Yes, that's it.
And he was saying that he actually said the suitcase wasn't there, didn't he? He said, oh, I don't think the suitcase is some kind of clothing. Do you remember that?
Correct.
He got it wrong, didn't he? Suitcase was there, but he told you it wasn't.
Yes.
Didn't he? There's no importance to that suitcase whatsoever, is there?
I'm sorry.
There's no importance to the suitcase whatsoever. He just got it wrong, didn't he?
That's correct.
Detective, when you talked to him the second time, the first and second time, he agreed to talk, didn't he?
The second time being the walkthrough?
Let's do it this way. The first time you talk to him, he says, he talks to you, right?
Correct.
He talks to you, answers all your questions until you're done asking questions.
Yes.
He doesn't have an attorney there.
He does not.
He doesn't have somebody like Mr. Tomczyk there, does he?
I'm sorry?
He didn't have somebody like Mr. Tomczyk sitting there giving him advice, right?
He did not.
He did a walkthrough a week later, right?
Yes.
He showed up with his brother.
That's correct.
He didn't have an attorney there with him, did he?
No, sir.
He tried to answer your questions, didn't he?
Yes.
He told you at the end of the walkthrough that he was getting tired, his back was hurting.
That's correct.
He told you at the beginning of the video, I just want to cooperate. Do you remember him saying that?
Correct.
And he did try to cooperate with you. In other words, he tried to answer your questions. He didn't say, I'm not doing this, I'm walking out of this thing, going to get an attorney. He didn't do anything like that, did he?
That's correct.
The doors, we saw the doors of a closet were off track, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you tell the jury about the condition of the safe inside of that closet?
I didn't conduct a crime scene investigation. That would be a question you would have to address to Detective O'Kelly.
If there's a safe in a house, and there's a potential burglary, or there's been an attempted burglary, do you want to take a picture of the safe?
Again, I didn't conduct the investigation of the crime scene, so the question you're going to have to ask Detective O'Kelly.
Fair enough, because your responsibility that night was to question witnesses, or excuse me, in this investigation, one of your responsibilities was to question witnesses, right?
Mr. Randolph.
Was that it? It wasn't to question other witnesses?
That's correct.
Who would be responsible for, would that be Detective O'Kelly? To have to interview other witnesses like the Miller's family or anything like that?
I believe that was Detective Long, who also responded with us that night.
Okay. Did you actually ever go and interview Billy and Vita Miller?
I believe so. I believe Detective O'Kelly, or I may have went with my partner. I know I interviewed other people later in the investigation, not that night.
Without telling me what they said, you interviewed these people, and one of the concerns you had was looking for a mask, right?
Looking for a
mask, ski mask.
Correct.
Or a missing ski mask. See if you could find out where this mask had come from. Do you remember? At the conclusion of interviewing Vita and Billy Miller, you asked for consent to search their home for a mask, didn't you?
Yes.
And you didn't find a mask, did you?
That's correct.
But having interviewed them, Vita and Billy Miller, you thought it would be important to look for a mask in that house, right?
Correct.
Because one of the masks that night when you're interviewing, that day when you're interviewing Vita and Billy Miller, you begin to look for a mask, but this mask has a big hole so that the mouth would show. Do you remember this?
I don't recall that.
Did you look carefully at the mask in this case? The one that was right next to Michael Miller?
I did not. Again, that was Detective O'Kelly who conducted the crime scene investigation.
Okay, so it wasn't something you noticed. You didn't notice whether it looked like there was it was almost sort of sewed together, the mouthpiece.
I did not.
That walkthrough. It was important to do the walkthrough so the jury could see exactly what happened, right?
It was important for us to do the walkthrough with him so that we could get an idea of the dynamics inside that hallway at the time that the incident occurred, at the time that Mr. Randolph said that he shot Mr. Miller.
So
one thing to explain it to me, it's another for me to watch you actually reenact and show me where you're standing.
Okay. How many officer-involved shootings have you ever responded to?
About 75.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And when I say officer-involved shootings, just so we all know I know what you're talking about, but what we're talking about is police officer has discharged a weapon and has shot somebody. Maybe it's fatal, maybe it's non-fatal, and you're responding to see why the police officer has discharged his or her weapon. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
And you want to talk to the police officers because you want to find out, hey, Right? You discharged that weapon, right?
Yes.
But never have you ever videotaped or caused to be videotaped a police officer describing and doing a walkthrough on a shooting. Fair?
That's not true.
How many have you done?
Well, I was involved in one that I actually was the person who did the walkthrough.
Okay. How many videos have you seen done of officers that were involved in officer-involved shootings?
I'll take a ballpark guess here. 10 plus.
Out of 75?
Approximately.
Where you videoed walkthroughs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the International Association of Chiefs of Police?
I am.
Is that the biggest sort of organization of police in the United States?
More like the management of police departments.
And they are an organization that gives you a guide on officer-involved shootings, right?
I believe they have one.
I'm going to ask you some statements and see if you agree with them. An officer involved in a shooting is perhaps the most traumatic event an officer will encounter during service. Do you agree with that? I agree. Such incidents trigger complex psychological and emotional effects. All too often, the normal coping strategies employed by individuals are inadequate for such extreme event. Do you agree with that statement?
I do.
Initially, an officer involved may be dazed and upset and have feelings of disbelief. Do you disagree with that or agree?
I agree.
Do you agree with the statement? The officer may have difficulty comprehending the reality or significance of the critical incident. From a few hours to a few days later, he or she may show signs of depression, tension, agitation, irritability, and fatigue. Do you agree with that?
Some do, not all.
We're all human and we all feel things differently. Fair?
That's true.
Officers that are involved in shootings have different reactions, right?
Yes.
Some can appear numb. Is that fair?
Some.
Some very agitated.
I haven't seen any that were agitated.
Crying.
I would agree, maybe some.
There is also a shock reaction period where the emotions concerning the incident become blunted. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
The officer may feel emotionally detached and numb, but also experience occasional anxiety attacks. Do you agree with that?
I don't know that I can say that I agree with that.
Okay. Additionally, emotional reactions may include confusion, impaired decision-making, loss of judgment, and slowness of thought. Do you agree with that?
And when you say that, you're referring to
police officer involved in shootings.
After a shooting?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that I would agree with that completely.
Would you agree with the statement, typically within several days of the incident, a full emotional impact of the situation is realized, though this can be delayed by as much as 6 months to a year or more? The officer involved will typically experience an emotional and physical letdown. Do you agree with that?
I know that there are feelings that you have weeks, months later.
Do you agree with the statement? Some of the more common reactions are fear, anxiety, anger, rage, or blaming those responsible for the outcome of the critical incident.
All I can do is speak to myself, and I didn't have those feelings.
You would also, as I'm reading these, you would think this is probably a good guide to give maybe less experienced officers the understanding of what they're dealing with at an officer-involved shooting, right?
I think it's always good to explain to officers what could happen if you're involved in a critical incident.
Would you agree immediately following the incident, the department should provide physical and psychological first aid to involved personnel, including assignment of companion officer or peer counseling? The focus should be to support calming the stress.
Yes.
Do you agree the investigative process and potential consequences can be more the most stressful aspects of the incident for the officers, and within the first few hours after the incident are often emotional and confusing. Do you agree with that?
Every officer, with the exception of one that I've interviewed in connection with an officer-involved shooting, has always been willing to talk to me and provide me the information I need so that I could complete my investigation.
Just like Mr. Randolph did, right? Mr. Randolph did that, didn't he? He talked with you, right?
Yes.
He did a walkthrough with you, right?
Correct.
So he did, according to you, you're saying about 10, 15% you saw videotaped of officers involved in shootings. He did the same thing, didn't he?
That's correct.
He did it without an attorney, didn't he?
Yes.
When an officer's involved in a shooting, they get him a representative, don't they? Union representative, maybe even an attorney, don't they?
Correct.
So that that attorney could advise the officer about any potential consequences, right?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph did not have that, did he, at the
No.
time of the walk?
He did not.
Did you say there was a landline in that house? There were 3 landlines?
I believe they're handheld phones.
Voice over. It's not a landline, is it?
I call them a landline because they sit in the dock. So yes.
On the night in question, after all these personnel have been conducting their business at that residence, it's fair to say that only 3 cartridges are recovered. Fair?
Again, I didn't conduct the investigation of the crime scene. You would have to ask Detective O'Kelly.
Would it surprise you, or would you dispute it, that it took more than a week to find 2 more cartridges?
I know that when we went back to do the walkthrough, we found additional cartridge casings.
During his first interview, Mr. Randolph, do you recall at approximately 12:19, Mr. Randolph holding his mouth area, like not pain, I don't want to say pain, but just sort of something's distracting. Do you remember that?
I remember him doing that on a few occasions.
And he said that he had bitten his lip or something along those lines. Do you remember that in the walkthrough? He said he bit his lip or something.
Yes.
And he said that's when he came in contact with Mr. Miller and maybe the mask, and it had gone sideways, or gone up. Do you remember that?
I believe that's what he said.
If I could move backwards again to the officer involved shooting. Have you ever heard of the Lewinsky, Mr. Lewinsky, an expert named Lewinsky?
I know him.
He testifies that officers often have difficulty recounting exactly how many bullets they fired.
Objection, this seems facts not evidence.
If he knows.
We can ask him that in the form of a question.
Sure. Is that part of Mr. Lewinsky's theory?
Objection relevance.
Councilor Burch.
What do we think of the testimony so far? I'm telling you, these defense attorneys are slicing and dicing up the prosecution's case.
Court's indulgence. When we watched the video of Funnies, do you remember on direct examination, the prosecution or Ms. Weckerly showed you?
I do.
And then you said it sort of ended. That was the complete video, right? Do you remember that?
I thought that there was another one with a different angle that showed the vehicle traveling north on Rancho, but that might be the only angle.
Okay. In fact, I want to show you this to see exactly when we lose sight of that vehicle. Can we do so? While he's looking for that, Mr. Randolph told you before he had gone to the charcoal room, he had dropped off Nicholas. That was his autistic, Sharon's autistic grandchild.
That's correct.
Do you remember in a call that you had with Mr. Randolph on June 23rd, 2008, he told you that he was going to share the...
Objection, hearsay?
They brought out every portion of Mr. Rand. They brought... Sure. Okay. When you sweep a house, when you were a young patrol officer, did you have to sweep houses?
Yes, sir.
And when I say sweep a house, tell the jury what I mean.
It's clearing a house to make sure that no one's hiding inside the house.
How do we actually hear that on the 911 call, don't we?
I believe so.
After Mr. Randolph is ordered out of the home, it sounds like 2 police officers go inside to sweep the home. Is that fair?
Well, I don't know that you can tell how many officers enter the house. There would be a minimum of 2.
And what they're doing is they're going room to room, looking in closets, making sure there's nobody sort of hiding, right?
That's correct.
And that must be a very nerve-wracking process as a police officer. Is that fair?
It can be.
And it can take a while, can't it?
Yes.
Can take several minutes.
Yes.
And as a police officer, you want to make sure of that, like in this case, because there could be another perpetrator inside that home.
That's correct. That's what the officers are looking for.
And in fact, in this case on that 911, you hear officers like sort of commanding that if there's anybody inside, come out, that type of thing, right?
Yes.
You'd want to announce yourself as an officer so that people don't think you're some type of home invader, right?
Yes.
Now I'm going to go back to this video, and if we can watch the video, okay?
Mm-hmm.
For the record, this is Exhibit 315, and I want you to watch, strike that. You agree with me that when you first started watching this video, you incorrectly identified the vehicle, right?
Yes, I incorrectly identified the dark vehicle that was parked here. It's the lighter car right here.
Fair enough. And so I want to watch, we sort of stopped it, and I want to continue on until we can't see that vehicle any further, okay?
Okay.
And so it's driving away right
It is.
now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you watch it until you, and let us know when you cannot see it any further, because it's going to turn, right?
Yes.
Towards Rancho, right?
Correct.
Can you still see it?
Yes. Oh, what happened?
Okay, Your Honor, it stopped. We would also like to put in our own exhibit. So we move for the admission of defense exhibit A.
No objection. No. No objection. Admitted, I'm sorry.
Okay, Sue, I want to keep watching after the state's video turned off. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you could still see the vehicle at the time the state's video cut off, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he's driving away, correct?
That's correct.
It's 8:26:21, correct?
Yes.
I want you to tell me at the very time you can no longer see that vehicle. It's come to a stop at the stop light.
So right now it looks like he stopped in the turn bay.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and what was the time? 8:27?
27, 23, 24.
Okay. So when you're doing the drive between Funny's and the house, okay, that would be the time we'd start that 3 or 4 minute process, right?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, I've driven that several times. You would agree with me, it does depend on the lights, doesn't it?
It does.
Your Honor, I think I am getting very close to done. Do you think I could have a quick break just so I can make sure I'm finished?
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, or any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consult dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test, or theory of the case, recreate any aspect of this case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case on the Big John is 3:10, will be in recess till 3:25.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. Court is now taking their afternoon break. I hope you're all having a good day. Let's see, what do we have here for court break? Just listening to what they have to say. Oh, I'm sorry. I switched over. Oops. Okay, so court is in 15-minute break. What did she say? Coming back at 25 minutes past the hour. So let's just tune in to Court TV. Earlier, they did have some commentary. And then they were just playing some clips from the testimony. So far, Detective Clifford Mogg, the gentleman that's on the stand, he's been the only witness for today. He is, I believe he's the 10th witness of the trial. He was the witness that was on the stand yesterday afternoon when court broke for the day. This is the third day of the Thomas Randolph retrial. He was convicted back in 2017. The crime happened on May 8th, 2008. And it took quite a long time for him to actually get convicted. He was sentenced to death for both Michael Miller and his sixth wife, Sharon. Those death sentences were overturned in 2021 by the Nevada Supreme Court. He was given a retrial. The retrial started Friday. Friday was day 1. Yesterday was day 2. Today is day 3. So normally Crime Spies does these on a delay, and I haven't followed that format. There's not a lot of activity on this case, and I'm just shocked. It's not just me. It seems like a couple other people that have a much larger following than I do on YouTube, their audience isn't near what their numbers are normally for people watching the case. I don't know. It is August and kids are getting ready to go back to school, and not everybody has time to sit through all this testimony.
They wanted to check, but the judge decided to take a break. So that gives me an opportunity to bring in my guest for this hour. Joining me is Judy Saunders. She is a trial attorney, former prosecutor as well. Judy, thank you so much for joining me here on the show. And I've got to get your opinion on the cross-examination here. There were some distinct things that he needed to accomplish. And love to get your thoughts on what those might be in your mind and if he accomplished them.
So from what I can tell on cross-examination, one of the main things that you want to point out, or it's crucial to point on, you don't want to so much repeat the direct examination. You want to show any inconsistencies. Where the witness on the stand now is one of the detectives, it sounds like it's one of the lead detectives involved in this case. You're also going to want to show if there were any improper procedures, any mistakes in evidence collection. It's really important.
Yeah, no question about it on those things. I would add, though, however, I thought it was very important for him to highlight the positive things in those videos that this jury saw. We do know that the prosecution is going to argue that the inconsistencies in those videos are problematic. And he even was able to slip in this idea of officer-involved shootings and how there might be, so it looks like we might have Judy back. Judy, are you back?
Yes.
Okay, great. We got you. I was saying, basically, I don't know if you heard what I had to say, but I said he did all of those things as well. I thought he was also able to highlight some of the positive things from those interviews, things that seemed to make sense rather than just the inconsistencies. But I also thought it was genius the way he began to introduce to the jury this idea of remembering what happens in shootings. And he mentioned officer-involved shootings, even an expert that regards that and said that cops often don't remember how many shots they shoot. I thought all that was brilliant in terms of teeing up the defense for when their turn comes.
Sure, absolutely. That is very, very important. We know sometimes when you talk about officer shooting or discharge of weapon or just the incident in general, when you're hearing it and the jury and you're able to dissect it, whether it's on cross or direct, everything is slowed down, but so much is forgotten once you're in the moment. And that directly applies to an officer recalling how many shots are fired. That's very important. And it's good to bring that out, that you might not have the same recollection as if obviously you're there in the event, witnessing at the time of the occurrence.
Now, there are a number of inconsistencies that are sort of involve forensics, where the shooting took place, the fact that there were no shots on the wall, the fact where the casings were found. How important do you think that is to a jury? Again, everyone recognizes that this was a traumatic event for this defendant. It would had to have been, right? His wife was killed. He had to kill someone. How important do you think it is that there might be some inconsistencies?
So what you're going to be, what you're going to be stressing to the jury, and I'll add that the juries that you have, that you're presenting evidence to, and today, they're very intelligent juries, just on general. There's so much more access to information. We all know that there is a general understanding about crime and crime scenes. You try very hard to get jurors that are going to be impartial, and that's important. But in juries on a whole, I would say, are very intelligent. And I say all that to say, when you're talking about casings, when you're talking about evidence and the way that a crime scene may look, whether it's bullets and discharging of weapons, that's really important. And our closing arguments, when you sum up in closing arguments, it's those types of inconsistencies that can win or lose a case. So I would say that it's very important.
Detective Moggs' time on the stand, extremely important. Through him, the prosecution was able to introduce 2 different interviews on tape, one at the station, one where he and both of them voluntary. He was never in custody, never read his Miranda rights, and one was at the home where he did a walkthrough. I want to take a look at the interview that Moggs did, or at least a part of it. Then I got some questions. Let's take a look.
I was actually in the room, and he came in, and we bumped into each other, and he had the mask down, but it wasn't on. He thought it was black because it wasn't all the way down. But and I know that when we hit, we kind of scuffled really, because he actually had the gun, and we just kind of bumped, and he was kind of, I don't know if he was fighting really, but I was just kind of trying to get some space because he kind of surprised me, but I was just kind of trying to push back and pulling the gun down because I had it beside me, because I was kind of looking around the corner and see what was going on. Which hand did you have your gun in? Right hand. So I grabbed the gun at the same time, put the clip, just like a motion, stuck the clip in my back pocket, so it was clear, and I went. So you're clearing space from him? Clearing space from him, and just a few inches of our shot, I started shooting just as soon as I got a little bit of room, and one of those, I think my bag reached around, and that's when I did see that he had a gun in his hand.
Judy, when I watched both of these videos, the thing that jumped out at me, in addition to some of the issues with the inconsistencies in his story, was his own demeanor. And again, we don't like to judge people and how they deal with grief and trauma and all these things, but it was stark to me how he didn't seem particularly affected by what had happened. And as he's telling the story, the emotion doesn't seem to be as raw as one might think it might be. And I find that could be just as problematic as the inconsistencies for a jury.
Well, I wouldn't disagree. I always like to think in practice that, as you stated, we all deal with grief, we all deal with trauma, and a witness can't be judged as to how it impacted an individual. However, I still find that juries they will take into account a person's, the way they present, the way, if they can coolly tell the story that on a whole would be traumatic. I'm listening into the way that he's talking about his positioning, the way that he's able to recall with such detail. One would think, in general, when you're speaking about this type of interaction, an intrusion, some type of violent act, that you're not going to have very much presence of mind and recall for details. So that could be hurtful to his case.
Yeah, I mean, that's one side of it. They plan to bring in some experts that are going to testify to just that. The idea that these discrepancies are caused by exactly what you're talking about. Dealing with something like this, you're not inclined to remember every specific detail, and it's likely that you're going to be wrong and there are going to be inconsistencies. But here's my question to you. Based on that information, now considering after the defense's case, they present these experts. We have a guy who we know has been through 8 or 9 attorneys, I think even 10 at this point. I've lost count. They've all said, though, that he is very involved in the case and knows the case as well as anybody. There's an argument to be made. He may be narcissistic, very willing to talk to the police 2 times after this. Do you think there's a chance that he might take the stand and tell his story again? The jury's already heard it twice. Does he get up there and tell it again?
I think that if you lay it out, as you've put, someone who's extremely involved with the case, someone who seems to be not necessarily working in collaboration, but trying to lead strategy, going through 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 attorneys, that would indicate to me that that's a person that's going to want to testify, that's going to want to have the last say, that wants to control and marshal the evidence, that's going to use the witness stand for a partial summation, which we know that's not what it's for. But if in fact you have a client, you have an individual that maybe believes that they're the smartest person in the room, that they have a better understanding of strategy, of how to defend themselves. And that's not to say that a client should not be involved. That is exactly what you want. However, you want someone who also is going to rely on an attorney, rely on their opinion, work together. But to answer your question, it would seem to me, in listening to even the tape, seeing his mannerisms, I would bet that he will likely take the stand.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I mean, he just gives that vibe in every way, shape, fashion, or form. Even the few times that we've heard him speak in court, he seems very confident. He's speaking very, he projects very well. He's also someone that, if you believe the state's case, and just looking at the facts of his life, Judy, has been able to manipulate people. And when you're able and have success manipulating people, you probably think that you can take the stand and manipulate the people in the box.
I would not disagree with that. He has had a lot of success in the past in these types of cases. And that to me, that's an important factor that I'm sure he's considering.
All right, yeah, it's a conversation that has to be had between the lawyer and their client. And as we all know, we've told our folks many times here, it is really up to the client. You as the attorney can advise, you can strongly advise, but at the end of the day, if they want to take the stand, there's nothing you can do to stop them. All right, Judy, stand by. I do have to take a quick break. Folks, we're going to continue to follow what's going on out there in Nevada. As soon as things get going again, we'll get you out there live. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
A man married 6 times. 4 of his wives died under mysterious circumstances.
Eccentric widower Thomas Randolph.
Charged with the murders of his wife and the man he allegedly paid to kill her.
A 2017 conviction overturned.
The plan between Mr. Miller and Mr. Randolph was to kill Sharon.
Now he faces a jury once again.
The widower murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
When you're facing down debt, where do you turn? There are plenty of lenders, plenty of personal loans, but are they right for you? Credit Karma's technology shows curated personal loans with outstanding chances of approval from up to 25 trusted lenders. And members save over 15% on average on interest rates when they compare on Credit Karma. Boom. Apply through Intuit Credit Karma now.
From goal line stands to standout goals.
It's Haaland again!
Live sports live here.
You ready, boy?
Oh, what a shot!
We've got tigers, eagles, amen corner, and miracle upsets.
Fairy tale continues.
From the big house to the biggest game of the year.
On to the Super Bowl.
And it's all streaming here.
More. You ready for it?
On Paramount Plus.
The biggest names in Hollywood are on the nines.
What's Mr. Rogers' first name?
Unfortunately, Ginger.
9 times the celebrities. 9 times the prizes. 9 times the laughter.
General MacArthur said, I shall return. Where did he want to return to?
Be there.
I just got laid.
He's dirty.
Or be square.
Nothing worse than an old lady doing sex jokes.
It's Hollywood Squares on Pluto TV.
That's the secret of comedy.
There is one family who is always ready for Halloween.
How do you like it?
They're creepy,
Do not be alarmed.
kooky, mysterious, and spooky.
You must come in and celebrate with us.
They are the Addams Family on Pluto TV.
There are days that define your story beyond your life.
If one man struck.
So the court is on a 15-minute afternoon break. Detective Clifford Mogg has been the only witness today. He's the 10th witness of the trial. He took the stand yesterday afternoon. The defense started their cross-examination about a little over an hour ago. Well, at the time that they took their afternoon break, it had been like an hour that he had been on the stand. I really would like to have somebody who's an attorney weigh in on the defense strategy here, because they're not playing games. I want to thank you for joining me at Crime Spies. Crime Spies is having a severe allergy thing. I look like a heroin addict. My eyes are just muy fuego right now and watery. There, now you know all my secrets. So, looks like according to the ticker, got less than a minute left. Cross-examination will resume with Detective Clifford Mogg.
Detective Mogg, I just remind you that you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hall.
Thank you. Detective Mogg, I just have 3 very quick areas.
Oh, and while we're discussing it,
During
actually,
an interview, the first one with Mr. Randolph, and also
I'm just going to real briefly show you what we talked about during one of the breaks earlier. Underneath the description of this video, it's just kind of a little low down. Then we have a link to the 3-hour or the 3-part, 5-hour Dateline episode from 2021. It's about 4 hours of content. I think the first episode's like 45 minutes roughly of footage. And the episodes 2 and 3 are about an hour and a half. Then you got about an hour of me yapping in between. Then I found this article interesting from Bustle about a list of Thomas Randolph's former wives. Then there's some other hot links down here. Oh, I guess my head's in the way. Well, no, that's in the way. Defense opening statements. Then we've got Thomas Randolph's, prosecuting opening statement link is here. Defense opening statement is here. The scene walkthrough with the police about a week after the crime, which actually was in today's testimony. There's a link there. Then this interview happened last week. Jesse Weber from Law&Crime interviewed this gal. I want to say her name is like Mandy Matley. She's been following the trial for 8 years. And towards the end, he asked her to kind of speculate, like, what is his chances of being acquitted this time? And she gave him about a 50-50 chance. Now, considering the fact that he has sued for wrongful conviction with his second wife when he was on trial for her murder and subsequently acquitted. And then wife number 3, who died in the hospital after a heart surgery, sued them for malpractice, won that. Can you imagine if he gets acquitted, the lawsuit that he's going to file for being in prison for all this time? Yes. So during the lunch break, apparently, I talked about just some other things that are happening in the true crime community, some stories. Rachel Morin, she's the mother of 5. I think she was in like her mid to late 30s. Beautiful, beautiful gal. Owned a cleaning business, liked to go to the gym. She was in tip-top shape. She liked to tan. Just beautiful, beautiful woman. For those of you who are on YouTube and follow Gizella from Grizzly True Crime, she does just an amazing job on her videos. It's no surprise she's got like 250,000 or more viewers or subscribers. She just does such a great job. But this came out this morning, this link here. And then she does a really great job of putting things in playlists for you so you can go back and look at the other ones. Rachel was reported missing by her boyfriend on August 5th. So 10 days ago, her body was found the following day. So if you are interested in finding out what's going on with that, I would point to Gizella. She just does a great job. Then in this interview earlier today, she had said, "Hey, are there any, Grizzlies boots on the ground over there? Can you walk the trail?" Well, it just so happened I found this guy, JLR Investigates, on YouTube. I don't know, like a couple weeks ago. He's quite a character. He was over in Idaho because there was that surveillance footage that came out showing a vehicle backing up and leaving the night of that crime. And now, this morning, he was live from, I think it's Massachusetts, where Rachel was found murdered. And he was walking that trail. So he just scoots around. I actually sent Gizella the link to this. So those two are connected. And then MB Inc. is another great follow on YouTube. He's from Manchester, UK. He has a 2-minute video. It's roughly 2 minutes of this guy. I keep forgetting to look at what his name is. Last name starts with a G. But he was interviewed by some type of news outlet. And he's like, "Yeah, she went missing and I just had this weird feeling like she was going to be found in a tunnel." Well, guess where she was found? In a tunnel. So I don't know. This guy's kind of sketch. And so MB Inc. was kind enough to post that on his YouTube channel. Then something related to the Lisk case and that Rex guy, the Long Island serial killer. This interview, I saw it this morning. I don't know if it was something that popped yesterday or if it's something that popped this morning. But it was with Law&Crime. Anjanette Levy interviewed this gal, Nikki Brass. Nikki Brass used to be a prostitute over in that area. And I think the interview's roughly around like 20 minutes long. She described how she would set up her, for people to come and find her for her services. But she's a smart cookie, and she would always meet them beforehand in a public place. This time was at some type of seafood restaurant. And she describes what their conversation was, how they, were introduced to each other, how the conversation turned. And then she got the heebs and called a friend of hers to meet her in the parking lot. And just the bravery of this woman is just incredible and smart. She's a hairdresser now. So she describes, you know, kind of the challenges of being in that industry and trying to get out of it. And obviously she must have had some kind of record. So because of her record of some sort, she had to wait a certain duration of time before she was able to go to hairdressing school. And I had said on Twitter a couple weeks ago, or maybe last week, these women that work in, you know, an illegal adult profession, maybe we need to have a conversation about how the reason that they don't go to the police is they're afraid of being, you know, arrested themselves for practicing something that's illegal. Maybe there needs to be some kind of like a, you know, blanket immunity thing. I think that would cut down on those types of women being targets for a lot of these guys. So there's my 2 cents. So those are all in the description box underneath the Rumble video. I can't add them to the YouTube description box until the live stream is over. Let us go back here
Deadly force
now.
situations.
And we still have
Joe civilians, right?
that.
Right.
Not
Joe civilians.
And we're in a commercial. So, like I said, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, so the rest of this trial, normally I do these on a like a 2-hour delay, 2, 3, 4-hour delay, simply because we can cover the whole entire day in half the time. And for some strange reason, I felt compelled to do this one in real time. And yesterday I kicked myself for doing it. And then today I thought, well, you know, it's not that long of a day because they do start late. And I thought I could have some, you know, kind of clever things I could throw up here in between. And I just don't have time between notes, schedules, what have you. So starting tomorrow, we'll try a 2-hour delay. So I'm going to start. That would make it 2:30 Central Standard Time is when I'm going to start tomorrow. And then going forward. Okay. They just came back.
He had indicated that,
10 seconds.
Mr. Orem was talking to you about walkthroughs, and he had indicated that, in his question, he's asked if it was really very rare for a walkthrough to be videotaped. But I believe your answer was that on about 10 or possibly more occasions, you've actually done video walkthroughs with officers.
I'm aware of at least 10 that were done. I've done a few with officers who have been involved in officer-involved shootings, including one that I was involved in that I did the walkthrough.
Okay. And why do a walkthrough? What is the purpose of doing a walkthrough?
So normally when we interview, I'll say a homeowner, for instance, and the homeowner says, I was standing here and I fired that way, and these are the different things that were going on at the time. It's easier if we have you standing there and showing us what you were doing, as opposed to just sitting in a room and talking about it, because we don't get the reaction that you have if you're standing there and reenacting something for us. So another example would be an officer-involved shooting. If an officer is standing in one position, he can point to the distance, approximate distance, to where the suspect was standing. He can describe the movements of the suspect. He can describe and reenact his movements and show you which direction he was firing. A lot of times officers will recount just saying, you know, bang, bang. They don't really remember how many times they fired, but when they reenact it, it comes back to them.
So often, like being back in the place and doing a reenactment helps people
remember details that they might have not have been able to articulate like closer to the event, I guess I should say.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you spoke to Mr. Randolph at that time, obviously, as Mr. Oram concluded his cross-examination, you knew that he wasn't a police officer.
That's correct.
And he was a civilian.
Yes.
And over the course of your career, you have had the opportunity to interview civilian people who reported shootings.
Yes.
And people who reported shooting in self-defense.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were able to make observations about Mr. Randolph, and based on your experience, the investigation moved where it moved.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I think it was on cross-examination, Mr. Oram was asking you about the surveillance timing at the gas station, at the Funny's gas station.
Yes.
Do you recall if the financial transaction was referenced in the officer's report in order to sort of cross-reference the timing of the video with the financial transaction, so you can kind of match up if the video is off in terms of timing?
It was.
Do you recall what time the financial transaction was?
If I could refer to the report.
Yes. That would have been memorialized in Detective O'Kelly's report. If you can't find it, counsel, it's the middle of the page on page 25. I have it if I can approach.
I have it.
You have it?
I
Can you
do.
see it in the middle of the page there?
Yes. Okay.
So having looked at the officer's report, does that refresh your recollection as to the timing of the actual money transaction for the gas?
Yes.
And what time was that?
2024 on May 8th, which is 8:24 p.m.
Okay. And then that corresponds with the surveillance that we're seeing as well?
Correct.
And had there been a big differential between the surveillance and the timing, the financial transaction would have been off as well, or wouldn't have been off, right? That one would have been right. You could calculate the difference from the surveillance.
That's correct. Plus, I would have noted it if there was a significant deviation in time.
Okay. And there's no notation of a significant deviation in time in the officer's report.
There is not.
When you were speaking with Mr. Randolph, with Detective Hardy on the 9th, did he appear to have trouble hearing yourself or Detective Hardy?
Not at all.
Mr. Oram asked you about a comment that Mr. Randolph made about Sharon Randolph leaving shoes out in the residence. Do you recall that on cross-examination?
Yes.
Do you recall sort of what he described as an interaction in their household about shoes? Sharon's shoes, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
He became visibly agitated and used profanity and banged on the wall.
And that was about like sort of remembering Sharon leaving shoes out?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the jewelry, you were asked questions about, you were shown that photo of the jewelry laid out on the table.
Correct.
Would you defer to Sharon's daughter, Colleen, describing the worth of the jewelry as she may be more, I guess, I don't want to say more aware of its value than you were because of the relationship with her mother?
Absolutely.
Now, Mr. Oram showed you some photographs. And you're going to put on the overhead what's been. And I think you asked to have him zoom in on this drawer.
I did.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in. Is that close enough?
Yes.
What were you wanting to explain about this drawer?
So it doesn't look like anything in that drawer is disheveled to some point where you're digging through there looking for items.
Because the door is open, but there's nothing like tossed out of it.
Correct.
Another photo that was referenced on cross-examination, I think you said it struck you as odd. This is States 116. Let me zoom back out. Looking at that photograph, was that another one that you referenced as looking odd to you?
Yes,
And why is that?
because these are also small drawers. And why would you only open them partway when you completely pulled the other drawers out of the small box that was hanging on the wall? It just seems like if you're going to pull one set of drawers out, these also are not affixed to that box, and they could easily be pulled out.
So would you have like expected these to be pulled out and all the way on the floor?
At least some of them pulled out. If there was something in them, dumped out, gone through. These just seem like they were randomly pulled back.
And then now I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as States 126. I think oops, we're in that office area. Does that room appear to be disturbed?
No.
I know Detective O'Kelly was in charge of the scene, but do you recall whether or not you saw like a bicycle at the scene? Or would you defer to him?
I did not see one out in front of the house. I would have to defer to him for the back.
Mr. Orem asked you at the very beginning of the cross-examination, he asked if Mr. Randolph suggested to you that he had been hired to do odd jobs, and then there was some conversation about odd jobs. Do you remember that sort of series of questions?
I do.
None of those facts would preclude Mr. Randolph being involved in his wife's and Mr. Miller's murder, would it?
No.
Thank you, sir. That concludes, I guess, reports. Or redirect. You're on.
Detective, a bike wasn't located, was it?
No.
And in your experience, robbery, burglaries, some people have getaway drivers, don't they?
That's correct.
Was there any vehicle associated with Michael Miller with that evening? In other words, that either got him there or was going to take him away?
Only Mr. Randolph's.
Mr. Randolph had driven his wife, we can see that, from Santa Fe to Funny's and then home, right?
Correct.
Mr. Randolph calls 911, right?
Yes.
So what I'm asking was there any investigation done by you, or if you're aware of any, about any potential getaway driver for Mr. Miller?
I did not conduct a separate investigation as to whether or not there was a separate getaway driver for Mr. Miller.
What type of vehicle did Mr. Miller's girlfriend drive?
I don't know.
Nothing further.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, you can write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your jury number. Counsel, if you could approach.
This does not look good. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. That was an excellent question on the redirect by defense. Do you know what kind of vehicle the girlfriend of Michael Miller drove? Did you investigate? No. That's the way our U.S. judicial system is. If you install reasonable doubt, there's a hint of reasonable doubt, you're supposed to acquit. Like I said, when we watched the Dateline 3-part documentary series last Tuesday, I had seen it when it first came out in 2021. And it was interesting to watch it again and see the point at which they decided to go down the rabbit hole. He's had 6 wives. I wonder what happened to them. Now, it's pretty easy using all of that evidence to speculate that he was involved with this. But he was granted a retrial because none of that should have been allowed in the first trial. I mean, it is possible Michael Miller did this. Reasonable doubt equals acquittal. He's been in jail for 15 years. Don't hate me. I'm just following the way things are supposed to work. Boy, they haven't fixed that fan sound. I can only imagine the lawsuit he's going to bring if he gets acquitted. Which, if he didn't do it, he should be acquitted. There's just too many coincidences with this guy and prior bad acts.
Yes, Your Honor.
At any point during your interview or walkthrough or contact with Mr. Randolph, did you see him crying or very emotional about what had happened on the evening of May 8th?
No.
State, any follow-up based on the jury questions? No, Your Honor. Defense, any follow-up based on the jury questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, do you have any other questions for ladies and gentlemen of the jury? You can write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your jury number. Counsel Peter Birch.
Egad. All right, here's my another plea I'm going to state for Ian Runkle, Steve Gosney, Peter from Tragos Law, Larry, the DUI plus guy. Any of you want to weigh in on what's happening here with the Tommy Randy trial? The defense isn't holding back. It's not going very well for the prosecution team, and we need your assistance. Preferably joining me in the chat or just simply replying to a tweet I'm going to be sending as soon as this is done. SOS. SOS.
Okay, that's not my question.
Mr. Miller had
Were the drawers dusted for fingerprints?
Okay, this is a question from the jurors. Were the drawers dusted for fingerprints? Excellent question. This judge is a lot like Judge Werner was on the Letitia Stout trial, asking the jurors if they have any questions. Oops.
Were the drawers dusted for fingerprints?
That's something I can't answer. That would have to be addressed to Detective O'Kelly.
Any follow-up on that, Ms. Burton?
I know you just briefly walked the scene, but are you aware of whether or not Mr. Miller had gloves on when he was found in the garage?
He did.
Thank you.
Just one question on that. With regard to emotion, you remember the 911 call, right?
I do.
You remember hearing Mr. Randolph screaming during the 911 call?
That never happened in front of me.
Okay, that's not my question. When you listen to the 911 call, you hear him screaming, don't you?
You hear that on the 911 call.
You hear him screaming, "Oh God, Sharon." Do you remember that?
I recall that.
When he rolls over the body, you hear his reaction.
Objection, Your Honor.
I have nothing.
Okay, any other questions from the jury? Okay, seeing no response, Detective Bond, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony the last 2 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Statement on the next witness.
State's calling Amy something or other. So it sounds to me like Detective Moog, a lot of the questions that the defense attorney has been asking him, his response was, I don't know. I didn't conduct the crime scene investigation. You have to ask Detective What's-His-Face. So another plea to the attorneys out there, Ian Runkle, Steve Gosney, Peter from Tragos Law, Larry, the DUI guy. Can you please weigh in on what's happening here with the defense? Crime Spies thanks you.
Thank you very much. Could you please let the jury know what you do for a living?
Police dispatcher professional,
All right. When did you join Metro?
September 2004.
How many years have you been working for Metro?
Going on 19 years.
So 19 years. Have they all been within dispatch?
Yes,
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your job responsibilities?
sure. We receive the 911, 301 calls through our dispatch center. We'll receive the call, interview our callers, determine what kind of police response is needed. We will then send that call over to our dispatchers, and then that call will be dispatched to the officers in the field.
Okay. You said you've been working for 19 years. Did you work with Metro during 1 October?
Yes,
Okay. Were you working that day?
yes.
Did you handle call volume on that day?
I was a dispatcher.
Oh, so you were actually getting the calls.
I was on the radio side, dispatching officers for that call.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about high call volume. Have you ever had a situation where there were so many calls coming in, you couldn't take all the calls in your 19 years of working for Metro?
1 October.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but for starters, they're not showing her face, so she must be protected for her job, I'm assuming. Number one. So there won't be any photo of her during the recap. Number two, the actual 911 call came in at around 8:45 p.m. And according to yesterday afternoon, Detective Clifford Mogg, the guy that just left the stand, he had said that by the time they got to the scene and secured it, it was around 10 p.m. So I'm assuming that's where this prosecuting attorney is going with large call volumes.
Okay, was that in the 19 years, is that the only time you can recall your system being unable to handle call volume?
Yes,
Specifically, were you working for Metro on May 8th, 2008?
yes,
Do you recall there being such high call volume on that day that Metro couldn't handle 911 calls on that day?
no,
I want to turn your attention. You received a subpoena in relation to a phone call, a 911 call placed on May 8th of 2008. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And that was under event number 080508003131. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What does the 080508 stand for?
It'll be the year, the month, and the date.
Okay, so that's 2008, May 8th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What does the 3131 stand for at the end?
That'll be the incident number that is issued for the call that's once it's generated. Each call will get assigned an event number or incident number.
Okay, so the very first call of the day would be, 000001 at the end, correct?
Correct.
So this was the 3,131st call of the entire day, correct?
Correct.
All right. Have you had an opportunity to listen to the 911 call from that day?
Yes.
All right. At this time, we are going to play what has been, I believe there's no objection, stage for post 324. Okay, I'll clarify. Is there any objection to this? Okay. When I said the call from that day, I know there were 3,131 calls. However, I'm referencing that particular event number ending in 3131.
Yes.
Okay, so you've listened to that specific call.
Correct.
Okay. At this time, we're going to play that 911 call.
What is the number on it?
324, Your Honor.
Any objection to 324?
None at all.
Are you moving to admit 324 before you publish it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 324 will be admitted and permission to publish.
May 8th, 2008, 20 hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds. 911 emergency, Hernandez, 942.
My wife's been shot and there's a guy in my house and I shot him.
Is he hurt too? Is he hurt too?
Yeah.
Okay.
My wife.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Tom.
Where is your wife in the house?
She's in the hall in the bedroom. She's been shot bad.
Okay. Where is she shot at, do you know?
Yeah, I think in the head. I said move her over and start doing this. She's a nurse, so I don't know what to do exactly.
Okay. And is the guy still in the house, do you know?
So he's in the garage. He pushed me by and ran on out. I know it. He stripped me off. He started ripping out.
Do you know what his name is?
Mike, I don't know his last name.
Is he white, black, Hispanic?
Black, just black.
How old is he now?
I don't know, 40s.
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
Yeah.
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
He's in the garage.
Okay. I gotta conference you with medical too, okay? Don't hang up. May 8th, 2008, 20 hours, 46 minutes, 24 seconds.
Fire department.
Hi, it's Metro. I have a conference, his wife was shot in the head, he needs medical attention.
Sir? Yeah. Is she awake? No, she shot me in the head. I don't know for sure. It's going to try not CPR. Okay, clear. The other guy on your back. Shot him. He's. Wait a minute. How many people are shot? There's two. There's two. The guy ran out with her. Okay, where's the other guy? Where's the guy you shot? He's in the garage. He was running out the garage as I was getting out. As I was coming in. Okay. Is he dead or where is he? I don't know. Okay. I just shot him a bunch of times as he had a gun in him. Okay, let's focus on your wife. Who shot your wife? He did? He did. Okay, put her flat on her back. Put her flat on her back. Should I try to find that gun or something so they don't shoot him if he's not dead? Metro?
I believe. Did you make sure that he left or you're not sure if he's still in the garage?
He's in the garage, I can see, but I mean, is he moving? No. Go get a gun. Go get a gun quickly. Are you alone? Yeah. Okay, be careful, but get the gun. Be careful, but get that gun away from him. Is he alone? Yes, a little smarter than I did. I was pretty focus on your wife. Put her flat on your back. I'm gonna walk you around so you can get in. Okay. Sir, you gotta do this. Okay. Put her flat on her back. Oh, fuck, there's blood everywhere. All right. I'm gonna help you, but I need you to listen to me. I'm trying to help her. You gotta listen to me so we can try to help her. Okay, put her flat on her back. Sir? Oh, God. Sharon, oh, fuck. What's your status, my son? We're going to nurse each other in the new one. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, come back to the phone. I can't roll everywhere. You got blood everywhere? Blood is free stuff everywhere. You can't move her? I can't get through. You gotta try to do CPR. I need you to try to. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. She don't have a pulse. Okay, we need to start doing CPR. Did you get her on her back? Okay, get her flat on her back. I want you to tilt her head back, okay? Okay. Did you do that? Okay, tilt her head back. How do you do that? Okay, tilt her head back. Listen, okay? We're just gonna do compressions, okay? Okay. All right, now listen, I want you to find the center of her chest, okay? Okay. All right, right between the nipples. Right, just place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of her chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that. I just want you to continue to do compressions. Keep doing them. I should go over the garage door. No, keep doing what I'm telling you to do. You need to do this. Okay. Mitchell, tell your units to go in any way they can. Okay. We gotta continue to do this. Let them know they're doing a security system. Sir?
I'm gonna pause it for 1 second. At this point in the call, do you hear the caller starting to do compressions on his wife or on the person that he's dealing with? Okay. But he is being directed to do that, is that correct?
Correct.
What's the time on that? Can you tell me how many, if you look on your, can you see it on your screen there? How many minutes have elapsed?
6 minutes and 44 seconds.
Okay. Do you recall the caller asking whether he should go lock the front door?
No.
During this call?
If you should lock the, I'm sorry.
He should go and lock the front door. Do you recall him saying that on the call?
No.
Okay.
You gotta count as you're doing it. Count.
Let me do this. I'm gonna go back a few seconds. About the 6 minute mark.
Alright, listen, okay? We're just gonna do compressions, okay? Okay. Alright, now listen, I want you to find the center of her chest, okay? Okay. Alright, right between the nipples. Right, just place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of her chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that. I just want you to continue to do compressions. Keep doing them. I should open the garage door. No, keep.
Did you hear that?
Yes. Sorry.
Doing what I'm telling you to do. You need to do this. Metro, tell your units to go in any way they can. We gotta continue to do this. Let them know they're doing a security system. Sir? You gotta count as you're doing it. Count. Sir, you gotta count.
asking for him to open the door. Open the front door quickly. Can you open the door, sir? Yeah, how you doing? The suspect is down in the garage and he took his, and the PR took his gun, okay? Huh? Yeah, they advised him that already.
For the record, I'm pausing at 8:27. There's another 10 minutes of this call. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think it kind of runs until ultimately it's disconnected. Is that okay? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned that you've worked for dispatch for 19 years. Is that what you said?
Correct.
On average, how many calls have you heard in an average in a year?
Hundreds.
Okay. Have you often heard calls where someone is calling where someone's been shot, offering to do things in the alternative other than trying to resuscitate somebody?
No.
And you've been doing this for 19 years.
Yes.
You've also reviewed what's called the CAD log in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is a log that does what? What does it kind of track?
It's going to track when officers arrive, en route, what's been updated by the call taker, date, time, stamped.
Okay. Let the record reflect and showing opposing counsel in one stage proposed 125. No objection to this. This time we ask permission to admit stage proposed 325.
Oh, 325, yeah.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes, 325 is okay.
Why don't you take a look at this first page here? They're usually like a series of codes that are here that kind of, they're shorthand, is that right?
Yes.
What's the code for arrival when an officer arrives?
AR.
Okay, do you see the first entry where an officer arrives at?
Yes.
And when is that?
At 20:50 hours.
Okay, so that's a 24-hour clock, so that means 8:50 at night.
PM. Correct.
Okay, so about 20 minutes earlier than around from 8:30 at night.
Correct.
Okay. I just see that. And if you look at that mouse, we can cube over. And if you could, see if this, I don't know why it's illuminated like this. Let's do it this way. I don't know. We'll see. Hang on. That's not great. That's better. Can you show us where you saw that indication that an officer arrived at 20:50? Maybe take your mouse and show us.
Arrived at 20:50 and AR for arrived.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time.
Good afternoon, Ms. Corn.
Hello.
You've been doing this 19 years, huh?
Yes.
Okay. So horrible math, but back in 2008, you hadn't been doing it 19 years, right?
Correct.
About 3.5, 4 years at the time?
Correct.
Okay. Just to be clear, you're not given any actual responsibility for this call, right?
Correct.
You're not on the phone, correct?
Correct.
You're not dispatching anyone to this call, right?
Correct.
You're not in any way involved in the investigation of this event that took place in May of 2008, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how it is that these prosecutors selected you to come here and testify?
I'm currently a custodian of records.
Okay. Custodian of records is someone that maintains documents in the ordinary course of business at a business entity, right?
Correct.
And so when Metro gets a subpoena and someone's to come to court to talk about Metro records, you are one of the people that can come to court, correct?
Correct.
And I'm assuming in preparation for your testimony, you had an opportunity to talk to the prosecutors in this case, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Hamner, the guy that just asked you questions, you've actually spoken to him a few times, right?
Correct.
And he told you, I'm going to ask you these questions, right?
Correct.
Like how many times in your career has someone done X, Y, Z, right? And he told you, I'm going to ask you at this point on this particular tape, do you hear someone giving chest compressions, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you knew that question was coming and you knew what your answer was going to be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a chest compression sounds like?
No, I cannot.
Because a chest compression doesn't have a sound, right?
Right.
You'd agree with me that in preparation for your testimony, you actually listened to the audio of this 911 call, right?
Yes.
And you hear a man who's clearly in distress, yes?
Yes.
Crying, yes?
Yes.
Screaming, yes?
Yes.
Asking for help, yes?
Yes.
And you hear kind of a rhythmic breathing sound like a at the time he's told to give chest compressions, right?
I hear someone that sounds out of breath.
Yeah, you'd agree with me. You hear that sound, right?
Correct.
You'd agree with me if someone's involved in a shooting where they've just taken the life of someone that killed their spouse, they might be out of breath, right?
Possibly.
Okay. And in fact, someone giving that rhythmic breathing in like a consistent fashion, they might be given chest compressions, right?
Possibly.
Okay. When you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you didn't hear anyone in that audio giving chest compressions, you really have no idea, do you?
Correct.
Okay. The state also asked you a question about when in your experience has Metro's system not been able to handle the call volume. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave us an example, right?
Correct.
And that was 1 October, right?
Correct.
When a whole lot of people were calling into 911 related to a massive event, right?
Right.
And the system wasn't able to handle that event, right?
Correct.
Okay. You know, don't you, that if someone doesn't have the ability to utilize a phone line, it doesn't matter whether your system can handle the call, right?
Right.
For instance, if I don't have service on my cellular telephone because the battery's dead or I'm out of range and I dial 911, you're never going to have a dispatcher pick that up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And likewise, if I have a voice over internet protocol provider, an internet phone service, and I dial my number, but my service is down, your 911 operator is never going to hear that call either, right? She was just about to answer.
Well, I think this line of questioning was brought up during her direct examination as to whether or not they could miss a call. So I'm going to allow her that objection is overruled. Maybe you can answer the question.
We do receive calls that are disconnected on like a 911 prefix phone. Those do come through.
Okay. I'm saying a call on a voice over internet protocol where the internet gives me a voice service. If my internet's down, that call can't get to you, right?
Right.
Okay. So if I have one of those providers and I'm trying to dial 911, but there's no line to get to the 911 dispatcher, it doesn't matter because you're never going to hear it, right?
Right. With no internet service.
Right. That's accurate, correct? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. There's a couple things that Mr. Hamner asked you, and I wrote down some specific times. When he went back and played that audio for you at 6:36, the person on the call says, should I go open the garage door, right?
Correct.
You have an understanding that that person's trying to get help into the residence, right?
To let officers or medical in.
Right. And he's saying, I can't do it. There's so much blood. You can hear him struggling to get her turned over and following the instructions. You hear that, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that opening the garage door is one way to let people in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that that's what he's trying to do, correct?
Possibly.
Okay, let's talk about the CAD report.
Okay.
The CAD report stands for Computer Aided Dispatch, right?
Yes.
And that's a document that's generated through a computer system. When a call comes into Metro, someone's putting information in a computer, right?
Yes.
And that information is being relayed to responding officers and medical personnel, correct?
Correct.
That way they can know what's going on at the scene they're coming up to, correct?
Correct.
And there are things that are given to those calls, like 400 codes, correct?
Right.
And you know what a 400 code is, correct?
Yes.
A 400 code is one that's assigned by Metro to a particular type of call, right?
Right.
If I say 413, what's that mean?
A gun.
So
Person
like
with
if
a
I'm
gun.
saying that there's someone with a gun, I might call 911 and say, help me, there's someone with a gun. And the dispatcher would type to the responding officer, 413 in progress, right?
Right.
What's 419 mean?
Dead body.
So in this particular case, there's actually communication on the phone line between Mr. Randolph, the guy who calls the 911 system, and the other person on the line about whether or not the guy's dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And because you've reviewed the CAD, you know that that's entered in there, confirmed 419, right?
Yes.
And 413 related to someone being there with a gun, right?
Yes.
Because in real time, as he's communicating in words what's going on, someone's typing that down in the computer system, right?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Hamner asked you about a 2-letter code, and those are throughout the CAD report, right?
Yes.
And they include things like ER, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
AS, correct?
Yes.
And I think you talked about AR, right?
Yes.
What does ER mean?
En route.
Meaning I'm on my way, I'm going to put that in, I'll assign myself that call, right?
Yes.
What does AS mean?
Assigned.
Meaning that person's assigned to that particular event number, right?
Yes.
And you told us already that AR means arrived, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think you told us that someone arrived at that residence at 2050 hours, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to back up just to the inception of the call. Okay. It's been represented to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that the call originates at 2045 hours.
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that corresponds to when it's entered into the CAD system, right?
Right. When the call's generated.
On a 911 call, you've probably heard it a million times. I know I have. That little kind of computer voice where it says the time of the call in military or police time, right?
Right.
Okay. What's the time that that voice says at the beginning of this call?
I'd have to re-listen to it.
Okay. If it said 2044 hours, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
If it said that, no.
Okay. But when we say 2045, that's when someone actually is typing into the computer, correct?
Correct. When it's generated.
That happens after a call is placed, right?
During a call.
It's assigned into the computer after the call is placed, correct?
Yes.
After someone makes a few representations on the phone, right?
Right.
And then it's entered into the computer, right?
Yes.
Okay. So to say it starts at 2045, the process actually begins before that, right?
Correct.
You don't have any idea what time they actually dial 911, right?
We'd have to look. I don't know offhand, no.
Okay. You made the representation that someone arrives at this call at 2050 hours. Yes?
Correct. Yes.
Did you look at the CAD report as to when someone actually went in the residence at 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
No, I just looked at the arrive time.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that there was a long period of time when people couldn't get into the house?
No.
That happens, right?
Yes.
So someone might arrive at a call and be standing right outside, and the person inside that's asking for help desperately wants them to come in, and they're not inside, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Hammer actually asked you about the 10 minutes this call goes on. Have you listened to that?
Yes.
Do you know what happens in that 10 minutes?
I'm not sure what you're referring to as far as
Do you know what
happens.
happens in that 10 minutes that the call goes on?
At the beginning of the call?
No, at the end, the party didn't play.
Oh, the end. Do I know what's going on?
Yes.
It's just an open line
Okay.
that you can hear in the background.
You can hear things in the background,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
Do you ever hear medical responding on that call?
No.
Okay. If I were to give you a copy of the CAD report, could you tell me when someone from medical response actually got to Sharon Randolph's body?
Possibly, if it's in there.
Can I approach? Yes. Hand me what the state admitted is number 325. Take a peek and tell me if you can identify that.
Yeah, I don't see where medical, once the updated medicals arrived, just who responded.
So there's a whole lot of entries about officers that are assigned that call, right?
Yes,
Officers that are en route to that call, correct?
yes,
Law enforcement response to Mr. Randolph's request for help, right?
yes,
And you can't tell us when medical ever arrives on that scene, correct?
correct.
Nothing further.
Any requests? Please, right, I'm sorry.
Yes. So do you remember on cross-examination, there were questions about the difference between a CAD log generating 2045 versus the digital computer voice at the beginning of a 911 call. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Do you remember him saying, do you remember the computer voice saying 2044? Do you remember him saying that to you on cross?
yes.
Do you recall whether or not he provided you the seconds? I know he gave you the hours and the minutes, but did he give you the seconds?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. And I mean, 60 seconds could be potentially a big deal, right? Because if it's 2044:01, it's much closer to 2044, correct? Versus, I don't know, 2044:54, right? That's closer to 2045. Would that be accurate?
Right,
All right. You would agree with me as a custodian of record that that digital voice that comes on, that is when the caller connects with 911.
yes,
All right. I'm going to be replaying that 911 call.
May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds.
How many seconds did that little computer say?
54.
So 6 seconds before 2045, correct? I mean, there was a lot of questions, but a lot of things can happen before on the CAD log, but this call is connecting 6 seconds before we hit 2045.
Correct.
Another question that was asked was, you weren't able to determine when medical personnel was able to literally check on the person. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. We listened to about 8 minutes of that call. Is that right?
Yes,
There was someone inside the home that was alive, right? The caller.
right,
Okay. And then this call goes on for another 10 minutes. Is that right?
yes,
So we don't know what efforts the caller made to let those people in, and we don't know what steps were took. Is that right?
right,
But we do know from the CAD report, but by 2050, there are police outside that house.
yes,
And we know from by 54, there is a living human being inside that house, correct?
correct,
Presumably wanting to get help.
correct.
Okay. And we don't know when that door finally got open to let those people in to tend to that woman.
Right.
But we know the caller was in there.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Council approach. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we anticipate the next witness may be taking longer than 30 minutes. That's what I've done there talking about, and we don't want to keep you guys past 5 and make anybody miss anything. And I made some promises to you last week that we intend to keep. So at this point, we are going to take our night recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or the case, by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication, social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test, theory of the case, recreate an aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form untrusted opinion regarding this case or responsibility to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 10:30.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, this is the point where we just listen to see if there's anything going on. Once the jurors have left, I just sent out a SOS message on Twitter, which will probably be ignored. But here's hoping.
Okay, may the record reflect we are outside the presence of our jurors. So we will start tomorrow morning with this witness, and this is the firearms person?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Hanman, I'm sorry, you got cut off, but I just didn't want them to keep waiting. So we were in the process of having some scheduling discussions.
Oh, their screen went black. You can still hear it.
CSA we need to call. There are a few DNA people that we believe are quite short. We have we have Randall Stone. We have Randy McPhail. Sorry. Dr. Gavin. We have 3 of the Millers who I don't know will be very long.
Oh, good. There's going to be
And
some
we have
Millers
Detective
tomorrow.
Guzman, who's just going over just some analysis of just phone calls, but it's not historical tower data. It's just calls and frequencies and things like that.
Okay.
And then last we have Dino Kelly. And that's basically it. So we feel, I think we feel pretty strongly that we would be probably done with our witnesses by Friday. Would that be correct, Pam?
Done with witnesses by Friday from prosecution.
Okay.
They told us to bring witnesses on Friday, and I wondered if that's still the state.
Yeah, I think so.
Bring witnesses.
Because I'm sorry to interrupt, but on Thursday, did you say we'll start at 10?
11. I have a homicide calendar and there's Tuesday and things.
Okay.
Thursday
I
is
still think it'll
11
be
o'clock
okay.
start.
One question, we do have an out-of-state witness who's an expert. I'd prefer not to bring him in Friday to sit here if he's gonna bump till Monday, but we do have a local expert that can definitely come on Friday.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking just based on the time, I mean, it's gonna take some time with Detective O'Kelly. I think we have to factor that in, because that's always how it works. It would probably be better if you guys had your local witness lined up for Friday afternoon and be able to put them on, and then if we have to, then we can go forward and just do your out-of-state witness Monday after that counts.
And then tomorrow morning when we start, we've got a stipulation as to the majority of the evidence.
Okay.
I think our plan is, at least as it relates to the photographs, just to say there's a stipulation and move all of it in so we don't have to take time with foundations.
Okay.
Probably with the physical.
Yeah,
too,
with the
right?
physical as well.
All right, well, you guys can discuss that and just make sure you have the numbers. Okay. We can put that on the record.
Thank you very much, sir.
Anything else we need to do outside the presence? Okay, remember Friday is a 1 o'clock start, but I'm available. any other day
Thursday.
if you guys
Is it
are-
1 o'clock start?
1 o'clock start on Friday. I
Thursday,
have to do
11 o'clock
something in the morning
Pacific
that I
time
tried to get
start.
out of, but I
Friday,
can't, so.
1 o'clock
But I'm
Pacific
available to
time
make up that time.
start.
Any other day at 8, so you guys just let me know.
Tomorrow we're 10:30 though, right?
Okay.
I like the 1 o'clock start.
Yeah, gotta do my calendar, but yeah, Thursday it'll be 11.
And Crime Spies is going to do it on a 2-hour delay. So we don't have to work with filling the break times. Is that it? I think that's it. All right. That concludes day 3. Well, I can fuss with this later. All right. So recap. Today was day 3 of the Thomas Randolph retrial in Clark County, Nevada. The day started off with Detective Clifford Mogg resuming the witness stand. We finished the interrogation video from the night of the crime with Thomas Randolph, aka Tommy Randy. Then following some testimony, we did watch the full body cam footage from a week after, or not body cam footage, full video, but a week after, where the detectives brought Tommy into the home to reenact the night of the crime. After he was finished, there was some spicy, well, I would call it spicy. The defense kind of laid into him. And I don't know, like I said in my SOS earlier, this case, there's so much reasonable doubt, even though we all know all of his different little plots and plans. There are no coincidences, as they say. I really hope some of those people I mentioned, those attorneys with large social media followings, see my tweet, my SOS tweet. Because what would this mean if he gets acquitted? I don't know. All right, so tomorrow, they start at 10:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to start on a delay, a 2-hour delay. For some weird reason, well, I normally don't have a big, giant following anyway, but even some of the other people in the YouTube world that are covering, that do the live trials, that are doing this trial, for some reason, it's just not picking up a lot of steam. I don't understand. But I do appreciate you being here. So tomorrow's Wednesday. I'll put a schedule on my Twitter account. I'll pin it to the top. I'll also pin it to my Truth Social account and my Gab account for days 4, 5, and 6 of this trial. And Friday is also a Brian Koberger hearing from the Idaho 4 student murders. I'm not sure. I think I'll do a Cocktails and Crime on Friday. I'd like to cover a few things in the true crime community. I'd like to cover the Trump 4th indictment that just came down yesterday. For some reason, that video, I took a screen record of Glenn Beck's first opening segment this morning on his TV show, I guess, before it got taken down, thankfully. And it did not post on Rumble, I just discovered. So I'm going to go ahead and try again. But that's something I'd like to cover on Cocktails and Crime Friday. Probably, let's see if the trial's over. Probably started at like 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, I'm guessing, for a few hours. We'll go over some of that. In the link below, there are some videos that I'll be covering. Well, I'm not going to do other content creators like Gisela. She's got some really great videos on the poor woman that was murdered on the walking trail about a week and a half ago. Mother of 5 children. She's just a beautiful lady. But I don't want to, the videos for Gisela Grizzly True Crime, MB Inc. has got an interview on his YouTube channel, and that JLR Investigates was actually out there this morning on a live stream walking the trail. So I won't be like showing those because I'd rather have you go over there and look at it, but it is something I would like to discuss with you. But I will be showing the one from Law&Crime that Nikki Brass was her name. She had a date with Rex, the guy that's been arrested for the Lisk, Long Island serial killer, for 4 of them. I think 4 of them now. That that was just fascinating. And just a few other true crime stories I'd like to cover. And then on the political side, of course, the Trump indictment number 4. And actually, yesterday I saw a few clips over the weekend from the Iowa, when Trump was in Iowa, and then how the audience responded to like Ron DeSantis and stuff. So we'll probably cover some of that stuff too this weekend or Friday night. All right. Well, with that, we'll see you tomorrow. Again, I'm going to start on a 2-hour delay. So it'll be 12:30 p.m. No, it'll be 2:30 p.m. my time, Central Time, is when I'll start this case. That way we can skip through the breaks, and instead of being 6 hours, it'd be about 4. All righty. See you tomorrow, people. Thank you for joining Trial. We will see you next time. Same crime time, same crime channel.